Hello, dear friends of the Paranormal M channel. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry, I'm right here, and I'm truly happy to help you drift off more easily. Thank you for listening and for sharing so many of your mysterious experiences with me. I genuinely love and appreciate what I do. Drop a comment and tell me where you're tuning in from. Now, turn on your bedside lamp, get comfy in bed, and let's dive into today's mysterious stories. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. So, this was my sophomore year of college, 1991, give or take, and I was still living in the dorms on campus. Most of the semester started off totally normal, busy, loud, kind of chaotic in that fun college way. And then, early November hit, and things got weird. I was living in this older dorm building, no air conditioning, the kind where you learn real fast how to improvise comfort. My roommate at the time, Renee, had this electric typewriter. Old school, heavy, definitely not the kind that does anything unless it's plugged into the wall. One night she unplugs it so she can plug in her lamp, and we're just doing our usual winding down routine, talking, shuffling around, whatever. Maybe 10 minutes later, that typewriter starts typing. Not tapping, not shifting. Typing. Renee wasn't at her desk. Nobody was. And here's the creepy part. There wasn't even any paper in it. But the ribbon still left ink impressions on the roller like it was trying to print on nothing. We leaned in and could actually read the message. It said, "Maya is a whore." Now, honestly, my first reaction was to laugh because, really? If some mysterious spirit is trying to terrify you, that's the insult it goes with? It felt weirdly childish. But Renee did not laugh. She went pale and just stared at it like her brain couldn't compute what was happening. And the thing is, after everything else that started happening, it stopped being funny. Because not long after that, we started having nights where our box fan would end up on the floor. If you've ever lived in a dorm with no AC, you know the setup. Windows cracked open, box fan perched right in the frame to pull air in. Our windows tilted outward, like they opened toward you, maybe 45 degrees. The fan sat on the sill in a way that was actually pretty stable. It wasn't the kind of thing that could just slide off. It would have to be lifted up and over the edge to fall. But that's exactly what started happening. We'd be dead asleep, and then suddenly, crash! The fan would go up, over, and slam onto the tile floor like someone had thrown it. It happened more than once. Enough times that our suite mates started complaining, and even the people in the room below us were like, "What in the world is going on up there?" Because a metal box fan hitting a dorm floor at 3 a.m. is not subtle. It's the kind of sound that feels violent. At this point, we're both getting jumpy. Even when nothing was happening, we were waiting for something to happen. I ended up telling my mom, and she did that mom thing where she didn't exactly say she believed me, but she could tell I was scared. So she bought me a crucifix, really nice one, heavier than the cheap plastic ones, and told me to hang it over my bed. I mounted it above my headboard, like, securely. I wasn't messing around. And for a night or two, I felt a little calmer, like maybe that would settle whatever was going on. Except then, the crucifix started falling. Not once, multiple nights. I'd wake up and it would be on the floor. So one night I finally thought, nope, I'm staying awake. I'm catching this. I lay there staring up at it, barely blinking, waiting. And at some point, when the room had that heavy late-night stillness, you know, when everything feels suspended, it dropped. Just off the wall. And I swear to you, I launched out of bed like someone had lit my hair on fire. That's how fast I moved. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs. And then Christmas break happened. One night I worked a late shift, something like 9 p.m. to midnight, then went back to my room to sleep. And that's when the worst thing happened. I'd be right on the edge of falling asleep. You know that exact moment when your body is melting into the mattress and your thoughts start getting blurry, and something would come right up close to my face, close enough that I could feel it there, and it started whispering my name. Not yelling, not dramatic, just this low, insistent whisper. Maya, 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 over and over and over again, like it was trying to pull my attention down into it. Every time it happened, I'd snap my eyes open and sit up, heart slamming, and the room would be empty. But the feeling didn't leave. It felt like the air itself was wrong, like I wasn't alone even when I was alone. That was the night I hit my limit. When I came back after winter break, I moved out. I didn't negotiate with myself. I didn't try to be brave about it. I just knew I was done. And what's always stuck with me is how personal it felt. Like whatever it wasn't just being spooky. It felt targeted. Like it didn't care much about Renee, but it had this sharp, ugly focus on me. And for whatever it's worth, this is hard to explain. I remember the energy feeling male. Not in a movie monster way, just that heavy, invasive presence that felt masculine to me. The college was in Warrensburg, Missouri, University of Central Missouri, and there was another dorm on campus that everyone talked about as being haunted. People had stories for years, but the building we were in, Hudson Hall, wasn't the one with the reputation. I've looked, and I've never really found anything about it, so I don't know. I've always wondered if it was something about the building, or something that followed someone, or something that just latched on for a while and then let go. But I still think about that typewriter sometimes, how ridiculous the message was, and how it somehow made everything feel even colder, like something was trying to get under my skin in the pettiest way possible. And honestly, even now, all these years later, I still can't tell you what it was. I just know what it felt like to live through it, and how quickly dorm life stopped feeling like a normal college memory and started feeling like something I survived. Hey, so I've never really told this in a calm way, but I'll try. I'm from Malaysia, and something really strange started happening to me after my national service. They sent our batch to this camp way out in the jungle, like properly tucked away. No main roads nearby, no towns you could just wander into. It felt safe in this weird, isolated way, but it also meant we depended a lot on nearby farmers for supplies. The whole place had this feeling of being cut off from the rest of the world, like the jungle could swallow sound if it wanted to. One night, we were called in for roll call inside the dining hall. There was a small stage at the front, and behind that stage, this is important, there was a little lake. You couldn't always see it clearly, but you felt it back there, like a dark patch in the room. We lined up to get briefed on the next day's activities, but what stuck with me was this. There were no officers in sight. None. Still, someone told us to stand straight and keep our eyes forward, facing the stage. No turning around, no talking. At first, nothing happened. Then this cold breeze rolled through the hall. So cold it didn't make sense. The kind that crawls across your skin. And then the guy in front of me, this big, solid dude named Fareed, just dropped. Straight down, like someone unplugged him. He hit the floor hard. And right after that, more people started going down, one after another. Here's the part that still makes my stomach twist. When people faint, usually their eyes shut, right? Not this time. Their eyes rolled back until it was just white, like blank glass. I remember telling myself, okay, this is some dumb prank, some hazing thing. I was trying to force logic into it because if I didn't, I think I would have panicked. But then people started screaming, like real screaming, not the messing around kind. The fear in it was raw. And in the middle of all that noise, I heard something right at my ear. Not loud, not clear like someone talking beside you, more like a voice inside the space around you. It said, Buno, kill. I swear the second I registered the word, it felt like my thoughts got yanked downward, and I blacked out. And no, it wasn't just me. That's the thing. It didn't happen to me alone. A lot of us had the same missing chunk of time, the same confused fear afterward, like we'd all been pushed through the same dark doorway and dumped back out. When it finally ended, nobody even argued or asked questions. We just walked back to the barracks like we were sleepwalking. Usually at night, there'd be people joking around, some guys sneaking cigarettes, others showering before bed. That night, nothing. Everyone looked drained, quiet, like our bodies didn't have any extra energy left for being human. After lights out, I lay on my bunk facing the window. It wasn't fully open, but the glass was old and kind of warped, so the outside looked like it was underwater. That's when I saw them. Two small figures, kids maybe, peeking up over the window frame. Not pressing their faces to the glass, not waving, not curious, just staring. Locals around that area used to talk about orang bunyan, and I'd always laughed it off before, like, okay, sure, jungle elves. But what I saw that night, whether it was that or something else, didn't feel like folklore. It felt personal. Their eyes were the worst part. Too still, too focused. Like they weren't looking at my face. They were looking through me. After that, the nightmares started. Night after night. Same feeling. Being watched. Being cornered. Waking up sweaty with my heart hammering like I'd been running. And this is going to sound weird, but I started doing something just to cope. Before sleeping, I'd take a pen and draw a pair of eyes on scrap paper. Not a full face, just the eyes. Over and over. Like if I put them on paper first, maybe they wouldn't come looking for me in the dark. Months went by, and we eventually graduated. I thought, okay, done. I survived. I'm out. I really believed once I left the jungle, it would stop. But a while later, I went back to the old camp with a friend, Hazik, just to pick up some leftover stuff. We wandered toward the storage area where they kept old supplies and abandoned gear. Now, Malaysia doesn't really do cold the way other places do. That day, it was blazing outside, sticky, bright, the kind of heat that makes your shirt cling to you. But the moment I stepped into that storage room, it was freezing. Not cool, freezing. No air conditioning, no fan, nothing that could explain it. The cold felt unnatural, like the room was holding its breath. We were looking around when a locker door clicked and slowly swung open. And inside, tucked in the back like someone had hidden it, was an old piece of paper. On it, a pair of eyes. The same shape, the same stare, the same feeling. Not mine. Someone else had drawn them too. That was the moment it hit me. Other recruits had seen something. Other people had tried to cope the same way. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't the only one being followed by that feeling. It's been years now, and honestly, that night still hasn't fully left me. And here's what's stranger than everything I've said so far. Ever since that incident, I sometimes catch glimpses of things. Shadowy figures in corners. Movement where there shouldn't be any. That sense of someone standing just out of sight. At first, it terrified me, but over time, it became familiar. Not friendly exactly, just present. Like they're around, and I've stopped fighting the fact that they are. So yeah, the question that keeps circling in my head is this. Did that night in the dining hall, whatever happened near that lake, open something up? Like, did I bring something back with me? Or worse, did something notice me and decide not to stop watching? Okay, so before I get into what happened, I need to give you a little context, because otherwise, it's going to sound completely out of nowhere. I've been having weird experiences for as long as I can remember. Like, as a little kid, I had night terrors, those truly vivid, wake-up sweating kind. And honestly, I still get these intense recurring nightmares even now. And on my dad's side, there's always been this quiet family understanding that some of us are, I don't know, more sensitive. So growing up, I never really thought of it as dramatic. It was just part of life. Nothing felt violently threatening, not usually. Sometimes I'll get what I call bad vibes in a place for absolutely no reason, but that's about it. There's also been this one specific thing, this visitor, I guess you could call it. Since I was around 3 or 4, I've had moments where it feels like someone sits on the edge of the bed. You know how you can tell when a mattress shifts and there's that weight? Different beds over the years, different rooms, same feeling. Sometimes you even hear the little creak like someone settling in. It never stays long, maybe a few seconds, and then I'll hear the faintest sound of footsteps fading away, like it's leaving. Now I'm married. My husband, Evan, has his own family history of sensitivity too, but on his mom's side instead of his dad's. We've been living in this small, older house, built somewhere around the 1940s, I think. Just the two of us and our 2 dogs. That's it. Quiet little life. Except, when we first moved in, this was over 10 years ago now, things started ramping up. At first it was subtle, that feeling like you're being watched from a dark hallway, or like something is standing just out of sight in a doorway. You try to tell yourself it's your imagination, but then it turned into footsteps. Not just once, like regularly. Walking around the house when we were both sitting still. Sometimes we'd hear low talking, like voices under the noise of the house, but you could never make out words. And then there were the physical things. Cabinets opening by themselves, lights flicking on and off in rooms no one was in, where there's only one switch, so it's not like someone bumped a dimmer or something. Knocking sounds, scratching in places that didn't make sense. And here's one that still makes my skin prickle. We'd hear what sounded like a cat sometimes, like a low growl or that awful, throaty hiss. Except, we don't own a cat. Never have. Our dogs would react too. They'd stiffen up, stare into empty corners, start whining for no reason, or suddenly refuse to go down a hallway like it was a solid wall. We've had doors that were locked end up unlocked. We've had objects moved. Nothing huge, but enough to make you stop and go, okay, no, that was not there before. And every once in a while we've seen shadow figures, just quick, dark shapes that vanish when you focus on them. But the strangest thing we've both seen, more than once, is what we jokingly started calling the ghost dog. I know how that sounds, but it's been happening since around December 2020. It's about the size of our smaller dog, except it moves wrong, like it's gliding, floating maybe a foot off the ground. It's fast. Blink and you miss it fast. The second you notice it, it darts away like it's been caught. Now, here's the pattern. Things will calm down for weeks or months. Then it comes back. It builds for a while, gets louder, more frequent, then quiets again. If it gets really intense, I call a family friend, Marianne. She's kind of like an aunt to me, and she's also a pastor. She'll pray with me, and that usually brings the calm back. A couple of weeks ago, we had a little burst of activity again. Stuff in the bathroom, like a few items literally popped out of a basket on the shelf and scattered across the floor like someone flung them. A bottle, mouthwash I think, tipped over by itself. Footsteps again. The usual weird noises. And I know this sounds awful, but we've gotten used to it. We mostly ignore it now. We do the prayers, we keep living, we don't feed it fear. But then last night happened, and this was different, because it involved my dog. I need you to understand, this dog is my whole heart. Her name is Poppy, and she's my pride and joy. She's not dramatic, she's not jumpy, She's not the type to fake a reaction. She's also crate trained, and she sleeps in her crate at night without any issues. Last night she was completely normal when I put her to bed. Calm, sleepy, typical Poppy. I went into the bedroom, got comfortable, and I had literally just laid down when she let out this sharp, sudden scream. Not a bark, not a yelp, a scream. The kind she only makes if she's in real pain. Evan shot up immediately and went to check on her. A moment later he came back and said, "She's staring into the corner of the room weird, but she looks fine." And I tried to breathe. I tried to tell myself maybe she startled herself, maybe she bumped her leg, maybe it was nothing. Then, maybe 30 seconds later, she screamed again. Twice, back to back. And I swear my whole body just went cold, because I knew in my gut something was wrong. I ran to her crate and opened it, and she launched into my arms like she was trying to crawl inside my chest. She was shaking hard. Her hackles were up. She gets this little strip of raised fur along her neck when she's upset, and it was fully standing. She was growling, baring her teeth, and she was staring at the same corner Evan mentioned like she wanted to attack it and flee from it at the same time. And then I realized she'd peed a little. Poppy never does that. Not ever. Not in fear, not in excitement, nothing. So that, more than anything, made me feel sick, because it meant she was genuinely terrified. In that moment, I wasn't thinking about ghost dogs or footsteps or cabinets anymore. I was thinking, something tried to hurt her. I carried her into the bedroom and put her on the bed with us, but she wouldn't settle. She sat upright, rigid, staring at the doorway, doing this low, warning growl like she was guarding us. Her hair was still raised, her whole posture screaming, "Don't sleep, don't look away." It took maybe half an hour, maybe longer, for me to even get her to lay down under the blanket. And even then she kept snapping her head up, listening. Today, she's totally normal, eating fine, wagging, acting like nothing happened. But I can't shake last night, because I've never seen her like that. Not once. Not in all the years I've had her. And I'll be honest, I'm scared in a way I haven't been before. When it's just footsteps or noises, you can brush it off. You can roll your eyes and pray and move on. But if something in this house is willing to scare my dog like that, or worse, then it feels like it's crossed a line. And we do believe in darker things. Not just spirits in the harmless, quirky sense. We believe some things mean harm. And I don't want to get to a point where I'm afraid to take my eyes off my dog because I can't protect her every second of the day. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Hey, listen. Before I even get into it, you need to picture the evening the way it felt. The sun was already slipping away, and everything outside had that strange hush that only happens once or twice a year. Like the world is holding its breath. No cars, no kids, not even the scrape of wind in the hedges. Just this dead, heavy stillness. The kind of quiet where you start noticing things you'd normally never hear, like the slow, lonely toll of the church bell down the road. And you know that church, right? The one with the little graveyard tucked around back? I grew up hearing people say that on Halloween night, the line between here and there gets thin. Thin as a closed door. Like if something knocks. It's closer than it ever is the rest of the year. So, that's the mood. This happened years ago, when I was a teenager. Old enough that trick-or-treating would have been embarrassing, but still young enough to think we were untouchable. I'd been at my friend Declan's house with a few others. Nothing wild, just messing about, telling stories, eating whatever junk we could find. But the weather turned absolutely vile, so we ended up stuck inside all night. By the time everyone started heading off, I was the last one there. I didn't want to admit it, but I was a bit uneasy walking home in that kind of night. So I rang my ma'am. She came to collect me. Must have been around 20 past 11, give or take. And the second I got into the car, I realized how bad it really was. It was one of those black, soaked nights where the rain doesn't fall so much as attack you sideways. The wind was throwing leaves and muck across the road, plastering the bonnet, rattling the whole car like it wanted in. Ma'am drove slow, careful, because country roads at night are dangerous even in good weather, never mind that. And we lived out proper countryside. No streetlights, no footpaths, no reassuring glow from a shop window. Just hedges, fields, and the odd farmhouse set back like it's hiding from the world. Now, there's a crossroads not far from our place. You'd know it if you saw it. There's an old whitethorn tree there, dead as a stone monument, standing off near the sign on the far side. Everyone calls it the dead tree, and I swear it looks different at night, like it's watching you. We were coming up on that crossroads, talking away as normal. Me telling Ma'am how the night went, her half listening, half focused on the road. And then the headlights swept across the junction, and everything stopped. Under that dead whitethorn, in the middle of a storm that could peel paint, stood a woman. Not walking, not hurrying, not even hunched against the rain the way anyone would be, just standing there. Out from the ditch more than she should have been, almost like she'd stepped into the road on purpose. I swear to you, it felt like the air inside the car turned cold. Ma'am, who's usually steady as they come, actually halted the car right there, half in the crossroads. Only for a heartbeat, but long enough to carve the image into my head. The woman was old. She had a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, and she wore glasses that caught the full beams and flashed back at us in these sharp little glints. And she was looking straight at the car. Not confused, not frightened, just fixed on us, like she'd been waiting. Ma'am's first reaction, because Ma'am is Ma'am, was, something's wrong, she might need help. And she slowed again as we rolled toward her. That's when my stomach just dropped clean out of me. Every bit of teenage confidence I had vanished in one go. I didn't even think. I just said, "Ma'am, don't stop. Please don't stop. There's something not right." We passed the woman close enough that I could see her face clearly. She didn't step back from the road. She didn't lift a hand. She didn't blink, not that I saw. She just turned her head as we went by, tracking us. And then, God, I hate this part, she smiled. Not a friendly smile, not even a weird old lady smile. It was stretched, like it didn't belong on her face, like someone had put it there and forgotten how to take it off. Her shawl was clasped right under her chin, tight like she was keeping herself wrapped up inside it. And those glasses, those glinting lenses, kept catching the light as she stared in through Ma'am's window. And then, as the car moved past, she turned to keep looking. She turned further than felt normal, like she wasn't going to let us go until she'd watched us disappear. And I couldn't look away. I stared right back, frozen, watching her twist around until she was facing the back window, still holding that grin, still looking at me as if she knew me. We drove on. Our house was barely down the road, maybe a third of a mile. We were inside within minutes, but I didn't feel any safer. Ma'am came in fast, pale, and called my dad, Ronan, telling him to come home immediately. Then she told me to lock the door. And then she left again, straight back out into the storm. So there I was, alone in the sitting room, knees pulled up, listening to the wind batter the house, straining for any sound that didn't belong. Every creak, every branch scraping, every gust made my heart jump. I kept picturing her standing under that dead tree, deciding whether or not to follow. When Ma'am and Dad finally came back, they were quiet. The kind of quiet adults get when they've seen something they don't want to talk about. No sign of the woman. Dad, he was in the guards at the time, called it in. They had a squad car come out and search the roads. They even rang a local care home and checked if anyone was missing. Everyone was accounted for. Nothing. No footprints, no reports, no explanation. A few days later, an elderly neighbor passed away, and people muttered the usual things about omens and Halloween and bad nights, but I honestly don't think it was connected. She was a lovely woman, and she looked nothing like what I saw under that tree. And that's the worst part, really, because I don't know if she was just a real person in a strange moment, or if she was something else entirely. All I know is this: I still see her sometimes when I'm driving at night, when the rain is hitting sideways and the hedges are black as ink. That dead whitethorn, that grin, those glasses flashing back at me. And I hope, genuinely, I hope, I never meet her on the road again. Anyway, it's taken me a while to tell you this, and while I've been talking, the night has gone from nearly Halloween to Halloween itself. So, happy Halloween. And if you hear a knock, maybe don't be too quick to answer. So, I moved into this little house about 8 years ago, and ever since then, it's been like the place has its own quiet secrets. It really kicked off maybe 2 years after I settled in. My son, Evan, started asking me this question that made no sense at all. He goes, "Mom, why are you walking around the house all night? Like every single night?" And I'm standing there thinking, what are you talking about? I told him straight up, "Evan, I'm not doing that. I'm asleep." But then the next night, it happened again. He heard the pacing, the movement, like someone just slowly circling through the rooms. And this time, he'd had enough. He swung his bedroom door open, ready to catch me, ready to say, "I told you it was you." Only, when he opened the door, the hallway was empty. No shadow, no footsteps, nothing. He checked the living room, the kitchen, everywhere. Then he came to my room, and there I was, dead asleep. He just stood there, confused, like his brain couldn't land on a conclusion. And that wasn't a one-time thing. It kept happening on and off until he eventually moved out to live with his partner. I can't even blame him. After a while, it gets under your skin, whether you want it to or not. Then there was this moment in the kitchen, just the two of us, right there together. We had this older fridge at the time, the kind with 2 heavy doors on top and a freezer drawer you pull out from the bottom. Those doors weren't light. You had to pull them with intention. And I'm telling you, out of nowhere, the left fridge door just, wham, flung open by itself. Not creaked, not slowly drifted like maybe it wasn't shut right. It opened like someone yanked it. Evan and I just stared at each other, wide-eyed. And weirdly, I wasn't scared. I was amazed. Like, did you just see that? Because there was no logic that fit. See, I've had odd things happen my whole life. Little flashes of the unexplainable. Soft blue or violet orbs near the bed. Doors clicking open or easing shut. Footsteps when nobody's there. Voices in that half-heard way that makes you question your own ears. And I know how that sounds. I do. But honestly, those things never terrified me. They always felt curious, like the world was bigger than we pretend it is. But then, after Evan moved out, something started happening that actually did scare me. I began waking up at exactly 3:30 in the morning, over and over, to these insanely bright, strobing lights outside my bedroom window. I live on a small island, so it's quiet, and I don't really use heavy curtains, just light lace ones, the kind that let moonlight through. And these lights would blast right through them, lighting up the room, especially the wall I'm facing when I wake up. It wasn't steady light. It pulsed, sharp and rhythmic, like a strobe, bright enough that the whole room felt awake, bright enough that my eyes would snap open like something had yanked me out of sleep. And every time, it was 3:30. The first few times, I felt terrified, And that surprised me, because I'm usually the kind of person who leans in toward the strange. Normally, I'd be fascinated, but this wasn't fascination. This was this deep, instinctive fear, like my body knew something my mind didn't. So I'd do the only thing I could think to do. I'd hide under the covers and wait until it stopped. Just like a kid, honestly. Like, if I can't see it, it can't see me. But one night, I finally told myself, no, enough. I need to know what this is. So I sat up, heart pounding, and I went right to the window. And the second I looked out, nothing. No car, no person, no boat, no flashlight, no source, no movement, just darkness and quiet. And the lights stopped, instantly, like they'd been switched off. So I kept asking myself, why 3:30? Why that time? So exact it feels intentional. And why wake me up at all? I honestly don't know. Maybe I never will. These days, when it happens, I don't fight it. I don't panic. I just close my eyes and let myself drift back down, like I'm quietly accepting that this is part of my nights now. Something that comes, does its strange little dance, and leaves. But I'll tell you, I still wonder. And I have to ask, have you ever experienced lights like that? The kind that feel like they're meant for you? So, I've been into the dark stuff for as long as I can remember. Creepy, weird, paranormal, all of it. When I was way too young to be watching any of it, I somehow ended up seeing Child's Play and Night of the Living Dead as my first two horror movies. And instead of being traumatized like a normal person, I was completely hooked. As I got older, I branched out from just horror films and started binging anything that smelled like high strangeness. UFO sightings, cryptid stories, demon lore, you name it. But here's the thing. I've never been the type to just believe because something sounds spooky. I'm a show-me kind of person. Open-minded, sure, but skeptical. I always called myself an open-minded skeptic, like, I'll listen, but I'm not buying it without proof. And honestly, for most of my life, there wasn't proof. I'd lived in the same house in rural Indiana since I was a kid, and yeah, over the years, there were little moments that made you pause. The classic stuff. Thinking you saw a shadow shift in the basement corner. Hearing what sounded like someone talking, even though you were home alone. That, did the floorboard just creak like someone stepped on it? Feeling. The regular spooky seasoning every old house seems to come with. But nothing that ever made me sit back and go, okay, that's real. Until one night a few summers back. An event that scared me so badly I still get that cold, prickly feeling when I think about it. It was late July, the kind of heat that just sits on you like a wet blanket. We didn't have central air, so at night we do the usual. Windows cracked, fans going, trying to pull even a hint of breeze through the house. My mom, her name's Darlene, was working an overnight shift that week, something like 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So it was just me and my little brother Noah at home. Noah had gone to bed hours earlier, and I was finally dragging myself towards sleep around, I don't know, maybe 2:30 in the morning? You know that routine when you're the last one awake? Turning off lights, checking locks, making sure you didn't leave anything weird on. The whole main floor was dark except for one lonely hall light. Just enough to see shapes in doorways, but not enough to feel truly comfortable. Let me paint you the layout because it matters. The hallway on the main floor kind of runs like a capital I. Off to one side is my mom's bedroom. Off the other side is the kitchen. Behind you, if you're standing in the hall, is the living room and dining area. Then the hallway stretches forward. At the far end, one direction leads to the stairs up to the bedrooms, and the other direction leads to the bathroom. Straight ahead, dead center, is the back door that goes out to our enclosed porch. That night, The porch door was open because it was cooler outside, and we were hoping the air would drift in. So I'm walking down that hallway, barefoot, half asleep, squinting into the dark porch opening. My plan was simple. Close the door, lock it, go upstairs, crash. I get to the doorway. I reach toward the door, and the moment I'm there, in that black rectangle of porch darkness, something makes a sound. Not a random creak, not a bump, not an animal scratching. A voice, right there. It sounded like someone was right up on the other side of the door, like their face was inches away from the gap. And it wasn't a clear sentence. It was this urgent, breathy, mumbled rush of words, like the way people sound in movies when they're chasing an elevator and the doors are closing. Wait, no, no, no. That's the closest I can describe it. Like pleading, like panic. Someone is out there. I froze for half a heartbeat, just long enough for every hair on my arms to lift. And then, this part is what really sticks with me. I felt a rush of air come toward me, like something moved fast in my direction, pushing cold air ahead of it. I didn't stop to think. I didn't try to be brave. Pure instinct took over. I slammed the porch door shut with everything I had, like I was trying to break it off the hinges, and I ran. I ran down the hallway so fast I nearly slipped, and I went straight into the kitchen and grabbed the first thing that felt like protection, a knife from the block. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs, and I remember standing there in the dark kitchen, just out of view of the back door, holding that knife like it was going to do anything at all, listening for footsteps, for the porch door handle to jiggle, for someone to curse under their breath. Anything. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no scrambling, no banging, no porch creaks, just silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong because your body is screaming that something should be happening next. I stayed like that for a while. 5 minutes? 10? I don't know. Time does weird things when you're scared. Then I started moving through the house, checking windows, peering into dark rooms, trying to spot a shape outside. I even went into my mom's room and looked out her window, because from there you could see part of the porch. Nothing. Not a shadow. Not a person. Not movement. And the whole time, no sound at all. No retreat. No evidence. Eventually, after pacing around like a trapped animal and convincing myself that if someone had been out there, I would have heard them leave, I crept back toward the hallway. I turned the hall light off. Now the house was completely dark. I stood by the porch window and stared at the back door. It was shut. The lock was still in place. Everything was exactly as it should be. And that's when the reality of it hit me, like my brain finally caught up with what my body already knew. It was nobody. So what did I hear? What whispered at me like it didn't want the door to close? And what was that rush of air, like something lunged forward without a body? That was the night my open-minded skeptic label kind of fell apart. Because something spoke to me from that porch darkness. Something I couldn't see, couldn't chase, couldn't explain. And it came at me like it was right there, reaching for the last second before I shut it out. And I can joke about horror movies all day long, but that was the first time I felt, deep in my bones, that something can be real even when it doesn't have a shape. Okay, so let me tell you about something that genuinely rattled me, because even thinking about it now makes my skin prickle a little. So last night, my partner, let's call her Maya, and I were doing our usual together but doing our own thing vibe. I was out in the living room, half slouched in my chair, watching old UFC fights on streaming, and she was in the bedroom on her tablet, sketching with her stylus like she always does when she wants to relax. At some point, my eyes started doing that heavy lid thing where you're not asleep yet, but your body is already negotiating with gravity. And Maya comes out to check on me. She leans in and goes, real gentle, like she doesn't want to startle me. "Hey, you should come to bed." And I'm like, yeah, give me a minute. I'll be right there. I tell myself I'm going to watch just 10 more minutes. You know how that goes. But then, maybe 5 minutes later, she calls out again, only this time her voice sounds different. Not angry, just confused. She goes, "Did you go into the bathroom?" And I sit up a little because the question is so random. I'm like, "No, I've literally been sitting right here since you came out." And she pauses, and then she says, super matter of fact, like she's reporting the weather, "I just saw you walk into the bathroom." I laugh a little at first, because what do you even say to that? I'm like, "Maya, I didn't get up. I swear. I haven't moved." And that's when she starts explaining, slowly, carefully, like she's replaying it frame by frame in her head. She tells me she was standing near the edge of our bed, facing the doorway, and she saw someone moving down the hall the way I move when I'm sore, kind of stiff, like a tired shuffle. And she says she couldn't tell at first, but then she caught part of a face, my forehead, the shape of my nose, that pale skin right under the eyes. But the rest of the person was wrong, like it was too dark, like it didn't fully have a body the way it should have. And she says, "I watched it turn and walk into the bathroom." So I'm sitting there staring at her, waiting for the punchline, but she's dead serious. Then she adds this part that made my stomach drop. She said she heard the footsteps, heavy ones, like the way I walk when I'm wearing slides and I'm not trying to be quiet. She said the bathroom light never flipped on, and the door never closed. So after about 30 seconds, she got this uneasy feeling and walked in to check. And nobody was in there. She looked behind the shower curtain, checked the corners like that even makes sense. Nothing. That's when I actually got freaked out, because if she'd said she just thought she saw something, fine. But she was describing details, movement, sound, a partial face, like she wasn't imagining it, she was witnessing it. And here's the part that keeps bothering me. The TV was on in the living room, bright enough that it throws this soft flickering light down the hallway. With the bedroom door open, that glow hits the closet door at the end of the hall. So if someone walked by, you'd think you'd see a full silhouette, head, shoulders, everything. But she didn't. She said it was like only the upper part of the face resolved, and the rest was shadow. Like something trying to wear my outline but not getting it quite right. Now, I should probably mention, Maya and I are kind of spiritually curious. Not in some edgy horror movie way. More like, we read things, we do little protection rituals sometimes, cleansing stuff, intention setting, candles, herbs, that kind of energy. Nothing about summoning anything. No, let's open a door and see what happens. None of that. It's always been gentle, careful, grounded. And the layout of our place makes it even creepier. So, picture this. Living room opens into a hallway, maybe 8 or 9 feet. At the end of the hall, there's a closet facing you. To get anywhere else, you do this tiny little jog, almost like a quick right, then left. On the right is the spare room. On the left, like very close, is our bedroom door. And then immediately beside our bedroom door, just a step away, is the bathroom. So if something walked into that bathroom, it had to be right there, in that tight little cluster of doors. There's nowhere to disappear unless it just doesn't follow the rules we do. After she told me everything, I didn't even finish what I was watching. I muted the TV and just sat there listening to the apartment like it might say something back. And I remember thinking, okay, either there's a normal explanation that we're missing, or we just got a glimpse of something that was pretending to be me. And honestly, I don't know which one is worse. Okay, I need to tell you what's been happening because it honestly made me feel like I was losing my mind for a minute. So, I'm 28, and I've never had sleep paralysis. Never had anything weird at night. I'm usually the kind of person who knocks out and stays out. No insomnia history, nothing. But a few weeks ago, I decided I was finally going to cut back hard on smoking weed. Like, actually commit to it. I'd been using it daily for years, and I wanted a change. The first couple nights were totally fine. I was like, okay, maybe this won't be that bad. And then one night, I went to bed around midnight, and I started waking up constantly. Not just once, like every hour. I'd check the time, roll over, try again, and boom, awake again. By the third time I woke up, I turned onto my side and shut my eyes, trying to force myself back to sleep. And that's when it happened. This pressure built up in my head, like a heavy, strange squeeze, and then this high ringing sound started, quiet at first, and it kept getting louder. Louder and louder, like it was turning up inside my skull. It only lasted a few seconds, but it felt so intense that I snapped my eyes open. And in the corner of my room, I swear to you, I saw someone. A woman-shaped figure in a dark cloak, hair hanging forward like a curtain completely hiding her face. And next to her were two other shapes, tall, shadowy, almost like people but not quite solid. Just there. My whole body went cold. I slammed my eyes shut and I started whispering, no, repeating like a mantra. I don't consent. You are not welcome here. You need to leave. Over and over. It was the only thing I could think to do. Like if I said it enough times, it would protect me. And when I finally got the courage to open my eyes again, the corner was empty. But I wasn't okay. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to claw out of my chest. I was drenched in sweat, like I'd run a mile. I didn't fall asleep for a long time after that. I just lay there, staring at the room like it might happen again. A few nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night and felt that same head pressure starting again. The same ringing beginning to rise, like it was warming up. This time, I didn't even look. I just stayed still and kind of prayed quietly to myself until it passed. After that, I started sleeping with extra lights on. Not super bright, but enough that the room didn't feel like a black box. I kept thinking, if something's there, I want to see it. I don't want to be caught off guard. Then last night was the worst. I'd been tossing and turning for what felt like forever, barely sleeping. I woke up again, and the pressure hit harder than before, like someone tightened a band around my head. And when I shut my eyes, I started seeing these weird shapes and shifting patterns behind my eyelids, like shadows moving where shadows shouldn't be. I panicked, and I actually said out loud, like with my voice shaking, "Leave. Whatever you are, you're not welcome here. Go away." I didn't care how it sounded. I just needed it gone. And the thing that messes with me the most is, this only happens on nights when I don't smoke before bed. Like my body's used to it, and when I take it away, everything goes haywire. I'm trying to cut down for real, because I've been smoking multiple times a day for about 7 years, and now sleep feels like this scary place I don't want to go near. I've even tried taking melatonin, thinking maybe it'll knock me out and solve it, but it hasn't helped much. If anything, it just makes me feel drowsy and still anxious. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Lately, nighttime comes and I get this wave of anxiety like, what if that pressure starts again? What if I open my eyes and something's there? And I hate that, because sleep used to be the one place I felt safe. Okay, so I've been turning this over in my head for weeks. and I still don't have an explanation that feels solid. For context, I'm 23, my partner Mara is 22, and we moved to the Northern Virginia area late last year because I landed a new work opportunity. We were both excited, but also stressed. New place, new routines, the whole thing. So in early winter, we decided to do a little reset weekend trip and drove down to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. You know, tourist lights, cheesy attractions, just something easy. We booked this little cabin room situation at a campground right near the main strip. It wasn't a standalone cabin like in the pictures, more like an older building that had rooms connected, and there was this weird interior door in the middle that, I guess, could connect two rooms if a family rented both sides. Anyway, first night there. Mara's in the ensuite bathroom getting ready for bed, and I'm sitting on the bed scrolling on my phone. I get up, literally just to grab my charger, and I absolutely destroy my shin on the bed frame. Like, full force. I drop to my knees. I'm making the saddest wounded animal noises, and I'm pretty sure I teared up. Mara calls out from the bathroom like, "Babe, are you okay?" And I'm trying to sound tough like, yeah, I'm fine. Just nailed my leg." But while I'm still down there, holding my shin and hissing through my teeth, I hear this whisper right behind my shoulder. Close. Too close. It's not clear enough to make out a whole sentence, but it's something like, "Shh." I swear my stomach dropped through the floor. I launch myself off the ground and basically teleport into the bathroom doorway, and Mara is already staring at me with these huge eyes. And she goes, immediately, "Did you just say something?" And I'm like, "No, did you? Because I just heard," and she cuts me off like, "I heard it too." So now we're both standing there in the bathroom like two frightened cats trying to rationalize it. We start telling each other it has to be the neighbors. Maybe there were kids next door playing around. Maybe they heard me bang my shin and thought it was funny to whisper through the connecting door. Earlier, we'd seen a minivan in the lot, and it looked like a family was staying nearby. So I do the brave thing, meaning I do the shaky thing, and I walk over to that interior door. It has this round, kind of old-fashioned gold doorknob. I put my hand on it, and I'm about to turn it. And Mara goes, "Wait, what if it really is kids and we scare them? That would be so mean." And I'm like, "If it's kids, we'll just tell them to stop. I just want to know if this door actually opens into someone else's room or if it's locked or what." We debate it long enough that the adrenaline starts to fade into that weird, embarrassed, "Okay, maybe we're overreacting" feeling. So we decide not to open it. I even say, out loud, "We'll check it in the morning when they're gone. I just want to confirm it's even real." We wind down with some random cable TV until we fall asleep. Now here's where it gets seriously weird. Early morning, like that bluish, half-lit time where the world looks cold. I wake up just enough to register that Mara is getting up. She's going outside for a quick smoke. I'm in that foggy, half-awake state where you're not fully dreaming, but you're also not fully present. I hear the front door. I hear her come back in. I see her set her little smoking thing down on the dresser by the TV. And then she turns and looks at me, like she's checking whether I'm awake. Then she walks over to the interior connecting door, and she opens it. Mara stands there for a couple seconds, closes it, and then walks into the bathroom, and I drift right back to sleep, like instantly. A few hours later, maybe around 10-ish, we're both up for real, talking about breakfast and what we want to do that day, and Mara casually goes, "Do you want to open that connecting door now? The family next door is probably gone." And I just stare at her, because I'm like, "But you already opened it this morning." And she's like, "What? No, I didn't." At first, I think she's messing with me, or maybe she's embarrassed and trying to pretend she didn't do it, because she knows I was so curious. So I tell her, "Mara, I saw you. You went outside, came back, put your stuff on the dresser, looked at me, opened it, then went to the bathroom. And her face changes, like she goes pale. And she says, I did go outside. I did set it down. I remember the morning light. But I did not open that door. I wouldn't open it without you. I'm too scared. I got the strongest goosebumps, like full body, and I start pacing because I'm thinking, how do I explain what I saw? I can see it, the white door, the smaller knob, and what's freakiest is I also woke up with this weird sense of relief, like I'd gotten closure, like I didn't need to open it anymore, when the night before I was obsessed with checking. So I tell her, okay, then open it right now. Just do it with me here. She walks over, puts her hand on the knob the exact way I remember, and I sit down on the floor because my legs feel wobbly. She turns it, and there it is. The same exact setup I saw earlier. The interior door opens to reveal another white door facing us, with that smaller gold knob. Mara kind of freaks out because she's like, I remember everything else you said. The light, where I set my stuff, it's still there. And she's right. It's still on the dresser, exactly where I described. So we spend the whole day trying to label it as something normal. Sleepwalking? False memory? A dream stitched into reality? But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I witnessed something that didn't match what actually happened. My mom, who is pretty spiritual, says maybe it was something comforting, like the whisper was meant to calm me down after I hurt myself, and then the whole door moment was meant to ease the obsessing and the fear. Like, you don't need to know what's behind it. It's fine. I don't know. I'm not even saying I believe that. I'm just saying it's the only explanation anyone has offered that isn't, your brain is glitching. And then, because apparently that wasn't enough, we had a second thing happen. This one was yesterday morning, and it's the reason I finally started telling people outside our circle. We're living in a hotel right now because of work, just temporarily. We both wake up early, around 6:30. Yesterday I was doing that thing where you snooze an alarm and bargain with yourself for 5 more minutes. I remember half waking at 6:41 and setting a timer for 5 minutes. Then I knocked out hard again. Mara was already in the bathroom, and suddenly I hear her voice, tight and scared, calling my name. Did you hear that? I'm instantly awake in that something's wrong way, and I stumble into the bathroom like, hear what? And she tells me, I heard a deep voice say, wake up. She said it didn't sound like a person in the hallway. It sounded close, like it was in the room, but also not like any normal voice. She described it like it had this weird, clipped, almost recorded quality, like a phrase played from a tape. And she's whispering all this to me with her eyes huge. Then she heard it again. Same phrase, same tone. Wake up. And while she's telling me this, my timer goes off, my 5-minute timer that I set while half asleep. So it literally did wake me up. And I know how that sounds, I know. But we just stood there in the bathroom staring at each other like, what are we supposed to do with that? Because 2 separate times now, we've both heard something we can't place. And the first time, I saw something I can't reconcile with what Mara says actually happened. We've tried blaming neighbors, hotel sounds, pipes, half dreams, anything. But the timing, the closeness, the fact that it's happened twice, it just sits in my chest. And honestly, the part that bothers me the most isn't even the fear. It's that feeling of being watched, not in a horror movie way, but in a something is aware of us kind of way. Like something leaned in close and went, shh, and then later went, wake up. So I live live out of the back of my truck. I bounce from seasonal job to seasonal job, and when I'm off the clock, I'm usually tucked away on public land. Forest roads, BLM stretches, state-managed spots, places where nobody bothers you as long as you respect the land. And I should probably say this up front. I've always been the kind of person who stays open to the unexplained. When I was 13, I had my first real, "oh my God, that was a spirit" kind of experience. And after that, I didn't run from it. I leaned in. I started seeking things out. Paranormal stories, haunted places, the whole deal. Anyway, last winter I was working near the Sierra, just outside Sequoia. When the season wrapped, I had a few weeks to kill before I needed to be back up in Washington for my summer gig. I wanted, so badly, to head up toward Mount Shasta for a couple nights and just watch the sky. That area feels charged, you know? Like the kind of place where you might see something you can't explain. But a storm rolled in, dumped a bunch of snow, and my truck's honestly kind of pathetic in conditions like that. Rear-wheel drive, not built for sketchy mountain roads, and I wasn't trying to become one of those stranded horror stories. So I changed plans and decided to stop near a lake on my way toward the coast instead. I found this surprisingly cheap campground and rolled in on a Sunday evening, right before dark. The place was quiet, almost too quiet. My site sat at the edge of a small bluff above a river, and the water was moving fast enough that it made that steady, constant rushing sound. The only other people there were this family in an RV, 2 parents and 2 kids. The boys were riding their bikes around earlier, doing laps like kids do when they've got nowhere else to burn energy. I did my normal routine, cracked a couple beers, made a quick meal, some kind of stir-fry situation, ate it right out of the pan, and climbed into the truck bed. When I sleep out like that, I usually leave my tailgate down and the canopy window open. I like being able to stretch out, and it keeps things from getting damp and gross with condensation. It's just comfortable, like the closest thing I have to sleeping with the windows open at home. So I'm out, dead asleep, and then I snap awake. First thing I do, always, is check the time. It was 2:03 a.m. I remember because I was annoyed. Like, great, it's not even close to morning. And I was unbelievably thirsty. Like the kind of thirsty where your brain is panicking a little. I grabbed my water jug, the big one, and tried to refill my bottle in the dark with my lantern going, half asleep and clumsy. I spilled water all over myself, splashed my sleeping bag, and I'm whisper cussing at the universe, trying to mop it up with a shirt, making way more noise than I realized. Then I started to settle. I reached for the lantern to turn it off, and I heard something. At first, I couldn't even place it because I'd been making such a racket. I thought maybe it was just a weird echo, or a distant animal, or my brain filling in sounds the way it does when you wake up too fast. I went to reach for the lantern again, and I heard it clearly. A voice, from down toward the river. It said, "Help." Just one word. And it sounded like a kid, like an 8 or 9-year-old boy. Immediately, my mind snapped to that family in the RV. Those boys had been riding bikes earlier. My body moved before my thoughts did. I pulled my boots on fast, heart thumping, and I started to swing my legs toward the tailgate like I was about to climb out and run down there. And then I heard it again, and everything in me froze, because the second time, it didn't sound right. Not like an animal cry exactly, not like a human voice either. More like a blend. Like whatever made the sound had learned the word, but didn't understand how to be a person. I'm telling you, every hair on my body stood straight up. It felt like my gut grabbed me by the spine and yanked me backward. That instant, primal message, do not go down there. So I slammed the tailgate up, shoved the canopy window shut, hard, and then I realized, too late, that I couldn't properly lock either one from inside. So now I'm lying there in the dark, in the bed of my truck, with a hatchet beside me and a knife in reach, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. And the call kept coming, over and over. Same rhythm, same distance, never closer, never farther. Help. And then that twisted version. Help. It went on for what felt like forever. I checked my phone once and saw I'd already been listening for more than half an hour. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I just stared into the dark and listened to the river rush underneath it all. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No footsteps, no splash, no crying, no yelling from the RV. Nothing. Just the river, like it had been the whole time. I've lived in the woods a lot. I've heard mountain lions screaming like women. I've heard bobcats and foxes and all kinds of stuff that makes your blood run cold when you don't know what it is. I've heard animals make sounds you'd swear were words if you caught them at the wrong angle in the dark. But this wasn't that. It didn't fit. And I've never felt fear like that. Like the kind that doesn't come from a thought. It comes from somewhere older than thinking. And the thing is, I didn't leave. I stayed 2 more nights in that same site because part of me needed to know if it would happen again. I've always believed moving water can hold on to energy, like it carries things, or leaves impressions behind. So I set alarms, 2:03 a.m., both nights. And I listened. Nothing. Not a single help. Not even a weird animal call. Just the river and the normal night sounds. So that's it. That's what happened. And I'd honestly love to hear what you think, because I know there's more than one explanation. But I also know what my mind immediately jumped to, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was wanted me to come down to the water. So I work overnight at this store, right? And it's not a 24-hour place, so once the doors lock, it's just us employees in this big, quiet building. No customers, no random people wandering in. Just the hum of the lights, the occasional clatter, and that weird feeling you get when you realize how loud silence can be. I've only been there about 8 months, and I'll be honest, this store has had a vibe since my very first night. Not like old cemetery on a hill haunted. The building's only been around a couple decades, and I've never heard of anyone dying there or anything. It's just little things. The kind of little things you can brush off if you're determined to. Except I'm not always determined to. On my first overnight shift, I was walking past one of the back aisles when I heard this clear as day. An older man's voice, kind of raspy, going, "Hey, sweetheart." And I froze because there was no older man. There wasn't even an older employee on nights. Nobody that voice could belong to. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't distant. It was right there, like someone speaking over my shoulder. After that, it was like the store started showing off. The bathroom sinks, those sensor ones, will sometimes just kick on by themselves. Like full blast, no hands anywhere near them. One night, I got so fed up I literally said out loud, "Okay, seriously, can you stop?" And I swear to you, it turned off immediately. Like it understood me. Like it was listening. Then there's the bread aisle. I've seen loaves slide off the shelf like someone flicked them. Not fall straight down, slide out and drop like they were nudged. Once, a bag actually popped off and landed way farther than it should have, like it got tossed. Not launched across the whole store or anything, but enough to make you go, "Come on." And I do believe in ghosts. I've lived in places where things happened. I've worked in buildings that had that heavy, watchful feeling. So I kept telling myself, all right, maybe it's just haunted. Weird, but whatever. But tonight was different. Before I tell you the big part, you need to understand something about the atmosphere at this job. Most nights, the energy is nasty. People are snippy, tense, complaining, like everyone walked in already irritated. It's this constant low-grade hostility that makes the whole shift feel longer than it is. And then tonight, it was almost pleasant. People were joking, being helpful, just lighter. It felt like we were all finally having a normal night for once. And that's why I think it noticed. Everything was going smooth until we were pulling a cardboard bale out of the baler. If you've never seen one, it's basically this giant compressed block tied with metal bands. Anyway, we're getting ready to move it, and suddenly every single band snaps, one after another. Just bang, bang, bang. Nobody was touching it. The pallet jack wasn't against it. There was no pressure on it. It didn't make sense. We all kind of jumped, then laughed it off like, okay, that was dramatic. I shrugged because stuff breaks. Fine. But after that, the night started feeling watched. So I'm like, cool, Evan's working prep. And I turned to keep walking. And that's when I hear the cart roll. I hear the door push open behind me, and I hear those wheels, squeaky, uneven, like one wheel doesn't want to cooperate. And I hear it coming up behind me, like he's about to follow me out. But I didn't hear footsteps. And Evan wears these heavy rain boots. Everyone knows his boots because you can hear him coming from halfway down an aisle. Thud, 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 even on carpet. But behind me, no boot thuds, just the cart. And I don't know how to explain this part without sounding ridiculous, but something in my body, like pure instinct, went, don't turn around. Not fear exactly, just this strong, immediate knowing that I wasn't supposed to look. So I didn't. I kept walking like everything was normal, even though my skin was prickling. I told myself maybe I just missed the sound. Maybe the cart was closer than I thought. Maybe... whatever. I finished the walk. A few minutes later, I went to the front doors to unlock them for the employees on break outside, so they could come back in. We keep the building locked down overnight, so they have to knock or wait for someone to let them in. I unlock the doors, and the first person who walks in is Evan. And I swear my stomach dropped because he's coming in from the parking lot. He'd been sitting in his car on break. He hadn't been inside for at least 15 minutes. And there he is, in those same heavy boots, thudding across the entryway like a walking drum. So I'm standing there trying to keep my face normal, and I'm like, hey, were you just in food prep? And he looks at me like I'm crazy and goes, no, I've been outside. So then I'm thinking maybe someone else was in there. Maybe I saw the wrong person. Maybe... But no. I ask him, did you have someone with you back there? He says, nope, I'm alone tonight. I ask other employees. I ask people working close enough to have seen that prep room door. I ask, was anyone behind me back there? Did you see Evan in prep? And they all say no. One of them even says, I didn't see anyone come out. And that's when my brain starts doing that awful thing where it tries to fix reality by blaming you. Like maybe I imagined it. Maybe I'm exhausted. Maybe I'm stressed. Maybe... But I know what I saw. I saw his hat, his uniform, his jacket. I heard the boxes hitting the cart. I heard that cart roll up behind me. I heard the door open. Just no footsteps. And I've dealt with ghosts before. I'm not someone who panics over a shadow in the corner, but I have never had something mimic a living person like that. Not that clearly, not that convincingly. And now I can't stop thinking about the mood tonight. How good it was. How peaceful it felt for once. And then it's like something tried to yank the tension back into the room. Snapping bands, pulling this weird little performance in the prep area, making me second guess what I know is true. It feels like it's feeding off the environment, like it wants people uneasy, paranoid, arguing. like it can't stand it when things are calm. And I hate admitting this, but I keep thinking, if it can look like Evan, then what else can it look like? Because that wasn't just haunted store stuff. That felt like something pretending, like something wearing a person for a minute. And the worst part is, I keep replaying it, trying to prove it to myself, and it just makes me feel like I'm losing it, like I'm going crazy. But I'm not. I know what I saw. Hey, so I'm going to tell you a story that's really close to my heart, and I'll be honest with you right up front. It's part love letter to where I'm from, and part something else. Something I still don't fully have words for. I've lived my whole life in Western Ohio, Logan County, the kind of place where you can drive 10 minutes and watch the land change from soft, rolling low hills into wide, flat fields that look like they go on forever. And the seasons here? People joke about Ohio weather, but when it's right, it's right. Spring is bright and muddy. Summer is thick and loud with cicadas. Fall smells like smoke and leaves, and winter can make the whole world feel like it's holding its breath. Growing up, I was always the kid who liked history. Not just the big textbook stuff, more like the bones of a place. The stories that get passed down, and the stories that don't. And around here, there's a lot that doesn't get talked about. Where I'm from, people mention Native history like it's a footnote, something you see on a roadside sign or a tourist brochure. We had this local cave system that did tours, and once a year, there'd be a little festival in a nearby town with dancing and drums, and that was basically it. That was the extent of what I knew. But when I got older, I started asking questions, like, who lived here before the farms and roads? What happened to them? Why do we act like they vanished? The deeper I dug, the heavier it got. There were treaties, sacred promises, broken like they meant nothing. There were raids and retaliations and blood spilled on land that's now somebody's cornfield or backyard. And there was this one settler. Around here, people put his name on everything, like he was a legend. Let's call him Caleb Logan. Folks told the hero version of him, but what I found was uglier. Betrayal, burned homes, killings, land taken by force. And the part that messed with me most? The way he was still celebrated, like none of the rest mattered. My own school, when I was a teenager, had him as a mascot. Can you imagine? You grow up chanting a name at games, and then one day you learn what that name cost other people. It made my stomach turn. It still does. Anyway, that's the backdrop. That's the soil this whole thing grows out of. When I was 13, my mom married a local guy, Darren, a farmer with quiet eyes and hands that always smelled like diesel and hay. We moved out of town and onto his place, and at first, I hated leaving the streets I knew, the friends I could walk to, the feeling of being close to everything. But I also loved animals. So when I realized I could finally have chickens, and maybe a dog, and space to run without somebody yelling, something in me lit up. The farm looked like a postcard, a big red barn, long fence lines, a garden that took half the summer to tame, cows out in the pasture, and chickens scratching the yard like they owned it. For a while, it felt like a fresh start. Then we started learning things. We did a little research, old maps, library records, local talk. And we found out the property sat near what had once been an execution site. Not just for one side either. It was the kind of place where different groups hurt each other over and over until the land itself felt marked. And there was something else. On an old map, the woods behind our pasture had a name written in faded ink. Sorrow Hill. Not the official name you'd see on a modern map, more like what people used to call it when they didn't want to walk there alone. I'm telling you all this because when the strange things started happening, it didn't feel random. It felt like the farm had a memory, and I'd moved right into it. First encounter. So, picture me doing the world's worst chore, cleaning the henhouse. I'm in the barn with a pitchfork, half complaining, half proud because those were my chickens and I loved them. I shovel, I scrape, I grumble, and then I step out the side door with a load of manure, turning my body to toss it. And there's a dog just a few feet away. Only it isn't a dog. It looks kind of like a coyote, but bigger, tall, tan, too lanky, and still. Not curious still either, more like it had been there the whole time and was just letting me notice. I froze so hard it felt like my face went numb, and I remember thinking very clearly, if I move, it'll move. We stared at each other, 5 seconds maybe, long enough that the whole world narrowed down to its eyes. Then it turned its head, slow, deliberate, and walked away. But the way it walked, it was wrong. Like the motion didn't match the body. Like watching an old computer animation where something moves through the world instead of in it. And then it went right through the fence. Not under it, not between boards, through it. And the chickens, right there, scratching and clucking, didn't react. Not even a pause, like they couldn't see it at all. I dropped the pitchfork and ran into the house shaking. Mom tried to calm me down, told me it had to be some kind of coy dog, some odd angle, some trick of light. But I saw what I saw, and you don't forget the feeling of your body turning cold like that. Second encounter. I've always loved fishing, even when there's nothing to catch. I would have fished a puddle if you handed me a pole. One afternoon, I begged Darren to tell me where the nearest creek was, and he said there was one way back in the woods. I grabbed my tackle box like it was Christmas morning and headed out, alone. I was nervous, sure, but excited enough to ignore it. Getting there meant crossing 2 steep pastures and pushing through thorny brush. I slipped more than once. I found a janky little gate held together with twisted wire, unhooked it, and followed a narrow path that looked like it only remembered being a path. Then I found the creek, and it was pathetic. 2 inches deep, muddy, no fish, barely even moving. I tried to cast anyway and ended up snapping my cheap rod like a fool. I wrapped the broken pieces with line, irritated and embarrassed, and started back. And that's when the woods went silent. Not quiet, silent, like someone hit a switch. 1 second there were birds and wind and summer noise, and the next it was nothing. No insects, no leaves, no sound of my own breath, even though I was breathing. And here's the part that makes my skin crawl. I didn't recognize where I was anymore. It felt like stepping from one room into another without noticing the doorway. I got this instant dread, like being watched by something tall and patient. I tried to cry and couldn't. I walked faster, then faster, telling myself I just needed to get to the fence line. And then I saw something ahead that made my stomach drop. One of those archery practice deer targets, foam body, except the head was torn clean off. And under a big tree beside it were neat little stacks of bones, arranged like somebody cared about how they looked. That's when I started whispering, "Jesus, help me. Please help me." Like it was the only rope I had left. As I moved, I felt, not saw, something huge behind me, like a shadow with weight. I didn't look back. I just kept going until the trees thinned and I stumbled out of the woods, on the opposite side of the farm. I ran home sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe. After that, I didn't go into those woods alone again for years. And even when I did, I kept the pasture behind me like a lifeline. Third encounter. This one's short, but it stuck. Only they were black, deep, dark black, like shadows on legs. I remember thinking, since when did we get black cows? And I ran inside to ask Mom. She looked at me like I'd lost it. We haven't gotten any new cows. I went right back out, and they were gone. Not moved over the hill, not clustered behind the trees. Gone like they'd never been there. After that, I started counting our cows, really counting, every time. Fourth encounter. This isn't one moment, it's a pattern, and it's honestly the part that wore me down the most. Night on that farm didn't feel like regular night. It felt like the world outside the windows was active in a way we weren't invited to understand. We'd find animals dead in ways that didn't make sense. Blood drained, bodies otherwise untouched. Sometimes heads missing. We'd find snapped necks, like something hit them with sudden, brutal force. And then there was behavior. Wrong behavior. There was a raccoon Darren swore walked upright longer than it should have, bold as anything, and it got into our piglets. We lost more than we should have, and it didn't act like a scared animal. It acted like it belonged. We had a dog, sweet for years, who changed. Head low, eyes hard. It followed us like it didn't recognize us anymore. One day it attacked our other dog, and the decision that came after, it still hurts to think about. Even the cats would sometimes sit and stare at me like statues, unblinking, no flinch when I clapped or shouted, just staring. After a while, you stop reacting the way you're supposed to. You stop crying every time you lose something. Your heart goes numb because it has to. I didn't like who that made me. Fifth encounter. By then I slept with noise, always. Fan, radio, whatever. If the house was too quiet at night, my brain would fill the silence with dread. One fall night, I was drifting off when I heard this low, rhythmic thumping, like bass from a car. At first I thought some idiot was flying down our road. Happened all the time. But the sound didn't pass. It stayed. And as I focused, I realized it sounded like drumming, like the drums from that little festival, steady, deliberate. Then it stopped. And I heard footsteps on gravel in the barn lot. They were coming toward my window. I thought it was Darren doing chores until I remembered he was in bed. I could hear him breathing down the hall. And then, right outside my window, something whispered through a little gap near the AC panel. Not English, not anything I recognized. An old-sounding language, like it belonged to the air itself. The moment it started, my whole body went heavy. Cold washed over me, slow and thick, like my blood turned to syrup. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there listening, trapped inside my own skin. When I finally managed to throw myself out of bed, I didn't even walk right. I kind of dragged myself, like my limbs forgot how to work. I got to my mom's door and tried to yell, but it came out warped and shaky, like I was underwater. There's somebody at my window. Mom came into my room and stopped dead. "It's cold," she said. "This room is wrong." She prayed with me. She held my hand until my shaking eased, and eventually, I crawled back into bed and stared at the ceiling until morning. When the sun came up, we checked outside. No footprints, no scratches, no sign. And here's what still bothers me. Our geese slept right under that window, and they honked at everything. A raccoon sneeze, a branch snap, anything. But that night? Nothing. Like whatever was there didn't register to them. Sixth encounter. This one is the image that follows me. So I walked down toward a soggy little low spot where old junk might have been dumped. The detector started clicking, and I followed the signal to this thin tree bent slightly sideways. And in the branches, I saw clumps of fur and skin, tied up like knots, like trophies. I recognized the coloring. It looked like our missing cats. My stomach flipped. I felt sick, like the world tilted. I turned toward the edge of the woods and just knew. That feeling you get when you realize you've stepped onto someone else's territory and they're deciding what to do about it. I started back up the hill, heart hammering, trying to figure out how to tell Mom what I'd seen. Halfway up, I turned around, and right at the tree line, low to the ground, was something on all fours. It was long and skinny, too skinny, like a starved animal stretched wrong. Its skin was pale, ash-colored, pulled tight over its body. And its head was human-shaped, but the face looked more like a skull wrapped in skin. The eyes were so deep-set I couldn't even see them clearly. The back legs were bowed in a way that reminded me of a frog, like it could spring without warning. I stood there in that split second where fear usually wins, and for once, just once, I felt something else rise up. Anger. Pure, blazing anger. Years of animals lost, nights ruined, my mom's grief, my own helplessness. Everything boiled up at once. I lifted my arm and shouted, "I know you're there!" And it reacted like I'd struck it. It jumped, fast, almost unreal, into the brush, and it was gone. I've never seen it again, and I've never gone into those woods to look for it. Not really. I'm not brave like that. I'm not stupid like that. But in that moment, I needed it to know I wasn't just prey in my own home. And listen, I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to win an argument about what's possible. I'm telling you because it shaped me, because it was my childhood, because the place I love, my beautiful Ohio, my 4 seasons, my wide fields, also holds shadows people don't want to name. And sometimes I wonder if the land remembers everything. Hello everyone, it's me again. I'm so happy to be back with you, my amazing Paranormal M viewers, as we dive into these mysterious experiences together. And of course, thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. Don't forget to leave a comment below so I know where you're watching from. Thank you so much. Please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our latest videos. So, I've been turning this over in my head for weeks, and I finally decided to just say it out loud to someone, because keeping it bottled up has started to feel worse than the story itself. A little while back, I went to this laid-back art night where people were showing their work. Nothing fancy, just local artists and curious folks wandering around with plastic cups and polite smiles. I'm 21, and I'd gone mostly to get out of the apartment and soak in something creative. At one point, this guy I didn't know, maybe mid-20s, walks right up to me like we'd already met. His name might have been Ethan, or Eric, I don't know. Dark hair, average height, that kind of forgettable, could be anybody face you'd pass in a grocery store. He wasn't acting creepy, exactly, just purposeful. And without much build-up, he handed me this small painting. I remember blinking at it, kind of laughing like, "Oh, are you selling these?" Because that's what I assumed. Artists trying to get their stuff out there. Maybe he was giving away a few pieces to spark interest. But he just shrugged and said, really simply, "I thought you'd like it." That was it. It was such a weird thing to say with so much certainty, like he'd picked it out for me specifically. I thanked him because, what else do you do? And honestly, I was decorating my place, so I figured, sure, free art. Why not? The painting itself was nothing special, just these moody, messy streaks, deep green, rusty red, brown, black, abstract. The kind of thing you can stare at and pretend you see meaning in, but mostly it just looks like dark colors fighting each other. I hung it in my bedroom because it matched the vibe. And for a long time, that's all it was. A piece of decor that blended into the wall with my posters and photos. Friends came over. Nobody pointed at it. Nobody asked questions. It wasn't a conversation starter. It was basically invisible. And I swear to you, on everything, I never saw anything in it besides those random splashes. Then last night happened. I've been sick lately. headaches, this gross foggy feeling, and the kind of exhaustion that still won't let you sleep. So I'm up late, sitting in bed, reading under my little warm lamp. The room is mostly dim, just that soft light and shadows around the edges. And out of nowhere, the painting catches my eye. Not like, oh, I notice it. More like my body noticed it before my brain did. Like something in me snapped to attention. I turned my head and my stomach just dropped. Because the painting wasn't abstract anymore. It had a face in it. A horrible one. I don't even want to describe it too clearly, because thinking about it makes my skin tighten like I'm bracing for something. But it looked wrong. Like a humanoid face melting into the dark paint, with these empty holes where eyes should be, and scratches that suddenly weren't brush strokes anymore. They looked like marks, like someone had clawed them in. And the worst part is how immediate it was. There was no slow realization. No, maybe I'm imagining it. The second I saw it, my heart slammed into my ribs and my whole body went cold. I started sweating and feeling dizzy so fast it was like my nervous system hit a panic button. And I'm not someone who scares easily. I watch horror. I read true crime. I'm that person who can sit through creepy stuff and go, huh, interesting, instead of freaking out. But this wasn't fun scary. This was gut scary. Like my body was telling me, this is bad, get away. I don't even feel proud of what I did next, I just reacted. I didn't stop until it was shredded into ugly pieces, and I didn't even care that I gouged my wooden floor in the process. I scooped up the scraps, ran outside in my socks, and shoved the whole ruined mess into the trash bin like it was something alive I was trying to escape. Then I came back inside and stood there in my bedroom, breathing like I'd sprinted miles, staring at the empty spot on the wall. And the silence after was almost worse, because now I had room to think. I haven't really told anyone. I keep imagining someone looking at me with that careful, worried expression people get when they're trying not to say, "Are you okay?" out loud. So I just sat with it. But it's been eating at me, and I keep looping back to a few things that make it harder to brush off. 1. I've been having these recurring nightmares. People from my past, old faces I haven't thought about in years, showing up furious, like they want revenge, like they're hunting me down. It could be the sickness, the stress, the lack of sleep, but part of me keeps whispering that it's connected. Like that painting brought something in, or amplified something, or just shifted something. 2. I can't stop thinking about the guy who gave it to me. The casual certainty in his voice. I thought you'd like it. Like he knew. I tried calling the venue today to ask if they could tell me which artists attended that night, just so I could match a name to a face, prove to myself this was normal. They said they couldn't share that information, which, fine, I guess, but it didn't help my nerves. And I remember there was a signature on the painting. There definitely was, but I couldn't read it. It was like scribbled initials or a name that didn't quite form letters. So now I'm stuck in this awful in-between place where I'm asking myself two questions at once. Was that some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination? Or did I really see something that was always there, and I just didn't notice until last night? I keep replaying the moment my eyes landed on it, because it felt so real that my body reacted before I could even form a thought. And that's the part that scares me most, how certain my instincts were. I don't know what I'm looking for exactly. Maybe reassurance that I'm not losing it. Maybe someone telling me, yeah, sickness and insomnia can do bizarre things. Maybe someone telling me I did the right thing by getting rid of it. Or maybe I just needed to say it, plainly, to another human being. Because I can't pretend it didn't happen. And I don't think I'll sleep with an empty wall in my room without remembering what used to hang there. So, let me take you back to when I was 16. It was 2007, middle of winter, the kind where the cold feels like it's pressing its face against the windows. We lived in this old house tucked deep in the woods at the end of a long gravel driveway. To even get to our place, you had to turn off this quiet neighborhood road lined with aging houses and bare trees, then commit to this long, crunch-crunch stretch of gravel that basically announced your arrival to the whole property. And every so often, some random car would creep down that driveway. Probably just nosy people who didn't realize it was a dead end, then turn around and leave. You could always hear the tires. That gravel made sure of it. Now, the house had a finished basement with its own back door. Down there was a little office, a half kitchen, a bathroom. And because nobody else really spent time in the basement, it became my space. Honestly, it felt like my own apartment. I slept down there most nights. One night, I was up way too late watching TV. Eventually, I clicked it off, rolled over, and closed my eyes. And then, I heard it. A car coming down the driveway. At first, I didn't even care. I remember thinking, great, another lost person. But then the sound kept going, right down the whole driveway, all the way to the front of the house. Tires crunching, gravel popping. Then the car stopped. I heard it idle, then the engine cut off. And then, clear as anything, a car door shutting. That part snapped me awake. I lay there, listening for footsteps or voices, but it was just quiet. So after a minute, I got up and went upstairs to check. I didn't turn on lights. I just moved through the window and looked out the front windows. No headlights, no car, nothing in the driveway. And my mom always kept her car under the carport, which I could see from the front door window panes. Her car was right where it was supposed to be. So I stood there, confused, staring out at empty night. Eventually, I told myself I must have imagined the door sound, or maybe the car turned around fast and left. I went back downstairs, unsettled but trying to shrug it off, and eventually, I fell asleep. The next night, same routine. Late TV, click, darkness, quiet, and then again, crunch, 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 a car coming down our gravel driveway like it owned the place. It pulls all the way up, idles, engine cuts off, car door shuts. This time I got up immediately, went upstairs and checked the windows again. And again, nothing. No car, no lights, no movement. Just the woods and the driveway and that empty, cold silence. I remember standing there thinking, okay, what is happening? I didn't have another option, so I went back downstairs and tried to sleep. But I'll be honest, my body didn't really believe I was safe anymore. My mind kept replaying that door shutting sound, that confident sound, like someone had arrived on purpose. The next day, my mom was decorating for Christmas. One of the things she did was hang those little jingle bells on the knob of the basement back door, the one that opened to the backyard. And you need to understand something about that door. We basically never used it. In winter, my family would cover doors and windows we didn't use with plastic, taped tight, like we were sealing the house up against the season. That basement back door was one of them. Plastic stretched over it, taped down. In front of it, we kept 2 big bins of cat litter. And it wasn't just casually locked. It had a chain, a deadbolt, and the regular doorknob lock. 3 locks, plus the plastic, plus the clutter in front. Also, my stepdad Marcus was away for work at the time. He'd take jobs out of town and be gone for weeks. So it was just me and my mom in the house. I turned off the TV. The room settled into darkness. I remember staring at the faint rectangle of moonlight coming through a small window near that doorway. And then, the car. Again. Crunching down the driveway. Deliberate. Coming all the way down like it had done it before. I listened to it pull up in front of the house. I heard it idle. Then the engine cut off. Then the car door shut. This time, I didn't go upstairs. I don't know why. I just couldn't. Something in me said, "Don't move. Don't announce yourself." So I lay there, frozen, listening. A few seconds passed, and then I heard the basement back door bells. A soft jingle at first, then silence. Then another jingle, clearer, like someone had touched the knob. Then silence again. Then the bells jingled a third time, longer, as if somebody was testing it, handling it, figuring it out. I felt my stomach drop. I could actually feel my heartbeat in my throat. And I kept staring at that moonlit patch near the doorway, because it was the only thing I could see clearly in the dark. Then, I saw it. A silhouette. A human shape, just a person's outline, walking casually through the doorway opening, passing in front of that faint moonlight, and continuing into the darker part of the basement where I was lying. Not running, not sneaking, just walking, like they belonged there. I swear, even telling you this now makes my skin tighten. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. My brain did something I still can't fully explain. It just shut down, like a breaker flipping. I remember this overwhelming surge of nope, like my mind decided the only way to survive was to stop being present. And then, nothing. The next thing I remember is my mom shaking me awake. She only ever came into the basement in the early morning because she used the basement bathroom while getting ready for work. But this wasn't her normal wake-up. She was scared. She was saying my name, Evan, Evan, and her voice sounded tight and thin, the way people sound when they're trying not to panic. And she was holding this old aluminum Little League baseball bat of mine like it was the only thing keeping her upright. The second I sat up, she whispered, "I think someone's in the house." I remember saying, loud, "What?" And she said, "The back door is open." I stood up so fast I got dizzy and walked straight to the doorway into the kitchen area. And yeah, the back door was wide open, pushed all the way as far as it could go. The cat litter bins had been shoved out of the way. The plastic that had been taped over the door wasn't torn. It wasn't shredded. It wasn't hanging in strips. It was just not properly sealed anymore, like it had been carefully worked loose. And the locks? All three of them were unlocked. No broken glass, no splintered wood, no damaged chain. Nothing cracked, nothing forced. It was just opened. Like somebody had the patience and the time and the control to undo everything without leaving a trace. We went outside and the wooden gate in the fence was also wide open. Again, not halfway, not drifting. Open as far as it could swing. I searched the basement, then the upstairs. Closets, rooms, behind doors, everywhere. My mom hovered nearby, gripping the bat. No one was there. Nothing was stolen. Nothing looked disturbed. But the house felt wrong after that, like it had been visited. I started sleeping upstairs from then on. No debate. I didn't care if I had to sleep on the floor. And here's one more detail that still messes with me. That basement TV would sometimes turn itself off when I left the room, and then turn back on when I walked back in. Same TV we'd had for years, before that house and after. Never did that anywhere else. Only there. I've had other strange experiences in my life, sure. But what I can't shake is that car, how I heard the engine, the door shutting, how it always sounded so real, and yet, there was never a car outside. And then that night, the door ended up open anyway. Unlocked, untouched, like whatever came down that driveway didn't need to break in. like it already knew how to get in. So, for about 2 years, I worked at a hotel tucked up in the mountains. I'm not going to say where or what it was called, just for privacy, but I can tell you this. The hotel itself was pretty new, still finding its footing, but the land it sat on had history. Old history. Like early 1900s kind of old. The building was tall for where it was, about 15 levels if you counted everything. 2 underground parking levels, a bunch of guest floors, and then this strange top section that felt more like an attic than anything else. Those upper floors weren't for guests. They were mostly storage, extra furniture, old supplies, seasonal stuff. And that's where the weirdness seemed to gather. It wasn't constant. It came in waves. You'd have a calm stretch where nothing happened, then all of a sudden you'd get little moments. A shape slipping past the end of a hallway when you know no one's up there. Motion lights clicking on even though the sensors were picky and you practically had to do a little dance to trigger them. There was one light on an upper floor that I'd sometimes just stare at, almost like a challenge, watching it blink to life on its own. Most of the staff had a favorite explanation. It's a child. You know how that goes. People love the idea of a harmless ghost kid wandering around. But I never agreed. Because what I felt up there didn't feel human. Not even close. And it didn't feel like the usual horror movie thing either. Nothing that screamed evil. It was more other. Like something that belonged to the place before the building did. The closest word I ever found for it was elemental. Like a presence that wasn't a person, but something tied to the land itself. And I'll tell you why I'm so sure. My mom and I used to do this little thing together. We'd call it our creepy workplace photo exchange. If either of us found a spot at work that felt off, we'd snap a picture and send it to the other like, "Hey, enjoy this nightmare fuel." One afternoon, I decided to go up to those upper storage floors and take a few pictures. I remember standing in the stairwell, aiming my phone toward the hallway, trying to get that perfect angle where the light looked extra eerie. I took one shot, then started up a couple steps to get another. And the second I moved, I got this sudden, sharp feeling, like walking into a room where you're not welcome. Not a thought exactly, more like my body knew before my brain did. So I stopped. I didn't take the next photo. I turned around to head back down, and as I did, this quiet little voice in the back of my mind, almost like an instinct wearing words, went, "Be careful." Later that same shift, I was pushing one of those massive linen carts. You know the ones, big, heavy, awkward, the kind that always wants to clip door frames unless you're paying attention. I'd pushed those carts through 100 times, maybe 1,000, and that's when it happened. My hand slipped at just the wrong moment, and my pinky got caught between the cart and the door frame. Not a little pinch either, like a clean, brutal smash. I yanked my hand back and just stood there blinking, stunned, because it happened so fast it didn't even feel real at first. I ended up in a splint for a couple of weeks. When I told my mom about the timing, about the pictures, the feeling, the warning, she went quiet for a second and then said, "You should apologize, just in case." So I did. After that, I started warning new hires. Hey, don't take pictures up there. Most of them laughed, of course, like I was trying to mess with them. But I wasn't. Then came the second experience, about a few weeks later, and honestly, that's the one that still gets under my skin. I was working on one of the mid-level guest floors, let's say the 9th, maybe the 10th, and I was looking for my supervisor, a guy named Darren. I saw him clearly at the far end of the hall. Same posture, same walk, same uniform. He turned into a room halfway down, and I remember thinking, "Perfect, there you are." So I followed. I walked straight to that room, pushed the door open, and it was empty. No bathroom running, no closet door moving, Nothing. Just a quiet, perfectly normal hotel room with nobody inside. I stood there for a moment, confused, and then went back toward the service area, figuring maybe he'd stepped back out and I missed him. When I got to the storage room, Darren was there, calm as anything, doing inventory like he'd been there the whole time. I said, "Weren't you just down the hall?" And he looked at me like I was speaking another language. He goes, "No, I've been downstairs most of the day. I was on the lower levels." That cold little realization hit me right in the chest. Whatever was in that hotel wasn't just making shadows or tripping lights. It could mimic. There were more things, little incidents, odd feelings, moments that made you walk faster without knowing why. But those two are the ones that cemented it for me. I eventually left that job, and I haven't been back. But I still think about that place sometimes, especially those upper floors that felt like an attic full of secrets. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, one thing I'd bet on, it's this. Whatever it was, it didn't want its picture taken. Hey, so I need to tell you about this one place, because I've lived in a handful of haunted houses over the years, but those were usually the kind of stories that still felt human, you know? Like echoes of people, memories, old grief. This one was different. This was the first time I felt something that didn't belong to us at all. So, back then my stepdad, Marcus, was active duty. He got reassigned to a base in coastal Georgia, and he found this rental house he was weirdly excited about. He texted my mom a bunch of pictures, cute enough on the inside, plain walls, normal rooms. But the outside photo, the second I looked at it, my stomach went ice cold. And I'm not even exaggerating. This thought started screaming in my head, over and over. It's out there. It's out there in the trees. Not about the bedrooms, not the hallway. Only the outside. Only the woods. The house itself was a single-story place at the end of this little circular drive, like a cul-de-sac, and it sat kind of tucked back, trees all around it, with one other house you could barely make out through the branches if you stared hard enough. It felt like we weren't in a neighborhood so much as we were being tolerated by it. The first day we moved in, we were still hauling boxes when this sheriff's deputy rolled up and parked at the curb. He didn't even get out, just leaned toward the window and talked to my mom like they were old friends, saying he'd known the last family who lived there and just wanted to check in. He smiled the whole time too, not in a mean way, more like someone trying very carefully to keep things casual. Then he drove off, and we never saw him again, not once. After that, every time I stepped outside, I'd get this sensation, like my instincts were yelling at me to turn around, like something was watching from the tree line. But it wasn't the usual predator feeling. It felt inviting, like it wanted me to come closer, like it was curious, almost playful, mischievous. And that somehow made it worse, because it didn't feel like it wanted to scare me away. It felt like it wanted my attention. And then the little things started stacking up. I'd be in the living room and catch movement by the windows, tall shapes just passing by, like someone walking past the glass on purpose. At night, I'd hear this soft scratching outside, not like a branch scraping, not random, more like fingers or nails, testing the wall just out of sight. One night I woke up because something outside sounded busy, like footsteps in the leaves, shifting weight, circling. I got up and went to the window, and I know I shouldn't have, but I did. I pulled the blinds back just enough to see. And there it was, crouched right beneath the window. All I could see was a silhouette, but it was enough. Broad shoulders, bent knees, too tall to be anything normal. If it stood up, I swear it would have been close to 7 feet, and it looked like it was covered in fur. Not like a bear either. The shape was wrong for that. Too upright. Too deliberate. I froze so hard I felt sick. And the worst part? It wasn't just there. It felt like it knew I was looking. Like it was waiting for me to realize it had been right outside the whole time. A few days later, my mom and Marcus took my little brother Eli to the airport. Family stuff, long story. And I was home alone. I was doing laundry, just trying to keep my mind busy, when I noticed my bedroom looked brighter than it should have. I remember thinking, great, I left my lamp on like an idiot. So I walked down the hall, went to my doorway, and just stopped. My bedside lamp was off. I just stood there, staring up at it, feeling my face go hot. My hands got tingly, the way they do when your body is gearing up to run. I texted my mom immediately. "Did you get my ceiling light fixed?" And she texted back right away. "No, why?" And I didn't even want to answer. Because what do you say? The dead bulb is suddenly alive and I'm alone, and something lives in the woods? I turned it off and didn't go back in that room until they got home. Not long after that, I left for basic training. And honestly, part of me was relieved to be somewhere with lights, noise, people, rules. Like maybe distance would cut whatever invisible string that place had tied around my nerves. But my mom, Danielle, kept texting me updates. She said the scratching kept happening, the footsteps around the house at night, the window walker shadows, same stuff. And then one night, she and Marcus were standing by the front door talking, just normal end-of-the-day stuff, and they both heard someone sprint up onto the porch. Heavy steps, fast, like whoever it was came charging right at the door. Then the doorknob rattled, hard, like someone was trying to get in. Marcus yanked the door open immediately, like no hesitation, and there was nothing. No person, no animal, no movement, just the porch light washing over empty boards, and the woods sitting back in the dark like it was holding its breath. We moved eventually, and we never got answers. No sightings that turned into proof. No tidy explanation. Nothing you can point to and go, "Oh, it was just this." But I know what I felt there. I know what I saw crouched under that window. I know that the woods didn't feel empty. They felt occupied. And if I'm being honest, I don't think whatever it was ever meant to hurt us. I think it was just there, and it didn't like being ignored. So, growing up, my family kind of had a talent for ending up in places that didn't feel entirely empty. Part of it was being a military kid. We moved a lot, and when you're stationed on older bases, you don't always get the shiny, brand new neighborhood. Sometimes you get the stretch of housing that's been there forever, the part people casually joke about being the weird side. And honestly, sometimes the jokes feel a little too accurate. There was one base we lived on twice in my life. The first time I was little, too young to have words for what I was sensing. The second time we came back, I was older, and I'd gotten really into paranormal stuff. I'd read, I'd watched documentaries, I'd learned the language people use for these things. So returning there felt like coming back to a place that already knew my name. The wives on that base, including my mom, were convinced there was some kind of old officer making his rounds. They always described him the same way, stern, restless, like he still thought he was in charge of the whole street. My mom still swears he pops in now and then, like he never really moved out. But the house we got the second time? That one didn't feel like the officer. It was actually a newer build, fresh paint, newer fixtures, none of that creaky, "this place has been standing since horses were a primary mode of transportation" vibe. And yet the moment we walked in, my mom and I exchanged this look like, "Yeah, you feel it too." Because for us, a normal house feels like a blank room. like air and space, nothing more. But a haunted place, however you want to define that, doesn't feel empty. It feels occupied. Not necessarily in an aggressive way, just present. Like you're not alone in your own hallway. Like if you stare too long into a dark window, something might lean closer from the other side. In that house, the main thing I felt was this constant sensation of someone standing right behind me. You know that feeling in scary movies where the camera shows something behind the character's shoulder, and you're screaming at the screen, but the character turns and there's nothing there? It was like living in that moment, over and over. I'd be brushing my teeth, folding laundry, walking down the hall, and I'd get that prickling certainty like, if I spin around fast enough, I'll catch it. To keep myself from getting too freaked out, I did what I always do when I'm nervous. I made it a little bit of a joke. I started calling whatever it was Eli, just to give it a name. Not because I knew who it was, more like if I named it, it couldn't own the whole space. Like I was taking a tiny bit of control back. And then one night, things got specific. I was in bed, half asleep, and I heard pacing above me, up in that small attic access area. Not gentle footsteps, not the house settling. This was fast, frustrated pacing, like someone was riled up. Like a person walking back and forth in a tight room because they're angry or panicking. The weirdest part was how emotional it sounded. Like the air itself was irritated. So the next day, my mom and I decided to do a mini investigation. Nothing dramatic. Just us, trying to see if there was a logical source, trying to acknowledge whatever was going on without feeding it fear. We pulled down the attic hatch. My mom climbed up just enough to stick her head through, and immediately she called down, "Hey, did you put the holiday bins up here?" My stepdad, totally casual, goes, "Yeah, I stored them up there last week." And my mom and I just looked at each other. Because it clicked at the same time for both of us. That pacing didn't feel random. It felt like complaining. Like something was upset that its little space had been disturbed. And I swear to you, the entire house calmed down. It wasn't instant, like a switch flipping. More like the feeling of tension dissolving. Like someone unclenched a fist. The heavy, behind you sensation faded. The restless energy thinned out. Like we'd apologized without saying a word. Not long after that, my stepdad got promoted and we moved. Literally just a short walk away. New house, same base, same familiar roads. And things were quieter. But then my mom came to me one afternoon, and she looked unsettled in this way I recognized. She said, "I had a dream about the old dining room." In her dream, she was standing in that dining room from the previous house, and sitting at the table was a little boy, small, still, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Not Civil War uniform old, older than that. Like late 1700s or early 1800s. The kind of outfit you'd see in a history book and immediately think, that kid's not from here. She said he looked up at her, and there was blood coming from his eyes and his mouth. She started yelling at him to leave. She said it just came out of her, like instinct, like she was trying to protect the house, protect us. And the boy looked genuinely startled, like he hadn't expected to be confronted. And then he said, very clearly, "But I don't want to leave." When she told me, we both sat with it for a minute. Because it wasn't just scary, it was sad. It had that hollow, lingering feeling some dreams have. Like they're not really dreams at all. Later, I couldn't stop thinking about the blood, specifically from the eyes and mouth. That detail felt medical, almost, like it meant something. So I started researching old illnesses in that region, back when those kinds of clothes would have been normal. And I went down a rabbit hole about yellow fever, because I knew it had hit different parts of the US hard in the 1800s. And what I found made my stomach drop. There had actually been yellow fever outbreaks in that area in the 1800s. And there were descriptions of a second stage, where symptoms could worsen dramatically. where people could bleed from the mouth, and sometimes from the eyes. When I told my mom, she went quiet. Not in a spooky, dramatic way, more like that stunned silence you get when something random suddenly has a shape. And that's when the story shifted in our minds. Maybe Eli wasn't some grumpy soldier or roaming officer at all. Maybe it was a child, sick, trapped in the echo of something awful, protective of the only room that still felt like his. Maybe the pacing wasn't rage. Maybe it was distress. Maybe the activity settled down because we finally respected his space, even accidentally. And that line from my mom's dream, "I don't want to leave," it didn't sound threatening. It sounded like a kid who'd already lost everything once and didn't want to be pushed out again. So, I told my parents this years ago, and they laughed it off. Said I was just a kid with an overactive imagination. And look, maybe I was. I'll even admit some details have blurred together over time, and I've probably fixed parts of it in my head so it makes more sense. But I'm still telling you, something happened, and it stayed with me. I must have been around 7 or 8. It was early, like right before school. That weird in-between time when the house is quiet and the TV feels louder than it should. I was sitting on the carpet with a bowl of cereal, flipping through channels, half awake. And then this commercial came on. No logo, no narrator, nothing cheerful. Just this completely white room, empty like a hospital hallway, but even worse. No corners, no furniture, just blankness. There was a door, but it almost blended into the wall like it had been painted over 100 times. The door opened, and something came through. It looked like a man at first glance, human-shaped enough that my brain wanted to label it that way. But he was wrapped in these dark bandages, tight and uneven, like someone had hurriedly bound him up. His skin was pale, almost chalky, with patches that looked irritated, kind of pink-red, like raw, cold skin. And his eyes, bright, icy blue. The only normal thing about him, and that somehow made it worse. What I can't shake is the way his limbs looked. Too long, too thin. And he didn't have hands or feet, no fingers, no toes. But it wasn't like an injury, you know? There were no stumps. The ends of his arms and legs were just flat, clean, like they'd been pressed smooth. And while he moved closer, slow at first, this music started. Not a melody, more like a warped, swelling sound that felt like it was crawling under my skin. It got louder the closer he got, like the room itself was amplifying it. I remember standing up so fast my cereal bowl tipped over. I didn't even change the channel. I shut the TV off completely and bolted to get ready for school, heart hammering like I'd done something wrong just by seeing it. And honestly, if that was the end of it, I could have written it off as a creepy late-night ad that aired at the wrong time, or my brain glitching because I was a sleepy kid. But it wasn't the end. A couple months later, 2, maybe 3, I was exhausted one morning and fell asleep in this old armchair in our living room. One of those accidental naps where you don't even remember closing your eyes. And then I'm dreaming, but it doesn't feel like a dream. It's nighttime. The house is dark. I'm stuck in the chair, like my body is made of wet cement. I can't move my arms, can't sit up, can't even properly turn my head. And from the entryway, I hear something. Little noises at first, like someone fumbling with the door. Then silence. Then a sound that makes my stomach drop even now thinking about it. Not footsteps, not normal ones. More like something hard tapping against the floor, like bone or concrete smacking tile. Slow, uneven, wobbling closer. I'm staring into this dark passage in the house, the one that always scared me as a kid, and I see a silhouette, barely outlined by shadow. It's moving toward me with this off-balance sway, and then it leans forward into what little light there is, and I recognize it immediately. Same bandages, same pale skin, same blue eyes. It stops, turns its head, and looks directly at me like it knows I'm there. And for a split second, it stays perfectly still, like it's listening. Then it moves, and I woke up. I went to school shaking, trying to act normal, but my thoughts were just a loop. Why did I see it again? What is it? Why me? I told my older cousin about it later. His name was Mateo, and he joked that I'd watched something cursed. I laughed along, but I didn't feel better. I just felt watched, even in broad daylight. Years passed, and eventually it faded into one of those memories you keep in a box you don't open. Sometimes I'd think it was just childhood fear, just sleep paralysis, just TV weirdness. I wanted it to be that simple. And then, much later, it came back one last time. I was older, old enough that it felt embarrassing to even admit this happened. I'd just gone through a breakup, 3 years with someone. Her name was Kiara, and when it ended, I felt hollow in that quiet, heavy way. Like your room looks the same, but it isn't the same. I spent days sleeping on and off, drifting in and out, barely eating. At some point, for no real reason, that old memory surfaced. The white room, the bandages, the flat ends of the limbs, the sound. And this weird thing happened. I didn't just feel fear. I felt sadness. Like this thing wasn't just a monster in my head, like it was something trapped. I'm not religious, never have been, but I remember thinking, what if it's not hunting me? What if it's stuck? I shook the thought off. I told myself to stop spiraling, rolled over, and went back to sleep. That was the mistake. It's night again, but I'm in my room. Except it isn't quite my room. The layout is off, subtly wrong, like the dream is copying my life from memory and getting the details slightly wrong. The curtains look pale and sickly, like they've been sun-bleached for years. The light in the room is dim, one weak bulb casting a tired yellow glow. And I hear it. That same sound, that hard, scraping tap, closer than it should be. But this time, I can move. And somehow that's worse, because now I'm responsible for what happens next. I slam my bedroom door shut, the one that opens to the long hallway, and I stand there listening, chest rising too fast, heart punching at my ribs. The sound gets louder, steady and patient, and I feel exhausted, like the air itself is heavy, like the room is pulling me down. I remember whispering to myself, what is the point of this? Like I'm trying to reason with the nightmare. Then I notice something through the curtain. A shape. A silhouette standing just outside the window, barely visible, like a stain on the night. Watching me. The tapping stops. And it's quiet in that awful way where you can hear your own blood rushing in your ears. I stare at it, trying not to blink. Like if I look away even for a second, it'll change positions. Seconds stretch. And then, crack. The glass makes this tiny spiderweb sound. My whole body jolts with panic, and suddenly I know exactly what I have to do. Run. I rip the door open and sprint into the hallway just as the window behind me shatters with this violent, exploding sound. I don't look back. I can't. I just run, barefoot, breath tearing, hearing that horrible tapping behind me, faster now, closer, like it's gaining. I hit the stairs, slip, and tumble hard. My shoulder slams, my hip screams. I land near the front entrance in a heap, stunned and aching. And the sound is right there, close enough that it feels like it's inside my skull. I scramble toward the door and yank it open, desperate for outside air, desperate for anything that isn't this house. But I'm too slow. Not walking upright, moving low, wrong, like a spider made of bandages and pale limbs, those flat ends slapping the floor, propelling it forward in jerky bursts. Its blue eyes locked on me, unblinking. It's almost on top of me. And I wake up, wide awake, sweating, shaking, that horrible empty fear sitting in my chest like a weight. It's been about 2 years since that last dream. Sometimes I can go months without thinking about it. And then a white hallway in a movie, or a door in bright light, or the sound of something tapping on concrete will bring it all back. I still don't know what it was. A weird commercial? Sleep paralysis? My brain stitching fear into a story and replaying it when I'm vulnerable. Maybe. But whatever the explanation is, I just know this. I never want to see it again. So this was back when I was in 7th grade, around 12 or 13, and I was way too fascinated with paranormal stuff for my own good. Like, I'd mess around with those games people dared each other to try, little rituals I barely understood, thinking it was all just spooky fun. And honestly, the deeper I got into it, the more it felt like I was inviting something to notice me. One night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept rolling over, flipping my pillow, doing that whole maybe this side is cooler thing. And I remembered this tip I'd read somewhere. If you can't fall asleep, just keep your eyes open until they get tired, and you'll drift off faster. Sounds dumb, but I was desperate, so I tried it. I'm lying there, staring around my room, just letting my eyes wander. Everything's quiet. The door is cracked open, like it usually was. And then, my gaze lands on the doorway, and I notice this patch of darkness. Not the normal kind, not, oh, the hall is dim. It was like the dark was thicker there, like it was gathering itself up. At first, I'm totally calm, because my first thought is, okay, cool, my imagination is acting up. I'm half asleep. Whatever, Mia, relax. But the darkness starts taking shape. Not details, not a face, just the outline of a person. A tall one. And when I say shadow, I don't mean flat, like a stain on the wall. I mean it had this weird depth to it, like a 3-dimensional silhouette. It was almost as tall as the doorway, and it looked like it was leaning in, gripping the door frame with one hand. Kind of hunched, like it was peeking into my room on purpose. And I'm still trying to rationalize it, right? Like, maybe it's a pile of clothes. Maybe it's the angle. Maybe I'm just freaking myself out. But here's the part that snapped me out of that. Across from my room was this little stretch of hallway, and there was an outlet on the wall with a nightlight plugged in. One of those tiny ones that's always on. My dad never turned it off. Ever. I could usually see that soft glow from my bed, even with my door barely open. But I couldn't see it, because that thing was standing exactly where the nightlight should have been shining. It wasn't just dark, it was blocking the light, like something solid was between me and it. The moment I realized that, my stomach just dropped. You know that feeling where your heart feels like it falls into your gut? That. My whole body went cold. I didn't even think. I just yanked the blanket up over my head like I was 5 years old again. And I started whispering prayers, fast, shaky, barely able to get the words out. I'm Orthodox, and it was pure instinct. Like my brain didn't know what else to do except, please, God, please. And then, I don't even remember the moment I fell asleep. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Later, I tried to talk myself out of it, like maybe it was my dad. But no, My dad was down the hall, snoring like a chainsaw the entire time. And besides, the hallway nightlight was on. That's how I could see the outline in the first place. I just couldn't see the actual light because something was in front of it. Even now, thinking about it makes my skin prickle. Because I can handle the idea of a tired brain imagining shapes in the dark. But I still don't know how to explain something that stood in the exact spot where that nightlight should have been, and made it disappear. So, I'm just going to talk to you like I'm sitting across from you at a kitchen table, okay? Because if I try to explain this any other way, I start hearing my own thoughts get loud, and then I second-guess everything I've ever lived through. Ever since I was a kid, I've noticed things other people either don't notice, or they notice and pretend they didn't. And yeah, I know how that sounds. Trust me, I'm the first person to try to talk myself out of it. Quick context before I really get into it. My family has a heavy history. Stuff like cancer, chronic depression, bipolar disorder, and migraines. I've never been diagnosed with any of that myself, but it's always been in the background, like this quiet explanation people can point at if I ever say, "Hey, something's not right." The first thing I can remember clearly is this nightmare. I started having it when I was about 7. I'm 22 now, and it still comes back, especially when something bad happens in the family, or when the air in life just feels tense. In the dream, I'm standing in this blank, pale room. Not scary. Honestly, it's almost calming. Like floating in silence. I can hear myself thinking, like my thoughts have space to echo. And then, without warning, the quiet gets shredded. It's screaming. Not one voice, not even a few. It's like the room fills up with a crowd of something, and they're all screeching at once from every direction. It's so loud, it doesn't even sound human anymore, and it doesn't stop until I wake up. And every single time I wake up, I get a migraine. Like the dream leaves a bruise behind. For years, I told myself it was just a nightmare. A weird, recurring one, sure, but still just a nightmare. Then one afternoon, I mentioned it, casually, to this woman named Marisol, a friend of my grandma's. I didn't even mean to make it a whole thing. I was like, isn't it odd how brains do that? Kind of laughing, trying to keep it light. But she didn't laugh. She went dead serious and said, "Whatever you do, don't answer them." I remember just staring at her like, answer who? And she leaned closer, like she didn't want the walls to hear. She told me not to scream back, not to speak, not to plead, not to try to calm them down. Just let it happen until it ends on its own. She said sometimes things use a mind like a doorway. Like if you respond, you give them a handle to grab. Now Marisol is one of those people who truly believes in spirits. She cleanses her house with herbs. She trusts her gut like it's a sixth sense. And she refuses to step into places that feel wrong. Not unsafe because of people. Unsafe because of something else. And the thing is, I kind of understood what she meant, because I felt that wrong feeling too. We moved a few times when I was younger, and in almost every place, there was at least one corner of the house that felt occupied. There was one house in particular. When I think about it, my chest still tightens. I hated being inside. I spent most afternoons outside until the sun went down, and on weekends, I basically lived at my friend Kira's place just to get away from it. I slept better anywhere that wasn't my own bed. One night in that house, I was in my room with my little brother, Evan. We were just talking, nothing spooky, nothing dramatic. I remember I just shut my closet door and it clicked into place. Both of us heard it. A minute later, the closet door creaked open. Slow, like someone was pulling it from the inside. And then it slammed shut so hard it rattled the frame. Evan and I didn't even speak. We just looked at each other and left the room like it was on fire. And that was only one thing. I used to see movement in the hallway late at night, like a person walking toward the bathroom. I'd get up thinking it was my mom or Evan, but when I checked, nothing. Empty hallway, quiet house. There were nights I felt pressure on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down, slow, careful, while I was wide awake. And sometimes the air felt charged, like static before a storm, making the hair on my arms lift for no reason. I know how this sounds. I do. Half the time, even I hear myself and think, okay, maybe you're exaggerating. But when it's been happening since you were little, it doesn't feel like a story you invented. It feels like a language your body learned without asking permission. My grandmother's house was different, though. It had activity, sure, but most of it felt familiar, almost like the house remembered people. In her backyard, I used to see shadows slipping between the trees, not someone standing in the dark, more like shapes moving where nothing should move. And inside the house, there was this tall figure I'd see sometimes in the hallway near her bathroom. Tall, like around 6 feet. Solid. There was a sharpness to him, like he carried authority. Strangely, he didn't scare me. It was more like noticing someone leaning in a doorway at a family gathering. Later, when I described him, my grandmother got really quiet and said, "That sounds like your great-grandfather, Raphael." She told me he used to stand right there when people were over, like he couldn't sit still, like he was always watching over things. And hearing her say that made something click in my chest. Not fear exactly, more like recognition. I've also seen figures on her porch behind the curtains, like silhouettes paused in the window, except the porch stairs are old wood that groans if a cat walks on it. There's no sneaking up those steps, and still, there'd be someone-shaped darkness behind the curtain with no sound at all. Sometimes I'd hear banging at her back door. I'd go to the peephole expecting to see some neighbor or a delivery guy, and there'd be nobody. Just night. Still, most of the time, whatever was around her house didn't bother us. It was like they had their routines and we had ours. Until tonight. Tonight I walked out to leave, and the second I stepped off the porch, I saw something in her backyard that didn't belong in the list of things I'm used to. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't like the drifting shadows I'd seen out there for years. And I don't even know how to say it without sounding ridiculous, but this one was different because it noticed me. It didn't have eyes, no face, no features, just a shape, darker than the dark around it. But when I looked at it, I knew, absolutely knew, it was looking directly at me. The other shadows never did that. They moved like I wasn't there, like I was watching weather. This one felt aware, focused, like a person turning their head when you say their name. My stomach dropped so hard I felt nauseous. I got into my car, locked the doors immediately, and I kept my eyes on it while my hands shook on the steering wheel. And it just stood there, watching, like it was waiting to see what I'd do. When I pulled away, I glanced in the mirror, and I swear it tracked the car as I left, like it was following me with its attention. On the way home, I have to pass this stretch of road by a cornfield. I always drive it slow because deer pop out like they're trying to get hit. It was normal. Headlights, darkness, that soft rustle you imagine corn making even if the windows are closed. And then I saw it again, in the field. The same shape, the same feeling, that impossible certainty that it was watching me and not just existing near me. My whole body went cold, like my skin forgot how to be warm. I didn't stop. I didn't even hesitate. I just drove like my house was the only safe spot left in the world. I told one person, my coworker Jace, and even saying it out loud made me feel stupid. He did that polite smile people do when they don't want to call you a liar, but they also don't believe you. But I know what I saw. And the worst part isn't even what I saw. It's what I felt. Something is wrong. Something feels tilted. Like the next few nights are going to bring something with them, and my body knows it before my brain can make sense of it. I really, really hope I'm wrong. Hey, so I've always been a ridiculously intense dreamer. Like the kind of dreams that feel more real than real life and stick to you like a smell on your clothes. For years I've been writing them down, comparing them, tracking patterns. Honestly, probably since I was a kid. It's partly just how my brain works, but it's also because I'm the kind of person who can't help trying to understand things. I did my master's in behavioral science, lots of evolution, human behavior, that sort of lens. And I've got synesthesia, and I'm on the autism spectrum, so my whole perception system is turned up. People always say that can make dreams more vivid, and yeah, checks out. Over time, I started noticing these weird, reliable themes. Like, right at the start of my menstrual cycle, I'll dream about the ocean, every time. When I'm about to get sick, I dream about rodents, usually a couple days before I even feel ill. My body sends these little coded messages, and if you pay attention long enough, you start to recognize the language. But then there are things that don't fit any pattern I can explain. Back when my partner, let's call him Milo, first moved in with me, we were still getting used to sharing a space. One night I woke up around maybe 3:30 a.m., that dim, syrupy hour when your brain feels like it's underwater. Milo was awake too, just staring into the dark. I whispered, "You okay?" He said, "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." We both had that kind of sleep rhythm where we'd wake up in the middle of the night like it was normal. Like our bodies still believed in that old biphasic sleep cycle people used to have. Anyway, I rolled over and I fell back asleep pretty quickly. The next morning we were making breakfast. Nothing dramatic, just the usual slow morning. And Milo goes, completely casually, "I had the weirdest dream." I'm like, "Oh yeah? What happened?" And he says, "There was a rat in the apartment. I was chasing it around and it ran up onto the loft bed and I cut in without even thinking because it just came out of my mouth like I was finishing a line in a script. And you stepped on it and you freaked out and had to shower." He just stares at me. I stare at him. And we both do that breathless, almost laughing gasp because, yeah, that's exactly what he dreamed. Exactly. The thing is, we hadn't even spent much time together the day before. We weren't synced up emotionally. We weren't talking about rodents. Nothing. Different schedules, different headspaces. And yet, there it was. The same dream, down to the weird little details. When we compared timing, it got even stranger. Milo said he'd had that dream before we both woke up around 3:30, and I had mine after that, when I drifted back under. And that's when it started. Because after that one, it didn't stop. Not constantly, but often enough to make it feel like a real phenomenon, not a coincidence. At the time, we lived in this old apartment that had a vibe. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding dramatic, but it was one of those places where the hallway always felt colder than it should, and sounds traveled in ways that didn't make sense, like the building was listening. Every few months, we'd have what I can only call a shared dream again. Sometimes it wasn't the exact same scene, but the same story, the same emotional arc, the same images, the same, "this is happening to us" feeling. And I started noticing something else. We had 2 cats then, Juniper and Salem, and on the nights this happened, they would go absolutely feral. Not like zoomies feral, like meowing at blank walls. staring into corners like something was there, sprinting down the hall and slamming into each other, fur puffed up, like they were trying to chase something you couldn't see. Then we'd go to sleep. And either we'd have horrible nightmares, or we'd share a dream. One time, the dream was about this glass tank we kept for a tortoise. Except in the dream, the tank was suddenly filled with water, like someone had flooded it, and there were 2 tortoises inside, struggling. It was awful. Just this panic and helplessness. The next morning, Milo tells me, pale as anything, that he dreamed it too. And then he says, almost embarrassed, "I've had that dream since I was a little kid." Like it was an old recurring nightmare that belonged to him, specifically, because he'd grown up with a tortoise. I never had. I'd never even thought about tortoises like that. He hadn't told me about the dream, or the pet, or anything, and yet somehow, my brain wandered into his old nightmare like it was a room we both had keys to. I kept thinking, okay, maybe it's the apartment. Maybe it's environmental. Some stressor, some sound frequency, mold, whatever. I tried to be rational about it. I wanted it to have a cause you could point to. So when we moved, last autumn, we bought a place. Still an older building, but renovated, bright, clean. No creepy hallway energy. No constant feeling of being watched by the architecture. And for a while, it really did feel like we'd left it all behind. But then December hit. One night, the cat started up again, restless, pacing, that low, frantic meowing that makes your skin crawl because you can't tell what they're reacting to. I couldn't settle. I kept waking up, and at around 3 a.m., I heard this heavy dragging sound from above us, like furniture being shoved across a floor. It didn't make sense. The people upstairs were a young couple and their little kid. Sweet, quiet, normal. Not the kind of neighbors you imagine doing midnight construction. The cats were fighting, yowling, swiping at each other like they were charged with electricity. Eventually, I fell asleep again, and that night, Milo and I had the worst shared dream we've ever had. In the dream, there was this woman. Not like a normal person you meet in a dream. She felt placed. Like she belonged to the dream the way a predator belongs to a forest. She was tall, pale, long blonde hair, wearing this long black dress that moved like smoke. And she was furious, cruel. Not just mean, but that kind of relentless, intelligent malice where you feel like prey. She chased both of us. We couldn't get away. Every time we thought we'd escaped, she was already there, cutting us off. Like she didn't walk through space normally. Like she could just appear. And the most disturbing part was this scene we both remembered in the morning. Her throwing something, like a bottle with fire, toward the school building near our block. Like a Molotov. Flames blooming, screaming. When we woke up, we were both shaken, and when we compared details, it lined up in that horrible way shared dreams do. Same woman, same dress, same feeling, same scene. And afterwards, I even checked, because part of me was like, is this some buried local story? Did we overhear something? Did my brain pick up something real? But as far as local history goes, nothing like that ever happened. And here's the thing, it's not only Milo. I've had these strange overlaps with other people too. The first time, I was a kid and it happened with my dad. We were playing this video game together at the time, and we both dreamed the same weird sequence about it, like our minds were continuing the game after we shut it off. Then nothing for years, and mixed into all of this, I've always had my own private dream oddities too, like dreaming about a place, and then finding out later something real was there. One time I dreamed I was searching for something in my grandmother's library, running my fingers over the spines like I was hunting for a hidden compartment. Then later, during the holidays, She casually mentions that she keeps her most important documents tucked behind books in that exact room. Or this other recurring dream I've had since childhood, going back to an old family house, walking into the kitchen, and there's an old man at the stove. He's always there. Greasy hands, muddy shoes, like he walked straight out of wet earth. He never speaks, never hurts anyone. When I was little, he terrified me. Now it's more like, oh, you're here again. Like he's not a villain, just a fixture, a constant. And I know how this sounds, believe me. I'm always trying to hold it up to the light from every angle. Science, psychology, sleep stages, priming, coincidence, all of it. I want it to fit into something explainable. But the honest truth? Sometimes it feels like my brain is picking up strange wavelengths, like radio static from other people's dreaming minds. I'm a natural lucid dreamer too, and I mess with that threshold between waking and sleeping, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident. There are nights where I slip into this state where it feels like my whole brain is vibrating. Not metaphorically, literally like a phone buzzing near your head, or a cat purring right beside your skull. Even though I know, logically, that isn't how brains work. But it happens. And when it does, I can't shake this feeling that there's a layer of reality right up against ours, thin as paper. And every so often, in the middle of the night, we press through it at the same time. So, let me tell you about my youngest daughter. I've adopted 3 kids, and my littlest, her name's Mila, has a pretty significant disability. She turns 2 this February. Physically, she can't do much on her own, and she doesn't speak with words, but honestly, she's got this huge, sparkling personality. Like, she loves people, she lives for attention, and she's hilarious in this very mischievous way. She'll babble at full volume on the train like she's hosting a talk show, and if her brothers get too close, she'll absolutely go for their hair like, "Come here, you." She's just so her. And I'm a big disability advocate, so I've never been the kind of parent who sits around praying for a miracle fix. I don't love the whole cure narrative. If Mila learns new things, wonderful. If she doesn't, she is still, completely, already perfect to me. But here's where it gets strange. People started telling me they'd had dreams about her, and in these dreams, she was moving, like mobile. At first, I brushed it off. I tried to be practical about it, you know? Brains do that. People dream in symbols. Some folks haven't spent much time around disabled kids, and maybe their mind is just trying to file it somewhere. Plus, I used to work as a personal assistant for a woman who was quadriplegic, and she once told me that people would sometimes casually say, "Oh, I dreamed you were walking," like it was no big deal. So I thought, okay, humans are weird. Dreams are weird. Whatever. Except, it didn't stop. It started getting specific. One night, I was staying over at my partner's place with Mila. He's my partner, Eli, and his apartment is still kind of new, like that clean, sharp, modern kind of place. I put Mila into the little crib we keep there, and she was having a harder time falling asleep than usual. Eventually, she did, but then about an hour later, she woke up crying. So I picked her up and rocked her against my chest, just swaying and whispering to her, doing that tired parent thing where you're barely awake, but you'd still do anything to make them feel safe. She settled. She fell asleep again. After that, Eli and I were sitting there, quietly talking, and we joked, half laughing, half whispering. Maybe she was annoyed we weren't asleep yet, like she was thinking, "Excuse me? I'm trying to get into your dreams. Chop, chop." We laughed. It was cute. And then the next day my friend texted me. She said, "This is going to sound insane, but I had a dream about Mila." And I was like, "Okay, sure, join the club." But then she said, "In the dream, Mila asked if she could borrow my body for a little while. Like she wanted to see what it feels like to be her." And listen, This friend Renee is not dramatic. She's not woo-woo. She doesn't send texts like that. So I immediately sat up. Renee told me that in the dream, she became Mila. Not like watching her. Not like a normal dream where you're observing. She said she was inside Mila's body, looking out through her eyes. And then she started describing what she saw. Not vague stuff, not a room or a house. She described details, tiny, dumb details that made my stomach go cold. She described the balcony railing, matte black with green-tinted glass panels. She described the angles of the living room where the light fell, the layout, all from a low perspective, from Mila's perspective. Here's the thing. Renee has never been to Eli's apartment, not once. She's never even seen photos. She didn't know we'd stayed over. She didn't even know there was a crib there. But she described it like she'd been standing in that space, looking around, like she knew it. And then she said, "And you came and picked me up." That's when I stopped being able to shrug it off. Because after that, it kept happening. It's not just my close friends. Random coworkers have stopped me in the hallway at work, people I barely talk to, and they'll say, "I dreamed of your little one." And then they'll laugh awkwardly, like they're embarrassed. And then they'll add, "She was so naughty in the dream." Always that word, naughty, cheeky, mischievous. And in the dreams, she's always moving in some way, rolling, crawling, scooting, standing, trying to at least. Not as some sad, "look, she's fixed" kind of thing, but like she's using it for comedy. Like mobility in the dream is just another tool in her little prank kit. And I started noticing something else. Mila wakes up when I wake up. I can wake in the middle of the night and try to stay totally still, eyes closed, not moving a muscle. Because I'm curious, right? I'm testing it. And every single time, within 10 minutes, she stirs. Then she wakes. Like she knows. Like she's been with me wherever I just went. Then today, this part made me laugh and kind of choke up at the same time. I had a dream of her rolling across the floor, just zooming around like she owned the place. And when I woke up, my oldest son was already awake, and he looked at me and went, completely serious, "Mom, I dreamed Mila was rolling." Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like he was just reporting the weather. Sometimes the dreams aren't even about movement. Sometimes it's her attitude. Like in one dream, we were on the metro and she was proudly declaring, so smug, "I'm the prettiest girl on this train." Even though she wasn't sitting upright the way people expect. Like she was basically telling the whole world, "Yeah? And?" In another dream, she was trying to grab my partner's camera gear. Eli's a filmmaker, and in the dream she kept insisting she needed to carry his lenses, like she was his tiny assistant, bossing everyone around. And then there's this last weird layer that I still can't make sense of. People in our neighborhood, parents at the playground, sometimes casually say things that imply they know my boys have a sister. Not in a creepy way, just familiar. Like they'll say, "Oh, how's their little sister?" Or, "Are you bringing the baby girl out later?" Even though I've never met them, and Mila hasn't been there, and I've never introduced her or even mentioned her. And I'll just stand there, smiling politely, while my brain quietly goes, "How do you know she exists?" So yeah, that's my life lately. I don't know if she's just unforgettable, and people's brains are doing that human thing where they fill in the blanks. I don't know if it's coincidence stacked on coincidence stacked on coincidence. But sometimes, late at night, when I wake up and feel the world go still, and then, a few minutes later, I hear her stir, I can't help but wonder, is my little Mila somehow slipping into people's dreams? And if she is, I mean, of course she's being cheeky in there too. So, my grandma Lydia passed away in late autumn, right after the first real cold snap. And honestly, the months leading up to it had already wrung me out. When she died, it felt like the year finally leaned in and said, "Yeah, I'm not done with you yet." She was one of the safest people in my whole family. Same kind of humor as me. Dry, a little mischievous, always perfectly timed. When I was little, she basically helped raise me. If I scraped my knee, she appeared like magic with a tissue. If I was bored, she'd make up some tiny job for me so I felt important. She lived with my parents too, so she wasn't a holiday-only grandma. She was daily life. And she died there, in their home, in the place where she'd stirred soup and watched TV too loudly and laughed at her own jokes. She'd been sick for a long time. Dialysis, all those appointments, the slow grind of it. Over the years, she shrank down so much that it stopped looking like her. The last stretch of time, she was so thin it made something inside me feel angry at the universe. Like, how dare it take a person and turn them into that? And then, the dreams started. What's strange is that before she died, if she showed up in my dreams, it was usually unsettling. She'd look fragile, grim, too thin, like my mind couldn't stop replaying what illness did to her. But after she died, I had a couple dreams where she looked like the version I grew up with. Fuller cheeks, bright eyes, that familiar, "I know something you don't" smile. Like she'd stepped out of an old photo and into my sleep. But the dream that really stayed with me, like it left fingerprints, was this one. I'm at a train station with my dad and my uncle Tomas, my dad's brother. The place has that echoey station sound, even though it's not loud. Like everything is padded with sunlight. And then I see her. Grandma Lydia walks in like she belongs there, like she's done this 1,000 times. And she's plump again. Not just healthier, she looks warmly alive, the way she did when I was a kid. Which is funny because in real life she barely traveled anywhere. She wasn't the kind of person who carried a suitcase for fun. But in the dream, she has a ticket. Not tucked away like she's unsure. She's holding it like, "Of course I have a ticket." She knows exactly what train she's getting on, like someone who checked the schedule yesterday and doesn't need help. Still, we help her, because that's what you do. My dad and uncle and I walk her toward the platform. And there's this calm, steady feeling in me, like even the air is telling me, this is how it's supposed to go. We get on the train with her to find her seat. Her seat number is 419. And when we find it, it's ridiculous. The space is so narrow it's almost comical, like the seat was made for someone who's the width of a book. Any normal part of your brain would go, no human can sit there. But in the dream, we all just understand. We understand that it works now because she isn't bound by the same rules. And here's the part that makes me laugh even now. In the middle of all this, my brain kicks in with this very me thought. Like, this is so intense. Science can't prove any of this. Which is extra ridiculous because I'm the kind of person who'd normally cling to evidence. I've got a biology degree. My whole life is built around what can be measured and replicated. And suddenly I become a little lucid, like I'm half awake inside the dream. I actually say it out loud to her, something like, "This is wild. I can't prove this to anyone." And Grandma Lydia laughs too. She gives me this look, like she's amused by how hard I'm trying to make it make sense. And she says, so simply, "Yeah, it's true." Then everything softens. I remember suitcases, one light blue, another a warm yellow, like someone packed her gently, lovingly, the way you pack a child for a trip. And in the dream, I just know my mom packed them. the same way in real life we put a few things with her when she was buried. Small comforts, symbolic things you want someone to have, even if you don't fully know why. The train itself looks old, brown wood, kind of worn in, like it's been doing this route forever. The seats are in rows of 3. The corridor is wide and yellow, almost glowing. There are little soft lights everywhere, blurry and warm, like the world is filmed through tears. Not sad tears, just that shimmering kind, the kind you get when something is tender and final at the same time. We help her to her place. No panic, no begging, no dramatic goodbye. Just this steady, sunny quiet. And then, this is the only way I can say it, I send my grandma off on a train. So, let me set the scene for you. My partner Evan and I live on the 3rd floor of this old apartment building. 4 floors total, built back in the early 1930s. The kind with thick doors and creaky little secrets in the corners. We've only been here about 5 months, and honestly, nothing has really happened, except for a couple of moments that keep stacking up in a way that makes you pause. The first thing was a while back. One night, we both woke up around 2:40ish in the morning, like fully awake at the same time, and we could hear what sounded like someone in our kitchen. Like, not footsteps, but that very specific sound of silverware clinking, like somebody was sorting forks and spoons, maybe rinsing them. The whole tiny metal noise orchestra. We didn't jump up right then, because you know how apartment buildings are. Half the time you're hearing someone else's keys, someone else's cabinets, someone else's life. But later that morning we both brought it up, separately, and just kind of stared at each other like, okay, so you heard it too. We laughed it off, mostly. We said it was neighbors. But even then, it didn't quite sound like neighbors. Then yesterday afternoon, something happened that I'm still trying to explain away because my brain really likes neat explanations. I was in the bathroom, glamorous, I know, and our cat Miso was batting around one of his little toys outside the door. Our toddler Nora was asleep in the other room. Quiet apartment, normal day. And then I heard what sounded like little toddler noises, like a soft babble, the kind you instinctively react to. And right after that, I saw this quick shadow pass by the doorway. It looked exactly like a small kid running past. My stomach dropped for half a second, because my first thought was, she's awake. But before I could even do anything, Miso sprinted back from that direction, making this sound he does sometimes. This long, dramatic howl that weirdly can sound like a small child calling out. I told myself, okay, cat shadow, cat noise, you're fine. It wasn't a perfect fit. The shadow didn't feel very cat-shaped, but I forced it into place because I wanted it to make sense. That night, Evan told me something else. He said he was lying in bed, not asleep, just staring into the dark, and he heard me whisper his name, softly, from the other side of the bed, like right across from him. He lifted his head immediately, ready to answer, and I was out cold, completely asleep. Not even the kind of sleep where you're half dreaming. He said he didn't feel terrified, just puzzled, like that was unmistakably my name. And then today is what really got me. I was sitting on the floor playing with Nora. She had her pacifier in, so she wasn't talking much, just making those little happy noises. I'm looking right at her face, like directly watching her, and I hear her voice, clear as day, right next to my ear. The exact way she says it too, like her little bright sing-song, "Hi." Except Nora didn't move, didn't open her mouth, nothing. And I swear to you, this wasn't a shadow, and it wasn't the cat, and it wasn't me half asleep. I was wide awake, staring at my child's face, and the sound happened right by my ear. So I tell Evan, and he goes quiet for a second, And then he says, super casually, like he's mentioning the weather, "You know, they told us about the kid who died on the stairs between the third and fourth floor." And I'm like, "They who? Told us when? What are you talking about?" Which is almost worse, right? Like, where did that come from? So now we've got the silverware at night, the hallway shadow, the whispered name, the high in my ear, and this weird half-memory or half-dream about a child on the stairs. And the strangest part is, neither of us feels threatened. It's creepy, yes. It's unsettling, but it doesn't feel like danger. It feels more like something brushing past us, trying to be noticed, like a presence that's curious but not cruel. The timing is what really gets me. We were supposed to go away this weekend, but we turned down the trip for unrelated reasons. Just a gut feeling and a few annoying logistics. And now I keep thinking, if we had gone, would something have happened? Would we have missed something important here? Or avoided something out there? I don't know. I'm not saying I think we were saved from anything, but my mind keeps circling that thought anyway. So that's where we're at. An old building, a third-floor apartment, a handful of moments that don't add up. And honestly, I'm just sitting with it, trying to figure out what you do when your home starts feeling like it's quietly telling you a story you didn't ask to hear. Okay, so let me tell you what happened, because I still don't fully know what to do with it. A couple nights ago, 3 of the 5 ceiling lights in my room just died at the exact same time. No warning. I flipped the switch a few times, checked the obvious stuff. Nothing. For 2 days, those 3 bulbs stayed completely dark, like they were just done with me. Then last night, technically super early morning, around 2:40-ish, I'm at my desk gaming with my headset on, totally locked in. And the light closest to me, one of the ones that had been dead, suddenly comes back to life. Except it doesn't just turn on. It starts flickering, like aggressively. Not the casual, bulb is old kind of flicker. This was rapid, sharp, in-your-face strobing, right above me, like it was trying to be noticed. At first, I ignore it because I'm mid-match and honestly, my brain just goes, cool, the bulb's glitching. But it keeps going. 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10, and it's the closest light to my desk, so it feels personal, like it's hovering right over my shoulder. Eventually, I get so annoyed that I do that thing you do when you're trying to make yourself laugh instead of getting freaked out. I look up and go, half joking, "All right, knock it off, Milo. You're driving me nuts." And I swear to you, the second I said that, the light shuts off. Just instantly. Like it heard me. Like it was waiting for that exact moment. I just sat there blinking at the ceiling like, no way. And then I laughed, because my brain didn't want to accept what it looked like. It felt like a ridiculous coincidence, the kind you tell your friends and everyone goes, "Sure, buddy." But then curiosity got me. That little voice in my head went, "Okay, what if you test it?" So I said out loud, "Okay, if someone's messing with me, or if this is anything at all, let's do a yes-no thing." I made up a code on the spot. 1 flick means yes, 2 quick flicks means no. And then I asked, kind of teasing, kind of not, "Is anyone there?" And after a beat, like a second, flick. 1 single flick. And that was the moment I got that cold rush down my back. Not like horror movie panic, more like my body reacting before my brain could explain it. So I tried again, because I didn't want to let my imagination run away with me. "All right, are you a ghost?" Same code. 1 flick for yes, 2 for no. A pause. Flick. 1. And I'm just sitting there with my controller in my hands going, okay, what is happening right now? I'm not even someone who believes in this stuff. I'm usually the person who rolls their eyes and says it's wiring or bad voltage or whatever. But I could feel my thoughts getting loud and messy. Excitement, nerves, disbelief. Like my brain was sprinting in 10 directions at once. So I decided to change the rules, because if it was random flickering, changing the code shouldn't matter. I said, new code. Yes is 3 quick flicks. No is 1 flick. Then I asked, very carefully, do you need help? And after that same little 1-second pause, flick, flick, flick. 3 rapid flicks. I didn't scream. I didn't do anything dramatic. I just stood up and said out loud, nope, and I left. I walked out of my room, went downstairs, paced around for a while like I was trying to shake the feeling off my skin. I kept thinking, it's electricity. It has to be. It has to be. But at the same time, the timing felt too clean, too responsive. After maybe 10 minutes, I forced myself to go back upstairs like, okay, you can't let a ceiling light bully you out of your own room. So I tried asking more questions. Same setup, same yes-no code. Nothing. No response at all. And here's the part that sticks with me. When it was responding, it always happened about 1 or 2 seconds after I spoke. And it would stop right after the answer, like it was waiting for the next question, like it was listening. Now I'm sitting here the next day feeling ridiculous for even saying this, but I haven't been able to sleep in that room. I keep getting this quiet, crawling feeling that something is watching me from somewhere just out of my peripheral vision. I'm replacing the light tomorrow. Like, new bulb, maybe new fixture, maybe I'll even check the wiring. Because I don't care what it was. I just don't want it blinking back at me again. Hey, so there's something I've been thinking about again today, and I figured I'd just tell you the way I'd tell a friend. A while back, I had an experience in my own house that I actually photographed. I even sent some of the pictures to my family at the time, and I'm not going to lie, a couple of them were pretty gruesome looking. Not in a blood-everywhere horror movie way, but in this unsettling, body part-shaped kind of way. Like the image wanted to resemble something human or animal, even though it didn't make sense. And the thing is, I don't jump straight to, it's paranormal. I really don't. When I look at photos like that, my brain immediately starts making the boring list. Dust, compression noise, weird shadows, lens flare, motion blur, something smudged on the lens, an object half blocking the frame. All of it. I'm almost annoyingly skeptical with myself. But I also know how hard it is to catch anything subtle in a photo unless you're willing to do the careful work. So I'll pull the image into editing software, sometimes Paint.net, sometimes GIMP, and I'll take my time. I'm talking slow, patient adjustments. Brighten the shadows a little, zoom in, bump the contrast, try a soft glow, undo it, try it again, trace the edges, back up, compare versions, stare at it until my eyes feel stupid. It's not this quick, aha moment. It's more like, okay, if this were nothing, would it still look like that after all these different checks? Sometimes I'll admit I'm probably off, like maybe my brain is forcing meaning where there isn't any. But every once in a while, something stays strange no matter how gently I try to explain it away. And even then, the frustrating part is, it can still be hard to tell what you're actually looking at. That's kind of why I stopped sharing things publicly, because a few years ago, this is the part that still sticks with me. I posted some photos from a trip to the Crescent Hollow Hotel. It's one of those old places with a reputation, you know? beautiful, historic, and everybody has a story about it. I caught a couple of anomalies in the pictures, nothing that screamed ghost to anyone else apparently, and I shared them on a paranormal forum. And I got wrecked. Not just disagreement either. People were mean. Like, personal mean. The kind of backlash that makes you feel embarrassed for even being curious. So after that, I mostly kept things to myself. But there's one sequence I still go back to. The last photos I took there were in the basement, down where the air feels heavier and every little sound seems too loud. I wasn't even trying to be dramatic. I just had my camera on and snapped a quick burst, basically a frame-by-frame sequence. I remember thinking, if anything weird happens, at least I'll have something to review later. And later, after I got home, after I stopped second-guessing myself long enough to sit down and actually look, I ran those frames through my usual process. Same routine. Brighten, zoom, compare, undo, redo. Try to prove to myself it's nothing. Except, one part of that sequence didn't behave like nothing. In the middle of the frames, it looked like something formed above this dull metal pipe, like the suggestion of a head, not fully solid, more like a shape finding itself. And as the frames progressed, it seemed to turn, like it noticed me. That's the part that makes my stomach tighten, even now, because I wasn't seeing that in the moment. I only caught it after, in the analysis. What's even stranger is that I did have a moment in the basement where I thought I saw something blue in my peripheral vision. Just a split-second blotch, almost face-like, but not clear enough to swear on. At the time, I wrote it off as my eyes adjusting or nerves or whatever. But seeing that burst of frames afterward, matching the timing, it made me wonder if the peripheral thing was real, and the photos just confirmed it. I never told the forum any of that. They weren't interested in nuance, and I wasn't interested in being mocked again. So I kept it private. Those frames became this quiet little evidence folder in my own head, something I revisit when I'm alone, when I'm honest, when I'm not trying to convince anyone. And that's what I've been thinking about today. How weird it is to carry something like that by yourself. Because I do believe what I saw. At least, I believe something happened that wasn't just a reflection or a camera hiccup. I'm not saying I solved the universe with a screenshot. I'm just saying I did the work. I tried to debunk it, and it still didn't sit right. And now I'm curious. Have you ever had a photo, or a sequence of photos, that you never shared because people made you feel crazy? Or because you could already hear the jokes before they even started? I could share what I have. I still have the original images, and there's even a short video I posted once, a long time ago. But I'm careful with it now, not just because it might be hard to interpret, but because once something like that leaves your hands, you can't control how people treat it. And I don't really want to hand strangers something they'll use as an excuse to be cruel. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Just sitting here, thinking about those frames in the dark, and how sometimes the loneliest part isn't what you witnessed. It's what happens when no one believes you long enough to even look with you. Hey friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? Drop a comment below and let me know. I really love being here, sharing my paranormal experiences from around the world and reading your comments. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your own paranormal stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new videos. Now, let's get cozy, put on our headphones, and dive into today's paranormal experiences. Hey, so I've got a story I don't tell often, mostly because it still makes my throat tighten a little when I say it out loud. I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains, and when I say I grew up there, I mean in it, in the thick of it. The woods weren't just nearby, they were the backdrop of everything. Back then, we didn't have phones in our pockets, no little screens tugging at our attention. We had long afternoons, muddy shoes, and the kind of imagination that makes a stick feel like a sword and a hollow log feel like a castle. My best friend back then was a girl named Jolene, and we were the kind of kids who could disappear into the trees for hours and come back sunburned, scratched up, and proud of it. We had this stretch of forest behind my family's place where the underbrush got so tangled you had to shoulder your way through it. We'd follow deer prints, dare each other to climb higher than we should have, hop over cold little streams that cut through the rocks like they'd been there forever. But fall was when the woods felt like they were opening up. Once the leaves started dropping, the forest floor showed itself, and paths that didn't exist in summer suddenly looked clear enough to follow. Every year, we'd push our exploring boundary a little farther. We even had what we called bases, secret spots we'd claim like we were the first people to ever find them. And the funny part is, no matter how brave we acted, we always stayed close enough that, if we stood on our toes, we could still catch a glimpse of my house through the trees. Until one day we didn't. It was one of those crisp afternoons when the air feels clean and sharp, and the woods look almost welcoming, like they're inviting you to come see something. Jolene and I packed like we were going on an expedition. A flashlight, a couple granola bars, a little pocket knife we weren't supposed to have, and this bright orange yarn from her mom's sewing basket. We figured if we wrapped it around tree trunks as we walked, we could always follow it back. And at first, it worked. We wound that yarn around a maple, then a pine, then a fat old oak, laughing at how serious we were being. Two kids acting like the forest was uncharted territory. We kept going, deeper, quiet enough that we stopped talking without even realizing it. Then we saw the tree. It was huge, older than anything around it, and the trunk split into two thick arms like a giant slingshot reaching up out of the ground. It didn't look real. It looked like something you'd see in a picture book. And right beside it, half buried in the slope of the hill under a mat of damp leaves and broken branches, there was this metal ring. Rusty, old. The kind of thing you don't usually find out in the middle of nowhere. We knelt down and started brushing away the leaves, and that's when our stomachs dropped a little. It wasn't just a ring. It was a handle, bolted into a wooden door set right into the earth like a hatch. Like a cellar door, except wrong. Too hidden. Too deliberate. Like it didn't want to be found. I remember Jolene whispering, "Do you think it's like a storm shelter?" Like saying something practical could make it normal. We both grabbed the handle anyway. It took a couple hard tugs before it gave, and when it did, it opened with this heavy, reluctant groan, wood scraping against dirt, like it hadn't moved in years. Underneath were steps, stone steps, leading down into absolute black. The flashlight beam didn't reach far. It just swallowed into the dark like the dark had weight. So we went down. The air changed immediately, cold and damp, like a basement that never gets sunlight. Every step made the sound of grit under our shoes, and the deeper we went, the quieter everything got. Like the forest had stayed up top, and we'd stepped into somewhere it couldn't follow. At the bottom, the stairs opened into this cramped little room. The walls were rough, packed earth or stone, I couldn't tell. The flashlight beam shook because my hands were shaking. And right there, in the middle of the floor, was one single thing. A photograph, not in a frame, not in a box, just lying there like it had been placed on purpose. I picked it up, The edges were worn soft, like it had been handled a lot, and when I turned it toward the light, my whole body went icy. It was a picture of two girls, two kids about our age. They were standing in front of a house that looked so much like mine it made my stomach roll. Same porch shape, same window placement, even the way the roof line dipped on one side. But it wasn't the house that got me. It was their faces. Their eyes were too dark in the photo, like somebody had shaded them in. And they were smiling, but not like kids smile. Their grins were stretched, a little too wide, a little too practiced, like they were trying to imitate happiness and getting it wrong. Jolene leaned in, saw it, and made this sound, like she tried to breathe and couldn't. We didn't discuss it. We didn't debate. We just turned and ran. We flew up those steps so fast I thought we'd fall. And when we burst out into daylight, it felt like we'd been underwater and finally broke the surface. Then Jolene grabbed my arm and said, "The yarn." We looked. Every loop we'd wrapped around the trees, gone. Not snapped, not trailing off, just not there. Like someone had walked behind us and unwound it neatly, quietly, taking our way home away. That's when panic really hit. We ran anyway. We guessed. We turned when we thought we should turn. We pushed through brush that clawed at our jackets. We were crying without even realizing it. And when we finally saw my house through the trees, when we finally saw it, my legs almost gave out with relief. We burst inside like wild animals, breathless and shaking. My mom took one look at us and her face changed completely. You know that look adults get when they're trying to stay calm, but something in their gut is already screaming? That. We tried to explain, talking over each other, tripping on our words. The split tree, the door in the hill, the stairs, the photograph with the house, all of it. My dad, of course, did the whole half-smile thing. Skeptical, amused, trying to make it into a joke. But when he saw how wrecked we were, how we couldn't stop shaking, his expression flattened out. So they came with us. And walking back into those woods with my parents felt completely different. The forest didn't feel playful anymore. It felt like it was watching. We searched for what felt like forever, following our memory more than any real trail. And then we saw it. That slingshot tree. Exactly like we remembered. My heart jumped so hard it hurt, because part of me thought, thank God we didn't imagine it. But when we looked around, there was nothing. No hatch, no rusty ring, no disturbed leaves, no spot where the earth had been opened, just untouched ground. And Jolene and I, we didn't even have to talk. We just looked at each other, and I knew she felt it too. Because we had been there. We had touched that handle. We had walked down those steps. We had held that photo in our hands. And yet, standing there with our parents, it was like the woods had swallowed the whole thing back up and smoothed the surface clean. It's been about 15 years now, and I still don't have a neat explanation. Jolene and I have gone back more than once, separately and together, trying to find that exact spot. We've stood by trees that looked almost right, paced off distances, searched hillsides after heavy rain when you'd think anything buried would show itself. Nothing. Not once. But I'll tell you what, every time I go back home and I catch sight of that tree line from the yard, I get this cold little shiver, like my body remembers before my brain even has time to think. And sometimes, just for a second, I can see it as clear as if it's right in front of me again. Those steps, that dark opening, and that photograph. Two girls, a house that looks like mine, and those eyes, those smiles. Like something in that forest found us first, and just let us borrow the secret for a moment before taking it back. So, I've always been the there's a reasonable explanation kind of person. I'm not saying weird stuff can't happen, but I've never really put much faith in paranormal stories, especially eyewitness accounts. People misremember things. Our brains fill in gaps. We get tired, we get jumpy, we convince ourselves something happened a certain way because it feels true. That's been my default setting for as long as I can remember. But a few nights ago, something happened that honestly rattled me. Like the kind of thing that sits in your chest afterward and won't leave. To give you a little context, I live with my partner. Her name's Mara. And for the past couple of weeks, she's been telling me our apartment has been acting off. She's mentioned the bedroom door drifting open when we were sure it was shut. Same with the closet. Closed one moment, cracked open the next. She's also said a few things have ended up on the floor for no obvious reason, like they were nudged or slid right off the dresser. And I'll be real with you, I brushed most of it off. Our doors are flimsy and slightly crooked in their frames, and the air in our place shifts whenever the heater kicks on. Plus, Mara loves those ghost hunting shows. She's into all that. Energy, spirits, the idea that places can hold on to emotions. And I always figured that when you're already looking for something paranormal, your brain starts tagging every little creak and slip as evidence. That's what I told myself anyway. Then came that night. We were in bed, lights out, winding down. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the building settle. And out of nowhere, we both heard something thump inside the closet. Not a soft sound, not a little rustle. A solid something fell sound. Mara immediately sat up, like she'd been waiting for that exact moment. She was whispering, asking if I heard it too. I did, but I tried to keep it casual. I remember saying something like, probably a shoe tipped over, or maybe a hanger slipped. We have a couple storage bins stacked a little too confidently up there too, so I figured one shifted. Eventually she fell asleep, but I stayed awake a bit longer, scrolling through a book on my phone. Not bright, just enough to read. I was lying on my back, phone held at chest level, and my eyes were basically aimed straight toward the closet doorway. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach tighten even now. Right there in front of me, maybe 5 feet away, near the closet, this round, pale sphere just appeared. It wasn't like a reflection on the wall. It wasn't a streak. It wasn't in the corner of my eye. It was dead center, clear, a shape. And for a split second it flared, like it pulsed, and the light was so sharp and bright it felt almost physical. Like someone had fired a camera flash right in the middle of a dark room. Except it wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from that thing. Then it faded out. Just like that. Maybe a second, maybe 2. But it was long enough for my whole body to react before my mind even caught up. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up. I felt this involuntary shiver roll through me, like my nervous system hit some ancient alarm button. I didn't scream or jump out of bed or anything dramatic. I just froze, staring at the darkness where it had been, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But I didn't feel like I imagined it. Afterward, I kept replaying it, going through possibilities like a checklist. Could it have been an airplane? We're not far from a flight path, and you'll occasionally see light shift through the room. But again, those are moving sources. This wasn't moving. It didn't wander. It didn't scatter. Then I went even more skeptic brain and started thinking about eye stuff. Like, okay, flashes of light can be migraines, or floaters, or any number of neurological things. But everything I've ever heard about those is that they're usually peripheral, or they look like streaks or sparks. This wasn't that. This was straight ahead, in a specific spot in the room, with a clear shape. And maybe the weirdest part? It didn't feel like a simple optical trick. It felt like something external, something that happened in the space with me. I lay there afterward with my heart quietly hammering, trying not to wake Mara, staring at the closet like it might happen again. I don't think I blinked for a full minute. It didn't come back. But it changed something in me. Because now I'm stuck between two thoughts that don't fit together. One part of me still wants a neat explanation, something scientific and clean and boring. And the other part of me can't ignore how real it felt, how my body responded like it knew I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to. So yeah, I'm shaken. I'm not claiming I saw a ghost. I'm not saying we're haunted. I'm just saying I saw something I can't easily file away, and it happened in my own bedroom, in the dark, with the person I love sleeping right beside me. And I keep wondering, if it wasn't something normal, then what was it? And if it was something normal, why can't I make it make sense? Hey, so I don't tell this story at parties because it doesn't land as a fun spooky. It lands as a quiet kind of wrong that sticks to you. The house I grew up in was strange. Not quirky strange, more like it had its own mood, and most days, that mood was watching you. We lived right where the neighborhood gave up and the woods started. Thick trees, the kind that swallow sound. And behind our backyard, past a sagging fence and this narrow strip of weeds, there was an old graveyard. Not the tidy kind with fresh flowers and neat rows. This one was hidden, half forgotten. The stones leaned like tired teeth. Some were cracked clean through, and the names on them were worn down until they were just pale scratches. Even in the middle of July, it felt colder back there, like the air didn't belong to the same season. Sometimes, if you stared too long, you'd see something move between the stones. Not a person, more like a shift, a shadow where there shouldn't be one. And every once in a while, when the whole world went still, you'd hear a murmur. Not words you could understand, just the sense of voices, like a radio turned low in another room. We didn't talk about it, not really. It was one of those family understandings. Don't invite it into conversation. And the house itself didn't exactly make you feel brave either. Lights would flicker even after my mom replaced the bulbs. Doors would ease open by themselves, slow and careful, like someone trying not to be noticed. Things would disappear. My dad's keys, a hairbrush, a stuffed animal, and then turn up in places that made no sense, like the linen closet or the basement stairs. My parents tried to be normal about it. Drafts, old wiring. We're all just tired, that kind of thing. But then there was one night that flipped the whole house into something else. So we had this routine. After dinner, we'd pile into the living room and watch sitcoms, comfort TV, stuff with laugh tracks. That kind of noise that makes you feel like nothing bad can happen because, see, people are laughing. I was little enough that I'd always fall asleep during the second episode. I'd curl up at the end of the couch with this faded quilt and knock out like a rock. My parents would let me stay there. No point waking me up, right? And then they'd head to bed. And here's the thing. I had a habit. I'd wake up later, usually when the TV had gone off and the house was dark and quiet. That moment would hit me. I'm alone. And I'd bolt down the hallway to my parents' room. At the foot of their bed, my dad kept this old army green trunk from his college days. It smelled like dust and cedar and metal. I'd use it like a step, climb up, and worm my way between them. It was automatic, like my body knew the path better than my brain did. But that night, even before I fell asleep, something felt off. The sitcom was on, people were joking, but the laughter didn't feel like it could reach the corners of the room. The air felt thick, like breathing through a warm towel. I remember feeling uneasy and not knowing why. Still, I drifted off. Later, this is what my parents told me. Both of them woke up to a sound. Soft, small, that quick little pitter-patter of feet on the hallway floor. At first, my mom thought it was just me, half asleep and padding down the hall like always. My dad mumbled something and rolled over. But then the footsteps got closer, and the sound had that weird clarity it only gets at night, when the whole house is holding its breath. The footsteps stopped right outside their door, and then the door creaked, slowly, like a careful hand was pushing it open. My mom, still drowsy, called out, "Mia, honey, come on, get in bed." No climbing, no little grunt of effort, no quilt rustling, nothing. So she tried again, more awake this time. "Mia, stop messing around and get up here." And then she felt it. This is the part that makes my skin prickle, even now. She felt a slow shift in the mattress, like weight pressing down along the side of the bed, not at the foot where I usually climbed, like something was pulling itself up, carefully, deliberately, too slow, too quiet. My dad sat up, suddenly sharp with panic because he felt it too, and he snapped, like parents do when fear comes out as anger. "Mia, you have 5 seconds to get in this bed." And then they looked, down toward the foot of the bed where the trunk was, and there was something. Low to the ground, on all fours, a shape in the darkness that looked like a child-sized silhouette, crouched and still, like it had been caught in the act of watching. It wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing loud enough to hear. It was just there, too perfectly placed, too perfectly wrong. My mom says the room felt colder in that exact second, like someone had opened a freezer door. My dad, fully awake now, lunged for the lamp and snapped it on. Light flooded the room, and the shadow was gone. Just gone, like it had never existed. They jumped out of bed and tore the room apart, looked under the bed, threw open the closet, checked behind the curtains. My mom even yanked open the bathroom door like I could have been standing in there silently, waiting to laugh. But there was nothing. No child. No prank. No explanation. So they ran, barefoot, hearts hammering, down the hallway to the living room. And there I was, still asleep on the couch, curled under that faded quilt, face turned into the cushion, breathing slow and peaceful like I hadn't moved in hours. My parents just stood there for a long time, staring at me like they needed to make sure I was real, like they needed proof that I was where I was supposed to be. My dad finally whispered, "Then who was in our room?" No one answered, because what do you even say to that? And after that night, everything changed in this tiny, quiet way. They didn't announce it. They didn't sit me down and explain anything. They just stopped leaving me alone in the living room. If I fell asleep, one of them carried me to bed. Every time. Like they were afraid the hallway might walk again. And this time, it might not be pretending to be me. Okay, so, picture this. It's Samhain night here in Ireland. That kind of cold, quiet dark, where even the streetlights feel like they're... I was 15, and I was with my 2 cousins, Liam and Kieran, and we had the brilliant idea of sneaking out around 2:40 a.m. to walk down to the little shop for snacks. Stupid, I know, but it felt harmless at the time, like a tiny adventure. Everything's fine on the way there. No cars, no people, just our footsteps and us trying not to laugh too loud. And then we're heading back, and when we're maybe a third of the way home, we pass this old stone church. You know the kind. Dark windows, tall shadows, the whole place looking like it's been watching you for 100 years. That's when Liam goes, really casually, lads, there's a woman there." I glance over and I see her, an elderly woman, maybe late 60s or early 70s, with this curly dark hair that fell just past her shoulders, and she's holding a shopping bag like she's just been out doing her groceries. At nearly 3 in the morning, which already makes zero sense. We keep walking, trying not to stare. At first we're like, maybe she's just walking the same direction. So we keep going, normal pace, pretending we're not bothered. A few minutes pass and Kieran leans in close to me and says, quiet but sharp, "Mate, she's following us." So I turn my head, just a quick look over my shoulder, and yeah, she's behind us. Same distance, same pace, not wandering, not stopping, just tracking. My stomach drops in that way where your whole body goes cold for a second. We start walking faster, but not too fast, because in our heads we're thinking, don't look like you're scared, don't make it obvious. So we do this awkward speed walk thing, trying to act casual while our hearts are hammering. And then, no warning at all, she starts running. Not like jogging, running, straight at us. I swear, in that moment, it didn't matter how old she looked. All I knew was it was almost 3 in the morning on Samhain. We're by a church, and an elderly woman was sprinting toward a bunch of teenagers like she meant business. We absolutely lost it. All 3 of us just bolted. We're running full speed, breath catching in our throats, shoes slapping the road, and every couple seconds I'm risking a glance back, and she's still coming, still running. Then, just as suddenly, she veers off and runs into this yard, my nan's place. And that part is what made it feel wrong. Because my nan is the only person living there. It's not like it's some busy house where someone might be coming and going. It's quiet, empty looking, and this woman just disappears in there like she belongs. We didn't stop to investigate. We didn't even slow down. We got home, slammed the door, and just stood in the hallway trying to catch our breath, looking at each other like, did that actually happen? And then, because we're idiots and we wanted to make it worse, we start searching for what it could have been. We end up asking an AI about it, and it starts going on about the witching hour, spirits, and then it mentions banshees, how sometimes they appear as older women, sometimes they follow people as a warning, like a sign you're not meant to be doing something, or that someone close by is about to die. And I know how that sounds. I do. It's easy to roll your eyes at it when you're sitting somewhere warm in daylight. But here's the thing. So yeah, maybe it was just an old woman out late. Maybe she was confused or heading somewhere. Or we misread everything because we were tired and already spooked because it was Samhain. But I can't shake the questions. Why was she out at that hour with a bag like that? Why follow 3 teenagers in silence? And why, of all things, run at us? I don't know what I believe, honestly. I just know it didn't feel normal. It felt like we brushed past something we weren't meant to see, and it noticed us back. So, this happened a while back, but it still pops into my head sometimes, especially when I'm driving. I figured I'd tell you and see what you make of it. At the time, I was unemployed and just waiting to ship out to boot camp, late November. But you know how it is. Life doesn't pause just because you're in between chapters. Bills still show up on time. So I'd been doing DoorDash deliveries in my old pickup to keep things afloat. And honestly, that job was eye-opening. The tips, especially for long trips, can be downright insulting. Like, you're out there burning gas and time for pocket change. Anyway, one afternoon I got an order for this little Mexican place. The funny part is it was super close to where I lived, like a couple streets over. I pulled up and had to wait because the order wasn't ready yet. While I'm sitting there, I'm like, I should call my mom. We hadn't talked in a bit, and I have that bad habit of getting caught up in my own stuff and forgetting to check in, then feeling guilty after. So I call her, and we're just chatting, nothing serious. I've got my window cracked because it was warm out, and all of a sudden I hear someone yelling for help. But here's the thing, it wasn't a panic scream. It was weirdly calm, like steady and controlled. Just help, 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 over and over. I tell my mom, like, hold on, I think someone's calling for help. And she kind of laughs a little, like I'm being dramatic. And she's like, probably some guy messing around. But I don't know. Something about it bothered me. And I'm familiar with that little area. Behind the restaurant, there's this drainage ditch that runs along the back of the buildings. Not super deep, but definitely the kind of place someone could fall or get stuck if they were drunk or hurt. What messed with me most was nobody else seemed to notice. People were walking in and out of the restaurant like it was just another normal day. No heads turning, no, "Did you hear that?" Nothing. Then my phone buzzes. Order's ready. I get out of my truck and I'm thinking, okay, food in a second. Let me just make sure nobody's actually in trouble. So instead of going straight inside, I start walking toward where I think the voice is coming from, toward the side of the building, closer to the ditch. And that's when I notice this guy sitting on the curb near the corner. From where I was, I honestly didn't think he was the one yelling. I figured he was just some dude taking a smoke break, minding his business. Also, I'm not gonna lie, my eyesight isn't great, so at first I couldn't make out his face clearly. But as I get closer, the help starts sounding more urgent, less calm, more hungry almost, like it's trying harder. And then it clicks. It's him. He's the one calling out. And the second my brain catches up, my vision catches up too, and I realize he's turned toward me, watching me, like he'd been waiting for someone to come over. Not waving, not gesturing like I'm hurt, just sitting there, locked in on me, calling help like it's a fishing line. I got this cold rush down my back, like my body decided for me that this was wrong. And the whole time, my mom is still on the phone like, "What's going on? Are you okay?" And I'm trying to sound calm, but I'm not calm. I'm walking back toward the restaurant entrance, and behind me, his voice changes. Now it's not steady, "Help, help." Now it's pleading, like crying, like, "No, wait, help." Like I'm abandoning him. And I know how that sounds. I know. But every part of me was screaming, don't go back. Don't get closer. Don't get pulled into whatever this is. I've seen enough movies, and honestly, heard enough real-life stories to know that someone needs help can be the oldest trap in the book. So I go inside, grab the order, do the whole polite customer service thing like my heart isn't trying to climb out of my ribs. Then I walk back out. And the second I step outside, silence. No yelling, no crying, nothing. I get in my truck, still weirded out, still curious, and I'm like, okay, I just have to know if he's still there. So instead of driving off normally, I loop around the corner to look back at the spot. And he's gone. Just gone. Like he evaporated. Now, here's the part I wrestle with. I used to hear people talk about skinwalkers and creepy mimic stuff and all that, and I'd roll my eyes. I always leaned logical. It's probably this, probably that. My cousin's girlfriend used to swear she saw things in the woods once when her car broke down, and I'd listen, but I didn't really buy it. Didn't help that I owned this little death whistle I picked up years ago on a trip, and I'd mess around with it out in the trees to freak my friends out. She used to tell me, "You're inviting something messing with you." And I'd laugh like, "Yeah, okay." But that day, in the middle of the afternoon, with people around, the way that voice stayed calm until it didn't, the way he was watching me, the way it felt like he wanted me closer, I don't know. I'm not saying it was something supernatural. I'm not even saying he wasn't a real person. I'm just saying my instincts hit the alarm so hard it felt physical. And I've learned to respect that. So yeah, that's my story. Tell me, have you ever had a moment like that? Where something felt off in a way you couldn't explain, and your body was like, nope, leave, now. Okay, I've gone back and forth on whether to say this out loud because I know how it sounds. But I'm going to tell you exactly how it happened, the way I remember it, messy details and all, because keeping it bottled up has been eating at me. It was October 11th, sometime this year. I remember that part clearly because I'd been checking the date on my phone earlier, like I always do when my sleep is off. I went to bed a little after midnight, and I just couldn't settle. You know that feeling where your mind won't stop pacing, even though your body is begging for rest? That was me. And then, out of nowhere, I noticed this white light outside the window. At first it was just a glow, like a car had pulled up with headlights pointed directly at the glass. But it kept growing. Brighter. Bigger. Until it wasn't outside anymore. Everything was flooded with it. The whole room looked like it had been dropped under some impossible spotlight. Brighter than daylight. Brighter than it should have been able to get. And that's when my body started doing something I can't really compare to anything normal. A tingling ran through me. Like electricity, but not painful. More like that heavy pins and needles feeling when your arm falls asleep, except it spread through my arms, legs, chest, everywhere. I realized I couldn't move. Not even a finger. I was completely locked in place. But I was awake. Fully awake. That's the part that sticks. I wasn't drifting. I wasn't dreaming. I was there. The light got so intense I couldn't see anything at all. Just whiteness. And time got weird. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been 10 minutes. I honestly couldn't tell. Then, slowly, the brightness eased, and suddenly I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I was sitting in this cold, hard metal chair in a room that was this soft, pale blue, like the color of early morning before the sun's up. And the strangest thing was the lighting. There weren't lamps, no ceiling lights, no shadows really. It was like the room itself glowed from every surface at once. And across from me, close enough that it felt intimate, like a conversation distance, there was someone. Something. If you've ever seen those stereotypical drawings of a gray, yeah, it was like that, but more refined? Not cute, not cartoonish. His face looked almost sculpted, like sharp cheekbones and a stronger structure than the stories usually describe. Deep-set, dark eyes, a small, squared-off nose, a thin mouth that barely moved when he spoke, like he didn't need to. And listen, this is important. I'm not a brave person. I'm anxious. I overthink everything. If I hear a noise in another room, I'm the kind of person who convinces myself something's wrong. But in that moment, I felt calm. Not drugged, not numb, just no fear. Like the part of me that panics had been gently turned down. He started speaking, but not in English. He tried a few languages first, several, one after another, like he was scrolling through options. I didn't understand them, but a couple sounded faintly familiar, like echoes of something I'd heard on TV or in passing. Then he spoke English. Clear. Measured. Like he already knew I'd understand it. And he said my name. Not hey, not human, not anything vague. My actual name, like we'd met before. That alone made my stomach flip. He said something like, welcome, and told me he had something important to share. Then, this is going to sound ridiculous, but it happened. He asked if I was comfortable. Like he cared whether the chair was digging into my back. I answered because what else do you do? I told him I was fine, and I asked who he was and why I was there. He paused for a long time, long enough that I started wondering if he'd even respond. Then he said, very simply, and I remember this wave of confusion, like my brain tripped over the sentence and couldn't recover. Then he said the message. He told me my planet, our planet, was in danger. Not in a vague, be kind to the earth way, but in a direct, heavy way that landed like a weight in my chest. He said that if we didn't act soon, extreme weather would become normal. More violent storms, more brutal heat, wildfires that wouldn't stop, drought that would crack whole regions open. And then he said something that made my mouth go dry. He said that if we don't change course, the world would slide into a nuclear conflict in the late 2020s. He didn't give an exact date the way you'd expect in a movie, but he was specific enough to make it feel real. He described a future where only a small number of people survive, forced underground, living like we'd taken a knife to civilization and left only the roots. I didn't know what to say. I mean, what do you say to that? My first instinct was honestly, this has to be a dream. It was too sharp, too cinematic, too impossible. But I managed to ask him where he was from, where they were from, and he said, Earth. He told me they had traveled through space and time, not for conquest, not for curiosity, but to try to redirect what they were living through, to prevent their reality from solidifying into ours, like they were grabbing at the steering wheel before the crash. And then he said something that felt aimed straight at my heart. He told me I wasn't the only one, that many people had been contacted in different places, in different ways. And he said, almost like a plea, don't fail us. Don't fail yourselves. That's when I finally said what I'd been thinking the whole time. I told him, you've got the wrong person. I said I'm nobody. I don't have power. I'm not important. I'm not connected to anything. I'm not a leader. I'm not influential. I'm just a person trying to get through life. He didn't argue. He didn't reassure me. He just looked at me, steady, patient, like he already knew I'd say that. So I asked him one last thing. I said, what do I call you? I asked his name, and he answered with a single word, Elias. After that, he didn't speak again. He just kept watching me, eyes like deep water, while the pale blue room grew brighter and brighter, like the light was swelling from inside the walls. The brightness rose until it swallowed everything, and then I was home. Not in bed, in my living room, barely dressed, just my shorts like I'd been dragged out of sleep and dropped somewhere else. And my first panicked thought was, how long was I gone? So I looked at the clock. And this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. It was earlier, not later. Earlier by hours, like time had snapped backward, like whatever happened had been folded and placed back before it began. I stood there for a long time just listening to my own breathing, trying to decide if I was going to cry or laugh or throw up. And that's why I'm telling you. Not because I expect you to believe me automatically, not because I want attention. I'm saying it because it happened to me, and I can't carry it alone anymore. And because he told me, I'm not the only one. So if any of this sounds familiar to you, if you've had your own bright light or missing time, or woke up somewhere you shouldn't have been, I'd really like to hear from you. So, growing up, my older sister Maya and I had this phase where we were obsessed with the Ouija board. We weren't the type to pull it out once at a sleepover and giggle and forget about it. We played with it constantly, like way too often. And even then, I never really knew if it was real, or if I was just feeding my own imagination because I loved anything spooky. Ghost shows, spirit stories, all of it. People warned me, of course, but I didn't care. I was curious in that reckless teenage way where you think you're untouchable. One afternoon, after we'd been using it almost every day for weeks, the planchette slid across the board and spelled out something that made the air feel cold. It said, "Soon you will be me, and I will be you." Maya went pale, like instantly. She shoved the board away so hard it nearly tipped off the bed, and she swore she was done. No more, not ever again. And I tried to laugh it off, but I didn't forget it. It sat in the back of my mind like a splinter you can't stop touching. And the thing is, our house already felt off sometimes, like it had moods. My granddad, everyone called him Pops, came to visit around then. He wasn't dramatic. He was the kind of guy who'd roll his eyes at scary movies and tell you to stop being silly. But after a couple nights, he cornered my mom in the kitchen and told her, dead serious, that the house was haunted. He said something yanked the blanket clean off him while he was sleeping. Not like it slipped, like it was pulled. Then there was our dog, Buddy. Sweet dog, brave about everything else. But one day he hit the hallway and just stopped. Stiff, trembling, ears pinned back. He refused to walk through like there was an invisible wall. We tried coaxing him, calling him, even shaking treats. Nothing. He just backed away, whining like he couldn't help it. And I had my own moments, the kind you don't tell people because you don't want to sound dramatic. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with that awful certainty that something was right there. One time I felt the mattress shaking, like someone was gripping the frame and rattling it. Small, fast movements, enough to make the springs quiver. I remember lying there frozen, staring at the dark, trying to convince myself it was a passing truck or something. But it didn't feel like that. It felt intentional. Then there was the morning in the bathroom. No one was home. I know that because I'd watched my mom pull out of the driveway, and Maya was at a friend's place. I was brushing my hair, half awake, when I heard sounds from the kitchen, clear as day. Cupboards opening and shutting, a chair scraping, plastic bags rustling like someone was digging through groceries. Normal, everyday sounds, except I was alone. My heart did that horrible drop, like it fell straight into my stomach. I crept out, peeked down the hall, and then, without even thinking, I ran. I bolted into my mom's room and shoved myself into the corner by the wardrobe, shaking, waiting for footsteps, waiting for someone to come down the hall. I stayed there until I heard my mom's car crunch into the driveway. The second I knew she was home, I ran into the kitchen, ready to tell her someone had been inside. But it was spotless, quiet. No open cupboards, no moved chairs, no one, just nothing. The worst one happened on a school morning a couple weeks later. I was making my lunch in the kitchen. Our kitchen opened into the laundry room, and the doorway was right behind me. I was half focused, moving on autopilot, when I felt this breath, warm, close, and then a whisper right in my ear. My name. Not faint, not imagined. Loud enough that I flinched and spun around, and it sounded exactly like Maya. I ran to Maya's room and burst in, still crying, barely able to talk. She was asleep, fully asleep, messy hair, face squished into the pillow. She jolted awake to me standing there falling apart, and she looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And even if she had been awake, there's no way she could have gotten behind me in the kitchen, whispered right into my ear, and vanished without me seeing her. The layout didn't allow it. I would have noticed. I would have heard her footsteps. Anything. That was the point where I stopped pretending it was all just my imagination. Not long after, my grandma, Nana Jo, took me to see a psychic. I didn't really know what I expected. I just wanted someone to look me in the eyes and tell me I wasn't crazy. The psychic got quiet, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. And then she told me the presence around me wasn't a stranger. She said it was connected to my sister, Specifically, a twin who didn't make it. A baby who was lost before Maya was born. And she told me, very gently, that this twin had stayed close, especially to me, like I was the one who could feel her the most. I remember Nana squeezing my hand so tightly, like she was anchoring me to the room. A few months later, Nana got sick. It moved so fast it didn't feel real. Cancer. And then suddenly we were talking in weeks, not years. We only really understood how serious it was about a month before she passed. And then she was gone. She died on September 11th. I'll never forget that date for 100 reasons. But that year it became personal in a way I wasn't prepared for. A couple weeks after the funeral, I was in my room and reached up to pull a random book off the shelf. My fingers slipped and it dropped, thudding onto the floor and flipping open by itself. It landed on a page talking about 9/11. Just open. Like the book had chosen the exact spot to show me. I stood there staring at it with my stomach twisting, because it didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like that same invisible presence saying, "I'm still here. I see you." And then, this is where the story changes tone, I swear. After Nana died, this little bird came into our lives in the most random way. Not planned. Not something we'd been looking for. It was like he just arrived. We named him Sunny because he honestly changed the atmosphere of the whole house. He was small, loud, stubborn, ridiculously affectionate. He'd perch on my shoulder like he belonged there. He'd tilt his head at me like he understood every word. When I cried, he'd climb closer, no hesitation, like his entire job was to be near me. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this. When Sunny came into our home, it was like the haunting stopped. The house went quiet. Not empty quiet, but peaceful quiet. No more bed shaking, no more whispers, no more footsteps where there shouldn't be any. Nothing. Sunny got us through grief in a way I didn't know an animal could. He taught me what real comfort felt like, what unconditional love felt like. I didn't just love him, I trusted him. He was my best friend in the purest, simplest sense. Years passed, and then, this part still makes my chest tighten. On the week that marked 10 years since Nana died, Sunny was gone. Just like that. As quickly as he'd come into our lives, he left them. And I know how that sounds. I know birds don't live forever. I know there are logical explanations for everything. But the timing was so exact, so eerily aligned with that anniversary, that it felt like a message. Like Nana had sent him when we were drowning, and then took him back when she knew we could finally stand on our own. But I know what I lived through. And I know that in that strange, heavy house, after years of fear and unanswered questions, love showed up with feathers, perched right on my shoulder, and somehow made everything quiet again. So, when I was really little, like 3 or 4, my family lived in this older city where there were tons of historic homes, the kind built back in the late 1800s. Our place was one of those houses. It was officially historic enough that there were public records on it, and, no joke, it even got mentioned on this local historical tour route. Upstairs, there was this one room that always felt colder than the rest of the house. Like, noticeably colder. My parents said it was because the room had been added on later and didn't have great insulation, which might be true, I guess. But even as a kid, it felt different. Not just chilly, kind of still. The room was small and square, and it stuck out from the side of the house, so it had windows on 3 walls. Bright during the day, but the cold never really left. That room was my playroom, so all my toys were in there. Blocks, toy cars, stuffed animals, the whole thing. And here's where it gets weird. I used to tell my parents that a little girl would come play with me, I wasn't scared. It was just normal, the way kids accept things. I told them she was about my age and that she had dark hair, like a soft brown, and she wore this white dress with puffed sleeves, kind of like something you'd see in an old-fashioned photo. The part that made my parents raise their eyebrows, though, was that I insisted she came in through the window. Through the window. On the second floor. I can still imagine myself saying it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Like, yeah, she comes in right there. Pointing like it was a front door. My parents probably just assumed I had a big imagination and left it at that. Not too long after, maybe a year later, we moved. New house, new city, completely different life. And at some point, my parents started putting together a scrapbook about the old house because it was one of those places with a whole paper trail. They'd gathered copies of documents and old newspaper clippings, stuff from public records, articles about the neighborhood, even a couple old photos. One afternoon, my mom was sitting there flipping through it, and I was nearby, half paying attention the way little kids do. And she stops on this old newspaper clipping about the first family who owned the house. There was a photo with it, grainy, black and white, one of those stiff family portraits. And I remember just looking at it. Then I pointed at one of the kids in the picture, the daughter, and I told my mom, really calmly, like I was stating a fact, "That's the girl who used to play with me." Apparently my mom went completely quiet, like the air in the room changed. Because I wasn't guessing, and I wasn't asking, I was sure. I didn't say, "She looks like her," or "That might be her." I said it like I was recognizing someone I knew. I'm older now, obviously, but that memory still gives me this strange, tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. It's not even fear. It's more like a kind of awe, like, what was that? Because I was too young to connect any dots, and I definitely hadn't been told anything about some little girl from the house's history. A few days ago, I was with my family for Thanksgiving, and we were reminiscing about old times, and that story came up again. And it reminded me, this is one of only two big, I can't explain it, things that have ever happened to me. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about a handful of my weird, other side encounters. And I swear, these weren't just regular nightmares. You know how a normal bad dream fades after you wake up? These didn't. They stuck to me, like a residue. Like my body remembered it even when my brain wanted to rationalize it away. This all started a couple years back when my ex, Mikhail, and I moved into this little apartment. We stayed there about a year together, and then we broke up. After that, I lived there alone for several months with my dog, Biscuit, and that's when things got consistent. Like, every day consistent. And I'll say something that might sound strange. I never got the feeling it was evil. It was more like unsettled. Like something was trying to be noticed. I'd had spooky stuff happen before, like the old house creaks and vibes kind of thing. Mikhail's family had this farmhouse where multiple people, him, his mom, even his grandma, had seen and heard things. So I always had that mindset of, okay, weird stuff happens sometimes. But I really did not expect anything to lock onto me in my own place. The first big moment I remember clearly happened when my friend Lena was over late. She stayed over a lot because she hated going home in the dark, and honestly, she always said my apartment felt creepy. Not haunted mansion creepy, more like someone is standing too close behind you creepy. One night, it was around 11ish, we're on the couch watching some show, laughing, talking, totally normal. The apartment layout was super open. No real doors except the bathroom. From the couch, you could see the beginning of this short hallway that led to the bathroom door. The bedroom was opposite, and the kitchen was off to the side. So if something moved through that little hallway area, you'd catch it out of the corner of your eye. And then we heard it. Heavy running, like someone sprinting, from the bedroom toward the kitchen. Not a little shuffle, not pipes, not the building settling. It sounded like actual feet charging across the floor. And at the exact same time, both of us saw it. This quick black shape, like a shadow that didn't belong to anything, flash through that hallway and vanish into the kitchen. Lena and I just stared at each other like, did we both just see that? Because that moment where you're trying to decide if you're losing it? Yeah, that. And I don't know why I did this. Maybe because I'm stubborn. Maybe because fear makes me bold for like 5 seconds. But I stood up and walked straight into the kitchen and said, out loud, something like, "Okay, who the hell is here?" Nothing. Empty kitchen. I checked the closet by the front door. This tall, narrow one where, if someone was hiding, they'd have nowhere to go. Nothing. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. Then we did that nervous thing where you laugh too loud and pretend it's funny, because the alternative is admitting you're scared. We joked that we were being dramatic, but we both still remember it to this day. That's how I know it was real. After that, it became little things. Mikhail and I would be in bed, and we'd hear footsteps in the living room, like someone pacing. I'd usually just roll over, face away from the hallway, and do that, if I can't see it, it can't see me. Logic that makes 0 sense but feels comforting. Then one night, this is when I was alone, I heard someone walking right next to the bed, clear as day. Not in the hallway, beside me. Like someone stopped and stood there, right behind my back, watching. And I couldn't turn around. And before you ask, yes, there were neighbors upstairs, but this wasn't that. In that apartment, I barely heard anything from anyone. In my new place, I hear every sneeze and chair scrape from other units, so I know what normal building noise sounds like. This wasn't normal. So then the breakup happened. Mikhail moved out, and it was just me and Biscuit. He was old and sick. Poor thing had heart issues, and he was mostly blind and nearly deaf. Sometimes he'd wake me up at night because he'd have these scary episodes, and I'd have to calm him down and make sure he was okay. He was on medication, but eventually I had to let him go. That part still hurts to even say out loud. But the truly strange part started before that, while I was still alone there. I started having these dreams, and I'm putting that in quotes because I don't know if they were dreams. They felt interactive, like I wasn't just watching something, but participating in something that was happening somewhere else. The first one was almost gentle at first. I dreamed about a girl, around my age in the dream, maybe younger. And in the dream, I took her by the hand and led her back to my apartment. And in my head, it felt normal, because I'm the kind of person who's friendly even in dreams. Like, sure, come on, let's go. In the dream, we got to my bedroom, and I hopped into bed and told her she could use my washing machine, like I was hosting a guest. I pointed at a pile of clothes at the foot of the bed and repeated it. She just stood there, staring at me in this odd way. Not angry, just off. Then I laid my head back down, and this thought hit me like a cold splash. Wait, is this real? I lifted my head up fast, and she was gone. And I woke up with that awful, sinking feeling that someone had been in my space. After that, I started hearing movement in the hallway at night, like footsteps circling around. But it always felt like whatever it was wouldn't come into the bedroom. And honestly, I told myself, okay, fine, stay out there. We can coexist. I even started thinking maybe she'd lived there before me or something. Like she just wanted presence, peace. But then the dreams turned into something else. One of them, God, I still remember it, was at my childhood home, specifically the basement. But in the dream, the basement was wrong, like it had been stretched into a narrow maze, walls too close, corners that didn't exist in real life. And I was running down there to hide, which makes no sense. because basements are the last place you'd hide if you were scared. I'd tuck myself behind a corner, and I could hear her, running, giggling, like it was a game, like hide and seek. And I knew, somehow, she was going to find me. I woke up panicked and sweaty, and the room felt heavy, like the air had been pressed down. Another dream put me in my grandparents' place, and it started normal. Me and Lena hanging out, talking. Then suddenly we'd find family members dead, like they'd been attacked. And then this killer would appear and start chasing me. And the thing is, it felt like a game, like the dream had rules. I could run faster if I decided to run faster, like the world responded to my will. But no matter what I did, I'd get caught. And when I died, it didn't end like a normal nightmare. It would reset, not to the beginning, but to the moment right before I escaped. Like someone was forcing me to replay the chase. And I knew it was her. Even when the face changed, even when it wasn't a girl at all, I knew it was the same presence from my apartment, like she was behind the mask. Then came the worst one, but in this dream, the door was open. And in the shower stood this thing, like a filthy, oversized bunny costume. Not cute, not cartoonish, more like someone stuffed into a grimy mascot suit that had been rotting in a basement. It was just standing there, staring straight at me. And I remember its fingers moving, slowly, like it was testing its hands. Then it tilted its head side to side, like it was curious. I sat up, grabbed Biscuit, like I could protect him with my arms, and I walked toward the bathroom. It was only a few steps, and every step felt like walking through glue. The bunny didn't move. I turned on the bathroom light, and nothing changed. It didn't vanish. It didn't flinch. It just kept staring. I yelled, like actually yelled, "Leave me alone!" And it just stared, like it didn't care. I backed up, went to the bed, and from the corner of my eye, I saw it turn slightly toward the shower and flick the water on and off, like it was playing with the sound. Then I tried to lie down and force myself to sleep, because sometimes you do that when you're overwhelmed. You just try to shut down. And I heard movement on the mattress behind me, like something climbing onto the bed. I whipped around and said, "Stop, I know it's you." And then the bunny suit shifted, like it melted away. And there she was. A girl, maybe 13. Tan skin, long dark hair, brown-black, kind of wavy. And she looked like a real person. Not ghostly, not transparent. Just there, sitting cross-legged like she belonged in my room. That was the first time I really saw her. And she grabbed my hand and pulled, like she wanted me to get out of the bed. I said, "No, I don't want to play. Leave me alone." And she got this annoyed look, like I was ruining her fun. And she said, kind of bluntly, with a slight accent, "I want to get inside the bed." And my whole body went cold. I remember staring at her and asking, "What do you mean, inside the bed?" And for a second she looked embarrassed, like she'd said something too honest. Then she disappeared. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for the light switch, because my brain was convinced if I leaned over the side of the bed, she'd come out from underneath and grab me. After that, I stopped sleeping there as much as I could. I'd crash at friends' places, or nap in my car, or do anything that wasn't being alone in that apartment at night. Every time I walked inside, it had this distinct feeling, like the air remembered. And the wild thing is, once I moved out, it stopped. No more nightmares like that. No more feeling watched. I could sleep again like a normal person. But not forever. A while later, in my new apartment, I had a couple sleep paralysis episodes. And that's the part that messed with my head. because I thought I'd left everything behind. One afternoon, I was taking a nap. My current boyfriend, Jonas, had just left for work. I was half awake, that midday sleep where you can still hear the world. And I heard footsteps approaching the bed from the hallway, and I thought, oh, Jonas must have forgotten something. The footsteps stopped right next to me. I tried to open my eyes just a little, and I saw a shadow standing there, tall, still, and it looked like it had a suitcase, like someone was traveling. I tried to move, couldn't. Tried to speak, couldn't. And then it spoke to me, quiet, right close, and suddenly it was like I was thrown somewhere else. I was on a road at night, alone, and I heard that same voice whisper, "Run." The dream changed multiple times, like flipping channels, but the voice stayed the same. And anytime I managed to crack my eyes open, even a sliver, that shadow was still there at the edge of my bed. And when I finally snapped out of it, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was safe. Because that's the thing with these experiences, whether you call them dreams, sleep paralysis, spirits, brain glitches, whatever, your body doesn't care what you label it. It remembers the feeling. And that feeling is exactly what I never want to live with again. So, we've been out on this little rural property for almost 6 years now, and we've had the normal stuff. Wind rattling a gate, possums on the roof, the odd dog barking at a shadow. But nothing like what happened this week. 2 separate nights, 2 totally different kinds of what on earth was that? And I still don't have a neat explanation for either one. The first night was a few mornings ago, one of those deep, dead hours sleeps where you don't even know what day it is. I remember rolling over and seeing the time glow on my phone, 3:34 a.m. And right then I heard it. 2 knocks. Not a scrape, not a creak. 2 clean, deliberate taps, like someone had knuckles and a plan. The first 2 knocks came from the window in my daughter's room, which is right beside mine. And before I could even sit up all the way, like truly immediately, there were 2 knocks on my window. Then, a beat later, the living room window. 2 knocks again. It's hard to explain how unsettling it was, because it wasn't chaotic. It was organized, like something was moving with intention. There was a short pause, just long enough that my brain tried to jump in and say, okay, maybe it's the house settling. Maybe it's... And then it picked up again, continuing along the next side of the house toward the kitchen windows. And what really got under my skin was the timing. The gap between each set was about a second. A second is nothing. You can't trot around the outside of a house in 1-second jumps, tap, 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 and keep it that precise, especially in the dark. It also wasn't like one window got hammered and then everything went quiet. It was this steady pattern, moving around the house in a clockwise loop, like it was tracing the perimeter. Our garage sits between the living room and kitchen, and I remember thinking, if it's still going in that direction, it would have hit the garage windows too. I just can't hear them from here. And that thought bothered me even more, because it made the pattern feel real in a way I didn't want. And here's another detail I can't get past. Our livestock guardian dogs, big, serious dogs who bark at moths for a living, were silent. No warning barks, no pacing, nothing. Even our motion lights didn't flick on. No porch sensors, no backlights. And it wasn't windy that night either. One of those still, cold nights where sound travels. I was shaken. I'm not going to pretend I wasn't. But I whispered a prayer right there in bed. Simple, steady, asking for protection, asking for peace, asking God to cover the house. And somehow, I eventually drifted back off. The next morning I asked my daughter, let's call her Lila, if she'd heard anything. She looked at me like she wasn't sure she was awake when it happened. She said she remembered hearing knocking, but it felt like she was half dreaming, so she'd convinced herself it wasn't real. And I tried to do the same. I really did. I tried to file it away under rural house noises and move on. But then the second night happened. This one was last night, well, technically early morning. I was asleep next to my partner, let's call him Ethan, when we got jolted awake by our two boys standing in the doorway, wide-eyed and pale. The time was 1:12 a.m. They were both talking at once, but the younger one, Noah, was the most scared. He kept saying something was outside. The older one, Caleb, was trying to sound brave, but I could hear it in his voice too. Their rooms are side by side, further down from ours. Caleb told us he was just about to fall asleep when he heard a voice outside, near Noah's window. And he didn't describe it like an animal sound. He described it like speech. Like someone was talking, but the words weren't words. More like rapid, hollow gibberish. Something that had the cadence of language without being language. Caleb told us he called out for it to leave in God's name, loudly, not whispering. And when it didn't stop, he got up and came straight to us. And as he did, Noah came out too, insisting he heard it clearly as well. And this time, everything outside was alive. The wind was whipping hard, strong enough that you could hear it pushing at the eaves, and the dogs were going insane. Not their normal, there's a cat, bark. This was full-throated, urgent, relentless barking, the kind that says, something is here. Those dogs can see the boys' windows from the paddock, and I remember thinking, they don't bark like this at wind. We didn't waste time. Ethan and I went straight into Noah's room, and we knelt right there. No fancy speech, no performance, just prayer. Calm, firm, covering him, asking God to fill that room with peace. And I'm telling you, within seconds, the barking stopped. Not faded, not slowed, stopped. And the wind did the same thing, like someone turned it off. The sudden quiet was almost louder than the noise had been. After that, Ethan, Caleb, and I went outside. We didn't go wandering around the yard or chasing anything. We stayed near the house and prayed out loud, asking anything that wasn't of God to leave, telling it had no place on our property, speaking the name of Jesus and asking for the Lord's protection over every side of the home. We walked the perimeter, front, back, both sides, praying as we went. Not in panic, more like planting a flag. Like, no, this is our home. These are our children. You are not welcome here. When we came back inside, we kept praying. I went back to Noah and prayed over him again because he was shaking, trying to be tough because he's a teenager now, but you could see it in his eyes. That kind of fear sits in the body. We stayed awake until around 3:40 a.m., just checking the house, checking the kids, listening. Nothing else happened after that, at least nothing we noticed. And look, I know how this sounds. We're not a family that's dabbling in spooky stuff. We don't mess with new age practices or try to chase experiences. We're pretty straightforward. We read the Bible, we pray, we try to live clean and kind and steady. We're not perfect, but we're not inviting darkness in or going looking for it. That's why this has rattled me so much, because both incidents happened outside the house, and I'm grateful for that. I truly am. I feel deep down that God has been protecting us, but I don't want any of it lingering. I don't want activity. I don't want conversation with it. I don't want curiosity leading us anywhere. I just want our home to be quiet again, normal again. I keep circling back to the first night and trying to explain it away. Maybe cold contraction, maybe the siding, maybe, I don't know. But the pattern was so directional, so methodical. And after living here this long without anything like it, it's hard to shrug off. And my biggest ache is for Noah. He's the one who looks like he's carrying it in his chest today, like he's bracing for it to happen again. So yeah, that's where we're at. 2 nights, 2 different kinds of disturbances, a house that suddenly felt like it was being tested at the edges, and I'm left with this quiet question I can't shake. Has anyone else ever gone through something like this? Something you can't quite explain, that seems to press right up against your home, but not cross in? So, this is something only my mom and I have known for a long time. I never even told my partner. Not because I thought people would laugh, more because once you say something out loud, it starts to feel real in a way you can't take back. But I'm older now, and I think I'm finally ready to share it. Back in 2011, right after I finished high school, my mom and I moved into this quiet little place in rural Alabama. Deep trees, long gravel drive, the kind of silence that makes you feel like the world has stopped hurrying. I've always liked living out where you don't have neighbors close enough to hear you sneeze. Peace feels like space, you know? The first couple months were off, but in a way you could shrug at. Stuff would end up in the wrong spot. A door would creak like someone had just pushed it and walked away. Once or twice, I swear I heard my name called. Soft, like it came from the hallway. But when I answered, there was only air and stillness. It got harder to shrug off by early 2012. That's when it started happening to me when I was alone. I'd suddenly black out, just gone. And when I came to, I'd be on the couch or the floor like my body had decided to power down without asking permission. Then the blackouts turned into sleep paralysis. If you've never experienced it, I'm genuinely glad. It's like waking up inside your own body while the rest of you refuses to cooperate. You can see, you can hear, you can think, but you can't move. And every instinct in you is screaming that you're not alone. Because I started seeing something. Not a monster, not a demon with horns, nothing dramatic like that. Just a person-shaped darkness. Average height, no details, no face. Like someone cut a human outline out of the light. I started calling it hollow, because it didn't look like a shadow cast by anything. It looked like the absence of something. And hollow always kept its distance. It would show up while I was locked in place, stand just inside my view, and then, almost calmly, walk away. And once it left, I'd be able to move again like it had been holding the lock and then decided to release it. My mom and I did the practical stuff first. Carbon monoxide detectors, because the house was old and we weren't about to ignore something that could actually kill us. Nothing. Normal readings. Then I went to a sleep specialist. They poked, prodded, ran their tests, asked me about stress and caffeine and screen time. Everything came back fine. And here's what messed with my head the most. I stayed at my girlfriend's place for weeks at one point, and nothing happened. Not a single blackout. Not one episode. But the first night back in that house, hollow came right back, like it had been waiting for me to step over the threshold. After a while, I noticed a pattern. No matter where I fell asleep, bed, couch, recliner, whenever hollow appeared, it always walked in the same direction. Like it had a destination. Like it was trying to show me something, but could only do it in this weird, sideways way. And then came the day I can still replay in my mind like a video. It was a Saturday in mid-September. September 8th, 2012, I'm pretty sure. Late morning. Around 10ish. I took our dog out for a quick walk, just down the edge of the woods where the trees start crowding in. Halfway through, I felt that heavy, drowsy wave hit me out of nowhere, the way it always did right before something happened. Then I heard a rustle deeper in the brush. I turned, expecting a deer. Or honestly, I was half worried it was a bear. Instead, between the trees, I saw it. That same human-shaped dark figure, standing there in daylight like it didn't care about the rules. I got us back inside fast, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sat on the couch, trying to slow my breathing. I remember thinking, okay, if this happens again, I'm done running from it. And right then, like I'd flipped a switch, my body locked up. Sleep paralysis. Hollow was there, in the doorway area, and it did what it always did. It turned and walked toward that same part of the house, and something in me snapped from fear into frustration. Because what was I supposed to do? Just keep watching it stroll off like it owned the place? Over the next few days, I searched around the area it always headed toward. Behind furniture, closets, corners, under the stairs. Nothing. I'd still get the occasional episode, still get the sense of being watched, but Hollow didn't show itself again for a little bit. Then, one Monday evening in early October, I pulled into the driveway and just sat there with the engine off, staring at the house like it was a puzzle that refused to be solved. And I remembered something. The house had a cellar. Not a nice basement, more like this cramped, brick-lined space you accessed from a door we basically treated like it didn't exist. My mom had gone down there once and swore she saw this massive shed skin near the entrance. She backed out and never went farther. So, being the genius that I am, I decided that was where I needed to go. I put on extra layers even though it was warm and sticky outside, because if something bit me down there, I wanted at least a fighting chance. Grabbed a flashlight, opened the cellar door. The smell hit first. Damp dirt, old brick, time. The cellar walls were this pale gray brick, and the floor was just earth. I remember thinking, there is no way this was built to code, and then immediately thinking, of course it wasn't. This is rural Alabama. You had to crouch the whole time to move around down there, which made everything feel tighter, heavier, like the space was pressing down on you. I found old canned food, rusted, dusty, definitely not something anyone should eat. I found the giant snake skin my mom mentioned and tried not to imagine what had been inside it. No snakes, thankfully. But then I found something else. A little section tucked into one corner that felt separate, like a smaller room inside the cellar. And the second my flashlight landed on it, my stomach dropped. Because I knew, with the kind of certainty you don't get from logic, that this was where Hollow had been walking to every time. Like it had been pointing at this spot over and over. So I went closer, slow, trying not to trip in the dirt, and I leaned in. At first glance, it looked like storage. A few small boxes, random junk, nothing dramatic. But I hauled the boxes up into the house anyway, set them on the living room floor, and started going through them one by one. Decorations, old toys, clothes that smelled like cardboard and years. A couple books, stuff like a dictionary and an old science textbook. And then I found it. A diary. It was dated 1987. I sat there flipping through it, expecting maybe a few scribbles, maybe some names, some teenage crushes, some "I hate my parents" type stuff. And honestly, that was in there. There were pages about sneaking out, getting grounded, arguing with her mom. One entry made me laugh because she wrote about going to Huntsville with friends to see a rock concert and acting like it was the most important night in human history. It felt so normal, so human. Until I reached the end. The last entries weren't dramatic. They were quiet, heavy in a way teenage writing usually isn't. She wrote that her mother had died earlier that year, and that they were moving out soon. And that was it. No big goodbye, no the end, just a door closing. Later that night, I did something I didn't plan. I looked toward the hallway and spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but doing it anyway. I said something like, "Did you live here? Are you trying to show me this?" And I waited, almost expecting my body to lock up again. But nothing happened. Not that night, not the next night, not for months. The house got quieter. Things stopped going missing. No more doors creaking open. No more hearing our names whispered from empty rooms. I started to convince myself it was over. Then, in early 2013, I came home late one night after a brutal day. College stress, relationship problems, the kind of day where you feel like you've been carrying a heavy box and somebody just keeps adding weight to it. I crashed on the couch without even changing clothes. At some point, I heard a small sound, like a drawer shifting. And then it happened again. Sleep paralysis. Hollow was standing near the dining area, that same calm stillness about it. It walked over to a dresser we'd shoved some of the cellar stuff into, and, right in front of me, the top drawer slid open. Hollow didn't look at me, didn't threaten me, just opened the drawer like it was finishing a task. Then it walked away. And the second I could move, I sat up so fast my head spun and I pulled the drawer open. There, sitting right on top, was the diary, like it had been placed there with intention. I don't know why, but in that moment, I felt something shift, like the fear was replaced by this strange sense of responsibility. So I did what I could do in the modern world. I searched her name online, found an old profile, found a relative. It turned out she'd passed away years earlier, but I managed to get in touch with her son. We met up in a public place, and I brought the diary, along with a few of the other items from the boxes. He looked at the stuff like he was seeing pieces of his childhood he didn't know were missing. He told me his mom had lived in that house for years. She died there suddenly, an aneurysm. He said they'd cleared out what they could afterward, but some things must have been left behind, forgotten in the cellar. When he asked if he could take the diary and the belongings, I didn't hesitate. I handed it over like it was never mine to keep. I went home that night, and I'm not exaggerating when I say the air in the house felt different. Lighter. Still rural quiet. Still creaks and settling noises like any old place, but the wrongness was gone. After that, I never passed out again. Never had sleep paralysis again. Never saw Hollow again. No whispers. No doors moving on their own. No footsteps that made you turn your head. Just peace. And I still don't know what Hollow was. Was it her? Was it her mother? Was it just my mind stitching together fear and coincidence until it found a story that fit? All I know is this. Something in that house wanted that diary found. And once it was returned, whatever had been lingering there finally let go. It's 2024 now. I don't live there anymore, and neither does my mom. She never saw Hollow the way I did, but she'll tell you, without hesitation, that the house was strange until it wasn't. And even after all these years, part of me still wonders if it wasn't a haunting at all. Maybe it was just someone trying, in the only way they could, to make sure their story didn't stay buried in the dark. So, years back, I ended up inheriting this older house. Nothing fancy, just one of those places with good bones and a long list of, we'll fix it eventually. And my parents, they'd lived there for a while, but they always stayed in the master bedroom when they visited. There was this one room they never, ever slept in, but they never told me anything weird about it. No warnings, no, by the way, nothing. Just normal home stuff. Repairs, replacements, that kind of thing. When I first moved in, I didn't realize something important about myself. How do I explain this without sounding dramatic? I've had a near-death experience. Actually, I was brought back, and ever since then, it's like my senses are tuned differently. Certain places feel louder to me, not with sound, but with energy, a presence, a heaviness. But back then, I didn't connect any of that. And honestly, We were skeptics. Like, truly. We were the kind of people who rolled our eyes at ghost stories. Even though, looking back, little things started right away. Tiny stuff. A door that shouldn't have swung open. Footsteps when nobody was upstairs. That weird feeling of being watched that you brush off because you don't want to be the person who jumps at shadows. And we always did what skeptics do. We explained it away. Settling house. Draft. Old pipes. Overactive imagination. End of story. Then we brought our baby home. Her name was Mila, and I swear, that girl was a miracle on 2 tiny feet. She came into the world way too early and fought like she had something to prove. We spent months in and out of the hospital, living on coffee and prayers, watching monitors like our lives depended on it. And when we finally got her home, it felt like the universe had handed us something fragile and sacred. That's why when something strange happened, I refused to let my mind go anywhere scary with it. Because one afternoon, broad daylight, my partner at the time, Evan, noticed these little bright orbs hovering above Mila's crib. And I mean, he took pictures. Clear as day. He's showing me his phone like, "Bree, tell me you see this." And I did see it, but I laughed it off. I told him it had to be dust in a sunbeam, or light catching the lens weird. Anything other than what my gut quietly whispered. Because the truth is, I didn't want anything dark anywhere near my baby. So I chose the explanation that let me breathe. Life settled into that exhausting, beautiful rhythm of being new parents. And once we felt like we could finally function again, we started remodeling. Just simple stuff. Paint, flooring, fixing up old rooms. And that's when the whole house shifted. It wasn't like a movie where lights flicker and a voice whispers your name. It was subtler than that, and worse, because it felt like it was inside the air. The atmosphere got heavy. Not sad heavy, angry heavy. Like you'd walked into a room right after a screaming argument and the walls still remembered it. And that week, everything that could go wrong did. Tools breaking, pipes acting up, the power glitching, tempers short for no reason. And my husband, Caleb, he started sleeping badly, waking up over and over, restless, like his body wouldn't let him sink into sleep. Until one night, it happened. I still get cold thinking about it. He woke up in absolute panic, like he'd been ripped out of a nightmare, but he couldn't move. Not at first. He was making these awful sounds, like gagging and gasping at the same time. And when his arms finally jerked free, he started hitting at me, yelling, "Why are you on my back? Get off me! I can't move!" And I'm trying to process what he's even saying, because I'd been dead asleep, fully asleep. My mind was foggy, my heart was pounding, and I'm just staring at him, confused. And then I saw her, a girl, or maybe a small woman. Teenaged, maybe. Hard to pin down because she wasn't exactly solid. She had this hazy, fog-like outline around her, like she didn't belong to the same sharp world we did. The best way I can describe it is, she looked like she was in grayscale, like an old black and white film dropped into our full-color bedroom. She was sitting there like she had every right to be, just watching. And beside his foot, this detail sticks in my brain because it felt so strangely specific. There was this uncovered outlet, a 4-plug thing, open, exposed. I didn't think much of it at the time, but later someone told me entities can draw from electricity. I don't know if that's true. I'm not claiming it is. I'm just telling you what I noticed and what people said afterward. The moment I tore my eyes away from her to help Caleb, to actually listen to what he was screaming, I looked back. And she was gone. Just gone. No fading, no movement, no sound. Like she'd never existed. But Caleb was still fighting for air, still shaking, And once he finally sat up and the panic slowed enough for him to talk, he looked at me with this stunned, almost embarrassed confusion. He said, "I don't understand what just happened. It felt like someone was sitting on my back, pinning me down. And then," he swallowed, eyes wide, "like a hand was jammed in my mouth, like it was trying to go down my throat. People don't throw up in their sleep. What was that?" He genuinely thought it had been me messing with him until the reality landed. I had been asleep. I couldn't have been on his back. And whatever he felt, it was real enough to make him gag and vomit. That's when I told him what I saw. And saying it out loud made the room feel even colder, like the walls leaned in to listen. I described her exactly how I saw her. Foggy, silent, wrong. Like she was half dream and half real. After that, I couldn't sleep in our bedroom anymore. I moved to the living room with a blanket like I was a kid hiding from a storm. And the house didn't let us forget. We heard footsteps on the stairs, doors opening and closing when nobody was near them. That classic cliché paranormal stuff you always hear people talk about, and you're like, sure, okay. Except it was our house, our life, our baby in the next room. And here's the thing, until that night, it never felt violent. Weird, yes. Unsettling, yes. But not dangerous. After that night, it was like some line got crossed. The air grew heavier, thicker. Walking in from outside felt like stepping into a pressure change. And if we stayed inside too long, it did something to us. Like it soaked into our moods. We'd get depressed, angry, exhausted. Not regular tired, drained. Like something was taking everything good out of you and replacing it with its own bleak weight. Then the electrical stuff started. Little fires that made no sense. A scorch mark here, a melted plug there. Like the house was malfunctioning around us. And eventually, we left. We moved, and it felt like escaping something you can't properly name. Like breathing clean air for the first time in months. Only afterward did we learn what had happened in that one room my parents never used. A boy, young, troubled, had lived there before. He'd painted dark symbols on the walls, got obsessed with some really grim beliefs, and he took his own life. In that exact room. But because he was still alive when he was transported and later died at the hospital, the home hadn't been legally classified the way it would have been if he'd been pronounced dead inside it. So nobody disclosed it. My parents never knew. We never knew. And I'll tell you something. I've replayed it 1,000 times in my head. All the little things. The way that one room felt avoided. And that night with Caleb. I don't know what she was. I don't know what any of it was exactly. But I know what I saw. And I know what he felt. And I know that house wasn't empty. So, I'm the kind of person who really tries to rule things out before I start whispering the word paranormal, like it's a diagnosis. I'm not out here looking for ghosts. Honestly, I don't know enough about electrical stuff to confidently explain what's been happening in my house, and it's starting to feel a little too consistent to shrug off. It started small. We have these fake tea lights, battery ones, with a tiny switch on the bottom. Super simple. They sit in these chunky little ceramic holders, kind of like ornate sugar skull style. So once they're in there, they don't get bumped unless one of us actually picks them up. At first, I'd switch them off, and later I'd notice they were back on again. And I'll admit, my first thought was, oh, okay, that was probably Miles, my partner. He's the type to absent-mindedly do something and genuinely not remember. So I figured it was just one of those moments. No big deal. But then I saw it. Not in a dramatic movie way, just I'm sitting there, the TV off, the room calm, me on the couch messing around on my phone, and one of the tea lights just clicks itself on, like it decided it was time. So I start troubleshooting, right? Like, okay, vibrations. We have a big dog, Juno, and she can shake the entire universe just by flopping down on the floor. And we used to have this touch-activated pumpkin decoration on the TV stand that would turn on if she walked past it, because the slightest nudge would set it off. Except, the tea lights weren't like that. They weren't touch-sensitive. They had switches. And the weirder part is, sometimes it happens when Juno isn't even in the room, or she's fully asleep, not moving, not even dreaming. And when I pick the tea light up to check, the switch is fully flipped to on. That's what gets me, because it's not like the light is glitching. It's like the switch itself is changing position, which makes absolutely no sense. Then I bought this tiny tabletop Christmas tree, battery-powered, and it turns on with a press button. You press it once, it lights up, and you can cycle through different modes: twinkle, fade, flash, whatever. And after you go through all the settings, it turns off again at the end of the loop. That tree is on the other side of the room, not near the tea lights, not near the TV stand, not near anything that could easily explain it. And that has started turning itself on too. Not only turning on, sometimes it pops on already set to the exact mode I like, which isn't the first setting. You'd have to click through a couple to get there. So it's not just doing some default wake-up thing. It's like it's picking the one I used last on its own. And on top of that, we have a TV that has been turning itself on in the middle of the night for years. Since I first bought it, back when I lived in a totally different house. I've woken up to go to the bathroom and walked into the living room to find the TV on like it's been patiently waiting for me. No timer, no consistent time. Sometimes it's 1 a.m., sometimes 3:30, sometimes closer to dawn. Just on. For the longest time, I told myself it was probably someone nearby with a universal remote. Like maybe a neighbor accidentally turning it on. Except it's happened in 2 different houses now, and I'm starting to run out of ways to dismiss it without stretching. So I'm sitting here trying to be reasonable, asking myself, is this all connected? Is it just coincidence? Is it multiple boring explanations that just feel spooky because they're piling up? Stuff goes missing, like genuinely missing. And then it shows up later, in places that make no sense. In rooms we barely use, in spots neither of us would put it. And sure, I get it. People are forgetful. In life is messy. But it's happening often enough now that it's starting to feel pointed. And Juno, my bigger dog, sometimes growls at the back room like there's something in there she doesn't trust. She'll stand between me and that doorway like she's on duty, especially if I'm in the kitchen at night, because the kitchen's connected to that area. It's not playful growling either. It's that low, serious warning sound that makes you instinctively go quiet. And then there are the noises. Little weird ones. Whispery ones. The kind that make you pause and go, "Did you hear that?" Only to realize you're the only one awake. Sometimes I've thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Movement. A shape. A presence. But it's always at night, and usually when I'm half asleep, so I don't want to trust my brain. Sleepy brains are dramatic. They'll turn a shadow into a whole person if you let them. So that's where I'm at. I'm not trying to convince myself it's haunted. I'm actively trying not to. I just want someone who knows more than I do, about electronics, about interference, about anything practical, to tell me what I might be missing. Because I'd really rather hear, "Oh, that's a common battery contact issue," than start side-eyeing my own living room like it's hiding secrets. But at the same time, it's getting harder to laugh off. Hello, friends. It's us again, the Paranormal M team. We truly love what we do, and we're incredibly grateful for all your love and support, and for sharing so many of your supernatural experiences with us. Thank you so much. We hope our stories and paranormal experiences help you fall asleep more easily and enjoy a great night's rest. It means a lot to us to know we're keeping you company. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Now, let's get started. So this happened years ago, early 90s. My spouse, Mara, and I rented this sweet little house in Brookside, Kansas City. We didn't deal with the owner directly. Everything went through this attorney, Mr. Halverson, because the owner was an older woman who'd moved back to her hometown in eastern Nebraska after her husband died. Anyway, one night I'm home alone, doing something completely normal. Folding towels, being an adult, pretending I have my life together. I'm upstairs in this narrow hallway, standing at a linen closet that's directly across from the bathroom. The kind of hallway where the lights always feel a little too dim, even when they're on. I'm reaching into the closet, stacking towels, and out of nowhere I get that feeling. You know the one. That cold little crawl up your back that says, someone's behind you. I freeze with my arms full of towels, and I can almost feel the eyes on me. I slowly turn around, and I swear, for a split second I see an elderly man standing there. Not solid like a normal person, more like a presence shaped like a person. Pale, still, watching me like I'd interrupted him. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might actually pass out. And then, nothing. The hallway's empty. Just me and my ridiculous towels and my heart trying to escape through my throat. I didn't tell Mara. I know. But I didn't want her laughing at me. And honestly, I didn't want to plant that image in her head and scare her. So I kept it to myself and tried to act normal, like I hadn't just met the world's creepiest invisible neighbor. A couple months go by. It's a Sunday afternoon. I'm downstairs watching football, half asleep on the couch, and Mara's upstairs putting towels away in that same linen closet. And then I hear her scream. Not like a little surprised yelp, a real, full-body scream. She comes running down the stairs so fast she nearly misses the last step. She's shaking. Her face is white. I sit up like, what happened? What's wrong? And she tells me she was putting towels away, got this horrible feeling that she was being watched, turned around, and thought she saw an old man standing in the hallway. And when she said it, I felt my blood go cold, because it was exactly what happened to me. So I'm holding her there in the living room, trying to calm her down, and I finally tell her my story. How I'd felt it too, how I'd seen him too, and how I'd kept it quiet because I didn't want her to laugh or get freaked out. Mara just stared at me like, "You've been sitting on that?" After that, it was like the house had a personality. Nothing flying off shelves, no dramatic movie stuff, just this steady, uncomfortable feeling sometimes. Like the place didn't quite want you there. A little later, I dropped off the rent check at Mr. Halverson's office, and I asked him, casually, like I wasn't about to sound insane, if he knew how the owner's husband had passed. He kind of paused, then said the husband had had a massive heart attack, right there in the home. Paramedics came, but he was already gone. Then he asks me why I wanted to know, and I couldn't bring myself to tell the whole story. I said something vague, like I'd had this odd sense that the man had died there. And I left it at that, because what else do you say without sounding like you've been licking batteries? But then things got worse in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts. And they're gone. We just stood there, stunned, watching taillights disappear. The insurance claim ended up around $18,000, which was a lot of money back then. And here's the part that still makes me mad. After the settlement, the insurance company canceled our policy. Our agent, Darlene, told us the only thing she was allowed to say was, "You need to move." She wouldn't explain, just kept repeating it like she was reading off a script. 4 months later, this is the kicker. We go to bed early one night. All the lights are off, the house is quiet, and we're dead asleep. And we wake up to someone trying to break in through the same entry point as before. You could hear it, this awful, deliberate sound, like somebody testing the world. Mara and I bolt upright, flipping on lights, making noise, and whatever it was, it stops. Just like that. Like they didn't want to fight. They wanted an easy house. At that point, we went back to Mr. Halverson and demanded improvements. Better locks, reinforced doors, brighter outdoor lighting, security system, the whole thing. We got estimates, about $2,700, and we even offered to split the cost. He talked to the owner. They refused. They said we were welcome to pay for it ourselves, which, no. We weren't going to pour thousands into someone else's property just so we could sleep at night. So we terminated the lease and moved out. The house rented again quickly. Cute place, lovely neighborhood, just a little too close to an area where people apparently felt comfortable treating homes like shopping malls. We were lucky. We only lost the deposit. And then, about 9 months after we left, I get this phone call one evening. A woman, her name was Rachel, asks if I used to live at our old address. I'm like, yeah? Why? And she explains that some mail with my name had shown up even after forwarding, and she'd looked me up because I was the only match in the Kansas City phone book. Then she says, I know this is strange, but I needed to talk to someone who lived there before. Rachel tells me she and her roommate, another young attorney, had rented the place after us, and they'd been robbed 3 times in 9 months. 3. They'd gotten into it with Mr. Halverson about safety upgrades, and during one of those arguments he accidentally let something slip. Something like, "This sounds exactly like what the previous tenants asked for." That's when she started digging until she found me. And then, almost like an afterthought, she goes, "Also, can I ask you something weird?" I'm already bracing myself. She says, "Did you ever feel creeped out in that house? Like you were being watched?" And I remember I actually swallowed before I answered. I said, "Watched? Yeah. By who?" And she goes, completely matter of fact, like she's talking about a nosy neighbor. An old creepy guy. And I just sat there on the phone, quiet, because suddenly I could see that upstairs hallway again. The linen closet, the bathroom door, the dim light, and that feeling, like the house had been waiting for you to notice you weren't alone. Hey, so this is a story I meant to tell forever ago, but it only came rushing back to me recently when I was on the phone with my mom, talking about how my great-uncle's Christmas package still hadn't shown up. You know how that goes. One random, ordinary conversation, and suddenly your brain yanks open a dusty drawer you forgot even existed. Anyway, my family has always had these little, "what was that?" moments that sit right on the edge of paranormal. Not constantly, not like some dramatic movie, just enough to make you pause and glance over your shoulder now and then. I don't live in my childhood home anymore. I moved about 6 years ago to a quieter place farther north. Older house, more fields, fewer neighbors. But this story is from back then, from the road I grew up on. Our house sat near a corner. Across the street was our neighbor's house, kind of a weathered brick place, and right by the roadside were 2 tall pine trees that always looked darker than everything around them at night. Our mailbox was out there too, close enough to the road that car headlights would hit it in this quick, bright sweep as you turned onto our street. And apparently, in those headlights, sometimes, there was a girl. My mom and my uncle both described her the exact same way, even though they'd mentioned it years apart, like it was no big deal, like they were talking about a deer they'd seen, or a cat that wandered through the yard. They said she looked young, late teens, maybe early 20s, straight dark hair, shoulder length, and clothes that felt old-fashioned in this really specific way, like a skirt and blouse you'd picture in an old family photo. Not costumey, just dated. She'd be standing near the mailbox, slightly leaning toward the road, as if she was waiting for a car to come from the direction of town. My mom always emphasized this one detail. The girl would lift a hand and tuck her hair behind her ear, like she'd done it 1,000 times. Then she'd fold her arms tight around herself, like she was cold, and stare past the headlights, past the car, like the driver wasn't even there. And the weirdest part? You could only see her in the headlights. Like the dark hid her until that split-second beam lit the pines and the mailbox. And then, once the car passed and the light moved on, she was just gone. Not walking away, not stepping back, just gone. Like someone hit stop on a recording. I never saw her, not once. And I always kind of wanted to, just so I could decide how I felt about it with my own eyes. But it was only my mom and my uncle. And I know what you're thinking. Could have been a story, a family spooky tale. But here's the thing, neither of them had the personality for that kind of performance. My mom has had car anxiety since she was a teenager, after a bad accident. She's not the type to suddenly yell, "Stop," in the dark for fun. But my dad told me more than once about nights when she'd snap upright in the passenger seat and demand he slam the brakes because she's there again. And my uncle, let's call him Nate, he wasn't exactly sentimental. He wasn't a theatrical guy. But apparently there were nights he'd come home late, whip the car around, and back halfway into the front yard just to angle the headlights back across the street, trying to see her again by the pines. And what always got me about that is, those nights were often after midnight. No audience, no kids watching. If it was some big prank or attention thing, he was committing to it at the weirdest possible times. What actually gave me chills didn't happen on the road. It happened 2 years ago, in my mom's living room, in broad daylight, with her phone in her hand. There had been a report about an unidentified body found back near our hometown. Badly decomposed, unclaimed, the kind of news story that makes everyone go quiet for a second. My dad has this personal reason he always pays attention to things like that. When he was younger, one of his uncles, my great-uncle, just vanished. No goodbye, no explanation, nothing. Every time remains are found within a couple hours' drive, my dad calls to see if there's any chance it could be him. It never is, but he still checks. So my mom tells him about this new case, and while he's processing it, she starts scrolling. Just curious, pulling up older missing persons cases from the area. I was sitting right there, half watching, half not, until she made this sound. Not a scream, not even a full gasp, more like her breath just dropped out of her. Her phone actually dipped like it got heavy in her hand, and she called for my dad, fast. The tone in her voice made my stomach tighten immediately because I thought, oh my God, she found something about his uncle, or something worse. My dad comes over, and my mom shoves the screen toward him and says, "That's her. That's the girl." My dad's like, "What girl?" And my mom says it again, sharper this time, like she needed him to understand immediately. "That's the one by the mailbox. That's the one we've been seeing." On her screen was a black and white photo, a young woman, dark straight hair, the same kind of clothes, the same face shape my mom had described for years in this casual, unsettling way. The case details said she was 19, from a nearby town, last seen in our hometown in early winter, late 1970s, right around the holidays. And then, found a couple days later, murdered. Multiple stab wounds. I remember staring at that phone and feeling this slow, crawling cold behind my ribs. Not the fun kind of spooky, the ugly kind. The kind that makes you realize the world has teeth. Because if my mom was making this up, then she'd been playing the longest, weirdest game imaginable. Decades of consistent detail. Decades of the same description. Years of reacting the same way in the car. And then a perfectly timed reveal. And she's not that person. She never has been. She can't even pretend she likes a meal if she doesn't. So we all just stood there, sort of stunned. Like we'd accidentally stepped into the overlap between two realities. The family ghost story and a real young woman who had actually lived and actually died, and whose face was still out there in records like a bookmark nobody wanted to find. I'm not going to say her real name. It feels wrong. I looked a little deeper and saw she still has family. Siblings, at least. People who might still think about her every December. But I'll tell you this. Ever since that day, whenever I picture that corner, the pines, the mailbox, the way headlights sweep across the roadside, I don't picture a ghost girl like some campfire story. I picture a real person. And I can't decide what's worse, that my mom and uncle saw her at all, or that they only ever saw her for a second, in passing, like she was still waiting for someone to stop. So, quick bit of context before I drop you into it. For years, we had this cat named Hugo. He showed up in our lives sometime in the late 2000s and made it to that ancient wizard age where the vet basically squints at the chart like, how are you even real? He was old. Somewhere around 18, maybe 20, hard to say. Hugo was also the best mouse hunter I've ever seen. And that's not me being sentimental. He was genuinely talented. The thing is, we didn't do outdoor cats. We lived way too close to a road that felt like it ate animals for breakfast, and I couldn't handle the idea of someone not coming home. So we kept our cats indoors and tried to make their world interesting. Cat trees, toys, window perches, all of it. But we did have a mouse problem, and our compromise was this. The cats could go work in the basement if they wanted. And Hugo? Hugo lived for basement duty. He was vocal too. He had this very specific, I'm requesting basement access sound, and he was smart enough to know doors were opened by pushing the handle down. When he wanted back upstairs, he'd get dramatic, standing on his hind legs, paws hooked over the handle, trying to yank it like a little furry burglar. The handle was stiff, so it took effort, but he'd still try. Now, the basement door was in this short little hallway. Basement door, bathroom door beside it, and then a pantry door a step away. It was one of those tight spaces where sounds bounce weirdly, like everything is closer than it should be. Okay, here's where the story actually starts. It was, I want to say 2014-ish, give or take. I was up late, as usual, somewhere around 2:30 or 3 in the morning, sitting on the couch with the whole house quiet in that heavy, asleep kind of way. And then I hear it, that basement door, rattling. Not a gentle, house-settling noise, not a little tap. It sounded like someone was shaking it, testing it, like, let me in, let me out, let me something. My first reaction was irritation, honestly, because at the time, the cats were being treated for flea and worm stuff, and the basement was the one place we really didn't want them wandering around during that. And I was the only one awake. Everyone else had been asleep for hours. So I stand up, already mid-lecture in my head. I'm walking toward the hall like, Hugo, are you kidding me right now? Who put you down there? I get close enough to reach for the handle, and right before my hand touches it, I hear a little meow. From my left, I turn, and there's Hugo, sitting calmly on a shelf by the bathroom, staring at the basement door like he's watching a show. And I swear to you, that moment did something to my spine. Like every bone went, oh, nope. Because if that wasn't Hugo at the basement door, then what was? We had another cat back then, Junie, But I'd literally just stood up from the couch, and Junie had been stretched out right there, dead asleep, not moving. It couldn't have been her. So I turn back to the basement door, and I'm trying to tell myself, okay, draft, pipes, mouse, anything normal. And then the handle starts moving. Not the door shaking, the handle. It jiggles up and down, like someone is trying to press it, failing, trying again. And then it gets more aggressive, like it's frustrated. Like something on the other side is learning the mechanics by brute force. And that's when my brain went from investigate to absolutely not. I grabbed the nearest sturdy thing, a wooden chair, and shoved it in front of the door like I was in a low-budget horror movie with a survival instinct. Then I scooped up Hugo, marched to my room, and got in bed with my heart doing kickflips. The rattling stopped maybe a minute after I left, which somehow made it worse, like it had been waiting for an audience. But the handle? No. And then my dad made it so much worse, because when I told him, he goes, very casually, "That handle doesn't work like that. If you saw it moving, it was moving on your side." Like, thank you. That's so much scarier. That means it wasn't something trapped in the basement wanting out. It was something up here, with me, that wanted down there. I truly hoped that would be the end of it. It wasn't. A few months later, my mom admitted she'd heard it too. Late at night, the same hallway, the same strange impatience. And after that, when it happened again, Hugo would actually change his little observation spot. He started perching closer to my room, like he had decided the best seat for the basement door's performance was right where I could see it too. Years passed. Life moved on in that way it does. And then, when Hugo got really old, he got sick. He rallied for a while. He improved, but he never fully bounced back. He lost muscle, moved slower, and he stopped hunting. It was like he finally decided he'd done enough work for one lifetime. During that stretch, we got close in a way we hadn't before. He'd always been independent, kind of, I love you from across the room. But in the end, he chose me. He'd come find me, settle near me, lean into my hand like we were making up for time. Eventually, his body just couldn't keep going. We lost him. It wrecked me. When the vet returned him to us, it was in this small, plain urn. Nothing fancy, just simple and heavy with meaning. We put it on that shelf in the hallway, the same shelf where he used to sit and watch the basement door. It felt right, like his post. Not long after, my family started fixing up a little farmhouse outside town. We didn't sell the old house. My sisters moved in to keep an eye on it while things transitioned. And then, right before one of the last big moves, I'm in the kitchen at the old house when I hear it again. That basement door, rattling. I walk toward the hallway, and then there's this loud, sharp bam, like something hit wood hard. When I get there, my mom and my brother and my younger sister are already standing in the hall, staring at the door like they don't trust their own eyes. I go, "What was that noise?" And my sister, still staring, says, "Something just flew off the shelf and hit the pantry door." I look down, and there's Hugo's urn on the floor, right in front of the pantry. And listen, there were other things on that shelf. Random little decorations, old clutter, stuff that could have fallen if something bumped it. But the only thing that came off, like it was chosen, was that. That was the first time I didn't try to rationalize it. I just felt this hot wave of anger, like a protective reflex. My mom crouched down, hands shaking, picking the urn up like it was fragile glass. And I, without thinking, I turned and yelled at the basement door. I yelled, "Leave him alone. He's already gone." Not witty, not brave, just raw. The door kept rattling for another minute or two, like it wanted the last word, and then it stopped. After that, my mom moved the urn to a different place, safer, away from that hallway. Now, these days, I spend most of my time at the farmhouse. It's quieter here. Peaceful, honestly. Nothing has ever happened here that feels like that. But the old house? It's still the old house. Because tonight, well, actually a couple hours ago, my mom and I were doing renovation work at the farmhouse, patching and smoothing drywall like normal people pretending our lives are normal. And her phone starts going off. Text notification after text notification. Rapid fire. Like someone was hammering the screen in a panic. And my mom goes, "That's your sister." Because the only person who sends messages like that is the one who's scared. And I can hear my sister's voice through the speaker. Shaky, breathy, terrified. She says the basement door in the old house started rattling again. She went to the hallway, watched it for a few seconds, trying to decide if she was imagining it. And then, like it got tired of being subtle, the door handle just fell off. Not came loose, not wiggled, just dropped, like something undid it. She's packing an overnight bag. She doesn't want to be alone there tonight. She's coming up to the farmhouse until someone else is home with her. And honestly, I don't blame her. Because once you've stood in a quiet house at 3 a.m, watching a door handle move like it has hands of its own, you don't forget that feeling. Not ever. So I literally just found this group, and I've been sitting here like, okay, I have to get this off my chest. Because this is hands down the creepiest stretch of my entire life. This all happened when I was in high school, back when I lived with my parents in this older house in a tiny town in northern Kansas. And I've always been one of those people who's kind of open to weird stuff. Like, I grew up on ghost shows. I lived for scary movies. I was that kid counting down to Halloween like it was a national holiday. So when two of my best friends, Kelsey and Marin, were like, "We should do a Ouija board," I didn't hesitate for even a second. Which, yeah, looking back, not my proudest decision. We went out late at night, because of course we did, and our town had this small cemetery tucked behind the old church, like right there in town. So naturally, that's where we went. Teenagers have zero sense of self-preservation, I swear. I'm not even going to drag you through every detail of the session, because honestly the part that freaks me out isn't what happened there, it's what happened after. But just so you get the vibe, we heard this creepy little kid giggle, like close enough that it made the hair on my neck stand up, and the board spelled out something that made us all go quiet. We shut it down, packed up, and went home acting tough. But we were all shaken. And the second I got home, it was like I hadn't come back alone. My brother Owen and I had bedrooms in the basement, and our rooms shared a wall. It was the middle of winter, freezing cold, and we had this little space heater on wheels down there, one of those dinky ones that slides around on the hard floor if you nudge it. That night, I heard it rolling, not turning on, not clicking, rolling, like it was being pulled across the floor. And listen, every scary movie has taught me one thing. The moment you go investigate the mysterious sound, you become a cautionary tale. So I did the only thing my terrified 16-year-old brain could think of. I stayed perfectly still and pulled my blanket over my head like that was going to save me from anything. That was night 1. After that, it wasn't a single weird noise here and there. It started stacking. Night after night, it got bolder. Outside my room, mounted to one of the basement posts, we had this ancient manual pencil sharpener, the kind with the crank handle you spin. No idea why we even still had it, but it was there. And it started turning at night too. Not fast, just slow enough that you could hear the metal mechanism whining. like someone was patiently cranking it in the dark. Then it moved into my room. I had this glass jar, like a little vintage jelly jar, sitting on my dresser in the closet. And at night I'd hear it scraping, back and forth, on wood, over and over. I made this rule for myself early on. Don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to it, don't react, don't even look. Like if I pretended hard enough, maybe it would get bored and leave me alone. But it didn't get bored. The longer I ignored it, the more aggressive it got, like it was mad I wouldn't pay attention. And one morning, after a particularly awful night, I finally looked. And there were fresh scratch marks gouged into the top of the dresser where that jar had been dragging itself around. That was the moment my stomach really dropped. Like, okay, this isn't my imagination. Still, I didn't tell my family. My parents believed in paranormal stuff in a casual way, like, oh yeah, spirits exist, kind of way. But they'd always insisted the house was fine. And I didn't want to be the dramatic kid who watched too many horror movies and freaked herself out. My room had that old wood paneling, and I'd hear tiny taps right near my headboard, right next to where I was lying. Not in the walls like plumbing, on the paneling, like knuckles. Sometimes it would pause, and the second my body relaxed, it would start again. And then there was this other thing that makes my skin crawl even now, because it wasn't just sounds. You know that feeling when a cat jumps onto your bed and pads around in circles before settling down? I felt that, on my mattress. Like something climbed onto the bed and walked around near my legs. Except there was no cat, no pet, nothing. And then, the whispers started. I'd be lying there in the dark, frozen, staring at the ceiling, and I'd hear my name. Soft, dragged out, like someone trying to get my attention without waking anyone else up. From my closet, every single night. And it wasn't just that either. On the left side of my bed, I had this big wooden bookshelf my grandpa had built for me. On top of it sat this small, flat-screen TV, and the buttons on the back were ridiculously loud when you pressed them, like a sharp plastic click that echoed. Those buttons started clicking at night, too. So picture me, hearing the heater roll, the pencil sharpener crank, tapping beside my head, whispers in the closet, TV buttons clicking, and feeling something shift onto the bed like it belonged there. I was exhausted, jumpy, constantly on edge. I'd go to school on 2 hours of sleep and try to act normal while my brain screamed, "Do not go home." And then I hit my breaking point. One night, I had this nightmare that felt too real. So real it didn't even feel like a dream. In it, I was in my room, exactly as it was in real life. Same shadows, same corners, and as I looked around, I saw them. A little girl curled up in the corner of my closet, hugging her knees. A little boy at the side of my bed, pressing down on the mattress like he was testing it. A tall, dark figure crouched behind my bookshelf near the TV, and another shadowy figure in the opposite corner, tapping on the wall. Tap, tap, tap. I woke up shaking, like full-body, teeth-chattering shaking. The next morning, I finally told my brother Owen, because I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I started describing the dream, and I swear to you, his face went pale. His eyes got huge, and he cut me off mid-sentence and said, "Wait, was the little boy by your bed wearing..." And then he described him. Exactly. Down to the details I hadn't even said yet. We had the same nightmare. That's when everything spilled out. I told him about the heater, the pencil sharpener, the jar, the tapping, the whispers, the TV buttons, the bed thing, everything. And he just nodded, because he'd heard it too. Then he told me something that made my throat go dry. He said he'd seen me sit straight up in bed at night and whisper back, like I was having conversations in my sleep with whatever was in my room. I had absolutely no memory of it. None. But he was dead serious. like he'd watched it happen more than once. And then he told me about the storage room. Across the basement from his bedroom was this little storage space that didn't even have a door, just a dark opening. I'd always hated it, like irrationally. Even walking past it made me feel sick, like the air was wrong there. I never understood why. I just avoided looking into it at night. His room faced it. He said he would wake up sometimes and see a shadowy man standing in that doorway. Not moving, just standing there. Some nights it was in the storage room opening. Some nights it was halfway between the storage room and his bed. And some nights, it was standing in the doorway of my room, staring in. I never saw it. Not once. Which somehow made it worse, because it felt like it was choosing to hide from me. We finally told our parents. My dad brushed it off, classic. But my mom got really quiet, and she admitted that when she was home alone sometimes, she'd hear faint whispering from downstairs. And once or twice, she'd heard someone call out, "Mom?" from the basement like it was me, even though I wasn't home. After we talked about it openly, things started happening less. Not immediately, but it wasn't constant the way it had been. One moment sticks with me, though. My boyfriend at the time, Ethan, who's my husband now, was over one night, and Owen and I were telling him everything, like really laying it all out. Halfway through, Ethan put his hands to his temples and was like, "Please stop. I've got this horrible headache all of a sudden." We stopped talking, and I'm not exaggerating. The headache vanished, like it turned off. Eventually, I moved out. I lived in an apartment for a while, and I did have a couple weird things happen. Like one time, 3 different clocks in 3 different rooms fell off their hooks and shattered within minutes of each other, which was a lot. But nothing ever reached that level again. And here's the part that makes me feel weirdly guilty. My mom and my brother told me that the very first night I wasn't living in that house anymore, everything stopped completely. No whispers, no tapping, no heater, nothing. Like whatever it was focused on me. So I don't know if I left something behind there, or if it was attached to me for a while and then gave up, or if the whole Ouija board thing cracked something open and it took time to close. All I know is this: I will never touch a Ouija board again as long as I live. And I am deeply, genuinely grateful that whatever that was isn't with me anymore. So, I don't really tell this story at parties. It's not that kind of spooky. It's the kind that sits in your ribs for years and only shows itself when you're alone at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering why your childhood memories feel haunted around the edges. When I was about 6, maybe 7, I got hit with a fever so hard it came on like a wave. This was early 90s, small town, not much money, and medical care was, let's just say it had limits. The clinic shut around dinner time, and after that, calling for the doctor felt like flipping a coin. Sometimes he'd come. Sometimes he'd come in a state you'd rather not see anyone holding medical equipment in. I knew that firsthand because one summer I wiped out on my bike and split my scalp open. Next thing I know, this man is stitching me up, and I swear he missed more than he hit. I still remember the sharp, wrong pinch when the needle didn't go where it was supposed to, like he was sewing the air and accidentally catching me in the process. I hated that man with a passion that only a kid can carry. Anyway, back to the fever. My mom told me later she was about to call him, even though she didn't want to, because my temperature was climbing fast and I was drifting in and out like a radio losing signal. But then, just as she was reaching for the phone, my symptoms started easing up, like somebody turned a dial down. And the whole thing got filed away as one scary night, and life moved on. I didn't even remember it. Years later, 12, maybe 13, We were watching something on TV where someone was burning up with a fever. I asked, casually, "Did I ever get a fever like that when I was little?" My mom paused, just stopped what she was doing and looked at me in this really strange way. "You don't remember?" she asked. I laughed and said, "No, why would I?" And she said, very quietly, "What you said that night scared me more than the fever." That made my stomach drop a little because you know your mom's fear as a kid. It's like weather. When it shifts, you feel it. She asked me again, "Do you remember what you said you saw?" I told her no, not even a flicker. So she sat down and told me. She said I was in bed, skin blazing, eyes glassy, and she was perched on the edge of the mattress with a cold, damp cloth, pressing it gently to my forehead, just trying to keep me comfortable, trying not to panic. And then, out of nowhere, I sat bolt upright. I pointed over her shoulder, like my whole body was being yanked by something I could see that she couldn't. And I screamed, "Mom, turn around! It's behind you!" She told me the look on my face, pure terror, like I'd seen something that didn't belong in the world, went straight through her. She said she felt cold all over, even though the room was warm. She also said she didn't turn around, not because she didn't believe me, but because she was terrified that if she did, it would make it real. Like acknowledging it would invite it in. So she stayed facing me, voice steady, saying, "There's nothing there. You're okay. It's just your fever." But I kept crying and shouting, "It's coming closer! Mom, it's coming closer!" And the way she described it, this part still gets me. She said my eyes stopped focusing on the corner of the room and started staring right over her shoulder. Like whatever I thought I saw had moved. Like it was right behind her now. She told me she couldn't take it anymore. She pulled me against her chest, wrapped her arms around me tight, and covered my eyes with her hand like she could physically block whatever it was. And she said either I snapped out of it, or whatever I was seeing left us alone. That should have been the end of it. Just a fever story. A scary little family anecdote you roll your eyes at as you get older. But then there's the other part. A few years after that, around 9 or 10, there was this group of us who always hung out together on our estate. We were that tight little neighborhood pack, always outside, always daring each other into dumb stuff. One rainy afternoon, a bunch of us were at my mate Callum's house while his mom ran to the shops. His older brother was babysitting, which basically meant he told us not to bother him and disappeared into his room to play his console at full volume. Someone found Callum's older sister's Ouija board tucked away in a drawer. And because we were kids who'd been watching too much paranormal TV and thought fear was the same thing as fun, we decided, obviously, we were going to use it. At first it was jokes, stupid questions. Who's going to be famous? Who's going to marry who? Who's going to be rich? And everybody was giggling because you could tell someone was nudging the planchette. But then we got serious in that dramatic way kids do, like we were suddenly researchers conducting a scientific experiment. We all agreed. No pushing. No messing around. And after a bit of whispering and snickering, this kid, Jasper, blurts out, "Call the house phone." Not "give us a sign," not "move the glass," not "knock on the wall." Just "call the house phone." And I swear to you, the planchette shot across the board and landed on yes, like it was yanked there. And then the phone rang. Instantly. Like no pause. No, maybe it'll ring in a minute. Just, yes, ring. Every one of us froze with our hands still on that plastic thing. The laughter died so fast it was like someone unplugged it. The phone kept ringing and ringing, and nobody moved. It felt wrong to answer, like picking up would complete whatever we'd started. And then, from the older brother's room, we hear him shout, furious, answer the bloody phone!" So Jasper, because he was more scared of getting yelled at than of ghosts, snatched it up and put it to his ear. And his face just drained, white as paper. He slammed the receiver down like it burned him and rushed back to the board, breath shaking, going, "I'm done. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore." We demanded to know what he heard. He said it was low and crackly, like it was coming through water, but underneath it there was this voice, rough, almost snarling, saying something that sounded like, "Zuzu, Zuzu." And the second he said it out loud, the phone rang again. Nobody answered that time, not even with the older brother shouting. We just tore the board back into the box like it was poisonous and sat there in this awful silence until the ringing stopped and the front door opened. Callum's mum walked in with shopping bags and immediately went, "What's wrong with you lot? Why are you all so quiet?" Then she looked at Callum like she already knew. "What did you break?" she snapped. We didn't explain. We couldn't. We just muttered excuses, grabbed our coats, and scattered like our lives depended on it. And outside, we all agreed, right there on the pavement, we don't talk about it again. We didn't. Not for years. Then comes the last part, the part that makes me feel sick, because it's the one that grew teeth. When we were about 11, the older kids, me included, were the cool group. And we did that gross older kid thing where we made little ones prove themselves with initiation rituals. Nothing we thought was serious at the time, but looking back, we were idiots. Cruel in that careless way kids can be. They called it the hanging shed. The story went that somewhere outside town, there was an old shed left standing from centuries ago, from back when the first houses were built. The family who owned the land had supposedly done evil rituals, and the church people, townsfolk, destroyed their house and forced them out. But the shed got overlooked and stayed there, rotting in the field, waiting. And every 100 years, on the anniversary of the house being torn down, the shed would claim someone. A man would leave his home in the night, walk miles in the dark, and hang himself from a beam. The detail that made everyone go quiet was this: there was no ladder, and the beam was too high. And every time it happened, people said there was no way someone could have tied it up there alone. One of the older lads, Dylan, finished telling it, let the silence stretch, and then said, "I know where it is." And like moths, we followed. He led us out to this field where there really was a shed standing by itself, small, wooden, old-looking. The older kids knew it probably belonged to a farmer nearby, but the little ones didn't. And you could see it on their faces. They wanted it to be the hanging shed. They wanted the story to be true. So we made it into a test. We told them, if you go inside, close the door, and stay longer than anyone else, you're in. It was already getting dark, early evening, cold air, that kind of dim light where everything looks more sinister than it should. And that shed had no windows. Once you stepped inside and the door shut, you were swallowed by black. One kid refused outright and backed away, shaking. We teased him, of course. Another went in first, and, because we were awful, we crept around banging on the walls, scraping sticks, whispering nonsense until he burst out in tears. We pretended to look impressed, like, "Ooh, did you hear something?" Like we hadn't been the ones making it. Then it was the last kid's turn, a boy called Noah. Noah wasn't really in our group, but everyone liked him. Quiet, brave, trying hard not to show fear. He stepped into the shed and we shut the door. And this time, this is important, we didn't do anything. No banging, no whispering, nothing. We stood around talking about random stuff, already losing interest. Someone counted seconds for a bit, then stopped. It felt like he'd been in there ages, long enough that we started getting impatient and cold and hungry. We were about to open the door and call it a day, when we heard Noah screaming from inside. Not joking screaming, not boo screaming, real screaming. He was pounding on the door, shouting, "Let me out! Let me out!" We yelled back, "It's not locked!" Because it wasn't. There was no lock on the outside. He could have opened it, but he kept shrieking like he couldn't find the handle, like it wasn't there, like the door wasn't a door anymore. So we rushed in, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It wouldn't budge. I remember the panic that flashed through all of us at once, because suddenly we weren't playing a game. We were standing outside a shed with a child sobbing inside it. We yanked and yanked until it finally gave way, so suddenly that we all tumbled backwards into each other, a heap in the mud. And Noah came flying out like he'd been shot from a cannon. He didn't stop. He didn't look back. He sprinted across the field like something was on his heels. We chased him, shouting his name, and when we finally caught up, he was shaking so badly he could barely stand. "What happened?" we asked. "What did you see?" He stared at us with this blank, stunned horror and said, "Once, only once, I saw the noose." And then he refused to talk about it ever again. I didn't think about that shed for nearly a decade. Then one morning, when I was 19, I got a knock at my flat door. I opened it and saw a couple of lads from the old estate, faces pale, eyes red like they hadn't slept. They told me Noah was dead. He'd hanged himself the night before, in a shed. A farmer found him in the morning. He was 17, and the whole town went strange after that, quiet in the worst way. There were rumors, and the police asked questions, and people kept saying the same thing over and over. How could he have done it alone? They investigated it for months. There was talk of foul play, talk of someone helping, someone forcing, someone staging. But in the end, it was ruled a suicide. And I know, logically, I know coincidences happen. Tragedies happen. People suffer in ways you never see coming. But every so often, late at night, my mind drifts back to a cold towel on my forehead. My mum refusing to turn around. A phone ringing at the exact wrong moment. And a shed in a dark field. And I can't help wondering, just for a second, just a tiny, sickening second, what if, that night when we were kids, we really did find it? Okay. So I'm going to tell you something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. A little while back, maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago, I was home with my parents on a quiet Saturday. I'm 23, and I have this boring little weekend habit where I like to fill up my tank before the week starts. There's this grocery store gas station a few minutes away where it's usually a couple cents cheaper. So I told my dad, "I'm just going to run out for gas. I'll be right back." And my dad, love him truly, but he has this thing where he acts like I'm going into the wilderness every time I leave the driveway. Like I've been pumping my own gas for years. I don't need an escort mission. So I leave, and instead of taking the quickest route, I do what I always do. I take the longer loop to avoid this annoying left turn that stresses me out. It turns a short drive into a slightly longer one, but I prefer it. It's calmer. I'm a few minutes into the drive when I notice a car behind me. Really close. And I'm not even exaggerating. Close enough that I could see the driver's face clearly in my rearview mirror. And here's the thing. My parents' car is distinct. It's this pale blue-gray color that you don't see often. Like someone tried to describe storm cloud but made it prettier. You can spot it from far away. So when I see that exact car behind me, my first thought is the most annoyed thought imaginable. Oh my God, they're following me. I roll my eyes so hard it almost hurt. In my head I'm going, are you serious? You think I can't handle a gas pump? I'm literally going to stand next to my car for 3 minutes and swipe a card. I slow down at a stop sign, and I angle my side mirror just a little, trying to get a better look without turning my whole head around like a paranoid person. And I swear to you, it looked exactly like my parents. My mom in the passenger seat, my dad driving. Same hair, same faces, same posture. Even the way my dad holds his shoulders when he drives, kind of stiff, like he's bracing for somebody to cut him off. But something was wrong. Their faces were completely blank. Not neutral like we're just driving. Blank like there was nothing happening behind their eyes. No irritation, no focus, no warmth. Just empty. You know when you see someone and you can tell they're there? Like you can feel the person inside the body? This was the opposite of that. It looked like them, but it didn't feel like them. Like somebody put their faces on two mannequins and told them to sit in a car. And it freaked me out. But in that weird way where your brain tries to protect you by pretending it's fine. So I tell myself, okay, weird lighting, weird angle, whatever. I keep driving. I'm thinking maybe they'll pull up next to me at the gas station and I'll have this whole awkward moment where I'm like, seriously? And they'll laugh it off. But as I get closer to the station, I check my mirror again, and they're gone. Just not there anymore. And I know what you're thinking. They turned off somewhere, took a different road. Maybe you lost them. Except I had been watching them. They were right behind me, and then suddenly they weren't. No turn signal, no slowing down, no obvious side street where they could have slipped away. It felt like a scene got cut, and it shows my parents at home. At home. Still there. I just stared at my screen like it was going to correct itself. Like the dot would move and be like, just kidding, here they are. But it didn't. It stayed planted at the house. And the math wasn't mathing. Even if they'd turned around the second I saw them, even if they'd floored it, even if every traffic light magically turned green, there was no way they could have been back home that fast. So now I'm pumping gas, heart doing this slow, heavy thump, and my brain is flipping between explanations like channels on a TV. Maybe the app glitched. Maybe it wasn't them. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I'm not remembering the car color right. But I am remembering it right. I know their car. I know my parents. I drive home and I'm quiet the whole way, like I don't want to invite the weirdness back by talking about it out loud. When I get home, everything is normal. The house sounds normal. The TV is on. The vibe is safe. Later that night, I try to bring it up casually because I don't want to sound like I'm losing it. So I'm like, laughing, trying to make it light. Hey, Mom, why were you and Dad tailing me earlier? And she looks at me like I just asked her why she used to be a pirate. She goes, what are you talking about? So I tell her the whole thing, how I saw their car behind me, how I saw them, how it freaked me out. And she just keeps shaking her head, more confused by the second. Then she calls for my dad, like she needs a witness. And my dad comes in and he's like, we haven't left the house all day. Not defensive, not teasing, just matter of fact. And I'm standing there trying to laugh, trying to act like it's a funny misunderstanding. But inside I feel this cold little drop, because now I don't have a neat explanation. Because if it wasn't them, then who did I see? And why did it look so much like my parents, down to the smallest details, but without any of the life that makes them my parents? That's the part that gets me. Not just that I saw people who looked like them. It's that for a few seconds, I felt like I was looking at something pretending to be them. And I know how dramatic that sounds. I know. But that's honestly the closest way I can explain the feeling. It's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a splinter you can't quite dig out. And every time I think about those blank expressions in the mirror, I get this urge to check behind me again, just to make sure the road is normal. Because I still don't know what I saw. And I don't know what's worse, having no explanation or having one. Okay, so I need to tell you something that happened tonight, and I'm still kind of buzzing from it. Like, I'm sitting at home right now, warm and safe, and even thinking about it makes my skin prickle. So, some quick background. My partner Maya and I have this dog. He's a 5-year-old Siberian Husky Malamute mix named Coda. Big, fluffy goofball. And if you know Huskies, you know they don't really bark so much as commentary. He's a talker, a howler, a dramatic little opera singer. But here's the thing, Coda almost never barks. Like, I can count on one hand the times I've heard it in all the years we've had him. He's friendly with basically everyone. So if he ever barks at a person, that's not just unusual, that's wrong. Anyway, every evening around 6:15, we take him on this long walk at a small neighborhood park nearby. It's not some popular city park, more like a tucked-away trail loop that mostly locals use. We recognize most of the regular dog walkers, even if we don't know their names. It's usually calm, familiar, routine. Not tonight. Tonight, it was cold. Like that biting winter cold where the air feels sharp. We're in the Pacific Northwest, and the fog lately has been pretty heavy. But when we stepped outside, we both just stopped and went, whoa. The fog was thick. Not spooky movie thick, more like the world ends 10 feet away from you thick. The streetlights weren't even really cutting through it. And I remember thinking, as soon as we turned onto the path, I really should have brought a flashlight. So we're walking, talking about normal stuff. Work, errands, dumb little day things, while Coda does his usual routine, sniffing like the ground is telling him secrets. It's quiet in the park, which isn't weird this time of year. Most people do their dog walks before dark. I'm a few steps ahead of Maya. I keep turning back when I talk, just out of habit. We're maybe 100 yards in when I turn back again, and I swear my stomach just dropped. Because behind Maya, maybe 8 or 10 yards back, there's someone. Just suddenly there. A small person, maybe around 5'2", walking toward us. They're holding something bright, like a phone or small flashlight, but the light is aimed up toward their face. And I'm telling you, I couldn't see their face at all. Not even a hint. The hood they had on was huge, like oversized, and it hung low. The light made it worse, washed out everything except this blank shadow under the hood. They had this weird combination of clothes, too, like a colorful, drapey outer layer over dark pants, and then this bulky hoodie on top. I couldn't tell their age, their gender, nothing. Just a shape walking through the fog with a bright light aimed at their own head. And what freaked me out most was the timing. Because seconds before, when I'd last looked back, there was nobody. This trail is open. No trees right up against it, no place to duck behind. And yet somehow this person just appeared like they'd stepped out of the fog itself. So I quietly tell Maya, "Hey, let's step off the trail and let them pass." We move into the grass with Coda, acting casual, like no big deal. And the person walks by us. Except, they don't look up. Not once. They don't glance sideways. They don't acknowledge us at all. No nod, no quick, "Evening," nothing. They just keep walking forward with that light held up, face completely hidden, moving in this stiff, almost mechanical way. It felt robotic. That's the only word I have for it. We wait a minute or two, let Coda do his thing, then we get back on the trail. Still no flashlight. Still that fog swallowing everything. About a minute later, we round this bend, and I see the same person again, standing dead still in the middle of the trail ahead of us. We stop too because... what do you even do? We just stand there watching. They take a couple steps, stop again. A couple steps, stop again. Like they're glitching. And this is when Koda's whole vibe changes. He goes stiff. His tail changes position, lower, tense. He starts whining under his breath, like anxious little sounds he almost never makes. His body language is screaming that something is wrong. Maya and I don't even need to talk about it. We just automatically step off the trail again and do this big, looping detour through the grass to reconnect with the trail farther ahead, maybe 50 or 60 yards past the person. The whole time, I keep looking back, and that figure is still just standing there. We end up near this little kid's play area, slides and climbing stuff, and we let Koda sniff around in the wood chips for a second, trying to calm him down, trying to convince ourselves we're overreacting. And then we hear it. A dog barking like absolutely losing its mind, coming from back the way we came. A second later, I see a guy appear through the fog, pulling his dog hard on the leash, like dragging it away from something. The dog is lunging and barking and snapping the air, full chaos. And the guy keeps saying, "I'm so sorry, he never does this, I don't know what's gotten into him." He looks embarrassed, but also shaken, like he wants out of there. He passes the same hooded person, who is still holding that light up, still not looking at anyone, and the person doesn't react, doesn't flinch, doesn't even turn their head. The guy and his dog basically hurry out through the nearest exit, and then it's just us, and the fog, and that figure. And that's when it gets worse, because the person starts moving in this strange pattern, walking backward a few steps, stopping, then forward a few steps, stopping, turning around, then turning back, like a messed up metronome. Then suddenly they turn and walk away. 5 seconds later they stop, turn around and walk toward us. Stop again. I'm just standing there staring like my brain can't file what I'm seeing. Maya says, very calmly but very firmly, "Let's go. Now." And right as we start moving, Koda explodes. He bolts toward the figure so hard the leash snaps tight and nearly yanks Maya off balance. I shout, "Koda, stop!" He stops, barely, and then he unleashes these deep, aggressive barks I have never heard from him. Not once, not ever. He's leaning forward, teeth showing, full defensive posture, like he's ready to launch. And the figure starts pacing, fast, back and forth, still with that light up, still never looking up, never turning their head, like they're pretending nothing is happening while moving like a wind-up toy. Maya and I look at each other, and we both say it at the same time. We need to leave. So we get moving toward the next exit path, and Maya is basically hauling Koda away while he refuses to turn his body. He's walking sideways, straining, barking non-stop, eyes locked on that person the entire time like he can't let them out of his sight. It takes everything to get him out of the park, and even once we're on the road heading home, he keeps looking back and pulling, like he wants to go back, or like he's scared something will follow. He only finally relaxes when the park disappears completely into the fog behind us. And the whole way home, Maya and I are just talking over each other, trying to make it make sense, because we've walked that trail hundreds of times, and nothing like that has ever happened. But tonight felt like we crossed paths with something that didn't belong there. Hey, hi, I'm Marina, and I'm still kind of shaky even saying this out loud. I honestly never thought I'd be the type of person to share a story like this, mostly because I'm the rational one in my friend group. I'm a model, and a lot of my work is self-shot content, usually in my own place where everything feels familiar and controlled. But a few weeks back, I got this itch to do something different, something that looked a little more high-end and cinematic. So I rented this gorgeous apartment for the night, really modern, sleek furniture, polished floors, and these massive windows that made the whole city look like it was sparkling. You know that kind of view where you just stand there for a second and feel like you're inside a movie? That. At first, everything was normal. I set up my ring light and a softer side light, got my tripod straight, checked my angles, hit record. Easy. But the quiet in that place felt too clean, like the air was holding its breath. And every time I glanced toward the windows, especially when I caught my own reflection, I'd get this weird little shiver, like I'd just stepped into a colder room. The kind of chill that makes your skin tighten. I tried to laugh it off. New space, nighttime nerves, city lights playing tricks, whatever. Then, in the middle of a take, my camera just shut off. No warning. No low battery. Nothing. It shouldn't have happened. I remember standing there with my hands half raised like, seriously? Because it was fully charged and working perfectly minutes earlier. I turned it back on and went to check the clip, mostly to see where it cut out. And I wish I hadn't. Because in the video, behind me, there's this huge window, and in that glass, reflected clear as day, is a face. Not mine. This pale, hollow-looking face with these sunken eyes, and this smile that didn't look like a person smiling. It wasn't even scary in a boo kind of way. It was scary in a wrong way, like it didn't belong in a human expression. My stomach dropped so hard I felt nauseous. I replayed it again, and again, and again. I even leaned closer to the screen like that would somehow change what I was seeing. I kept trying to explain it. Maybe it was a weird light flare. Maybe my own reflection warped. Maybe something outside the building. But here's the thing. The face looked like it was looking at me, not just floating there in the glass, like it had intention. I panicked and deleted the clip. Immediately. Like if it was gone, it couldn't follow me. I know that sounds ridiculous, but in that moment, I wasn't thinking logically. I was thinking like a cornered animal. I told myself, finish your shoot, don't be dramatic. So I tried. But once I hit record again, I started hearing things. First, this soft snap from the kitchen area, like someone lightly cracked a knuckle or bumped a cabinet. I stood still, listening, holding my breath. Then came the footsteps. Not loud, almost careful, like someone walking in socks down a hallway, trying not to be noticed. I called out, "Hello?" in the dumbest, smallest voice. No answer. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe it was another guest, maybe the host, maybe a neighbor. But I had checked in alone. The door was locked, and the apartment was one of those places where you can see most of the space from the living room. There wasn't anywhere someone could just casually stand without me noticing. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely steady the tripod. And then, I did the one thing I promised myself I wouldn't do. I looked at the window again. Not directly outside, at the reflection. And I saw something move behind me. That was it. That was the moment my brain went, nope, we're done. I didn't even pack properly. I grabbed my phone, my bag, and whatever equipment I could carry in one trip. I left a light stand behind, and I think one of my lenses was still on the table. I didn't care. I just needed out. I remember practically running down the hallway to the elevator, jabbing the button like it was taking forever on purpose. And even when the doors closed, I still felt like something was right behind me, just out of sight. Since that night, I haven't slept the same. Every time I close my eyes, I see that face in the glass. The too wide smile, the hollow stare. And the worst part is, I brought the feeling home with me. Because now, sometimes, I'll be in my own apartment, my safe place, and I'll catch myself turning around for no reason, like I'm expecting to see someone standing there. And I hate admitting this, but there are moments where I swear the room gets that same kind of quiet, like the air is holding its breath again. So I'm telling you because I don't know what to do with it anymore. I don't know if it was something paranormal, or if fear and stress made my brain fill in blanks, but I know what I saw in that reflection, and I know how it felt. Have you ever had something like that happen? Like, not just being scared, but feeling like you were being noticed? So this happened maybe 4-ish years ago, and I swear, I still get that icy, prickly feeling just thinking about it. Okay, quick setup. My buddy Evan asked if I wanted to come with him to his dad's place for the afternoon. We get there, and his dad's like, "Hey, I'm going out of town for the weekend. Anniversary trip. Can you guys house sit?" And of course we say yes. Easy. Evan tells me he's going to jump in the shower real fast, so I'm just hanging out in the spare bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, scrolling on my phone. His little pug, Daisy, climbs up next to me and plops down like she owns the place. And then, out of nowhere, Daisy stands straight up, stiff as a board. She turns her head toward the closet, like laser-focused, and just stares. The closet door is cracked open, dark inside, and she starts this low growl that doesn't even sound like her. It's not playful. It's not, "Someone's at the door." It's, "Warning." Then she barks, like full-on, furious barking at the closet. And I remember thinking, oh, awesome. Of course. The dog sees something I don't. A couple days later, it's the night we're actually house-sitting. Evan's dad is already gone. Evan and I are wiped because we'd been out late the night before. Some show downtown, loud crowd, barely any sleep. We're back in the spare room, getting ready to crash. Door open because we've got this box fan wedged in the doorway to move air through the hall. The TV's on low, just enough background noise to drift off. And Evan keeps sitting up a little and going, "Did you just see that?" And I'm like, "See what?" And he goes, super casually, like it's no big deal. "That guy, he keeps peeking around the door at us." I didn't see anything. I genuinely thought he was just exhausted and jumpy. So I'm like, "Dude, go to sleep." Eventually he does. He passes out. And that's when I start seeing it. Not like a full person walking in or anything, more like a shape. A head and shoulder kind of silhouette, just barely leaning around the doorway from the hall. I'd glance up, and it would pull back, like it knew. So I'd stare at the doorway, heart thudding, telling myself my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I'd look down at the TV for a second, look back up, and there it was again. And every single time I caught it, it would duck away like, "Nope, you're not allowed to see me." This happened over and over, 4, 5 times. Enough that I wasn't questioning it anymore. I was just lying there thinking, "Please don't come in. Please don't come in." And then, like someone flipped a switch, Evan's legs start shaking. Not a little twitch, like rhythmic, violent shaking. The kind where your brain immediately goes to worst-case scenarios. Then it spreads. His whole body starts doing it. And Daisy, who'd been asleep, launches upright and jumps right onto his chest, barking in his face like she's trying to drag his soul back into his body. She's going crazy. I lean over and start shaking him. "Evan! Evan! Evan!" saying his name over and over. His eyes open wide, but there is nothing behind them. He's looking through me, not at me. And then he starts making this sound, like he's trying to yell but can't. It starts small, almost strangled, then gets louder and louder until it's this awful, strained, rising noise that makes my stomach drop. I shake him again, harder, and finally he snaps out of it like a diver breaking the surface. He gulps air and goes, Just give me a second. Then he looks toward the foot of the bed and says, dead serious, "Didn't you just see that guy standing there?" And I'm like, "Evan, you were staring at me. There was no guy at the foot of the bed." Later, I found out Evan gets sleep paralysis and night terrors, especially at his dad's place. But I didn't know that then. All I knew was what I felt. The room wasn't normal anymore. And here's the part where I'll probably sound ridiculous, but whatever. My mom used to read all those old paranormal books, and one thing she always said stuck with me. If something is trapped or lingering, you can tell it to go toward the light. Like, give it permission to leave. So I get up, trying to act brave even though my knees are basically water, and I walk out into the living room. And I say, out loud, something like, "You're scaring me. I don't want you here. If you can go, go. If there's a light, go to it." From the bedroom, Evan yells, half laughing, "Yeah, go toward the TV." And I snapped at him, like actually angry. "Don't do that. Don't joke, seriously." I go back into the room and sit on the bed again. And from that moment on, for the next hour, maybe more, it was like the room kept getting invaded in waves. Every 5 to 10 minutes you'd feel it. The air would change. The pressure would shift, like someone had put a heavy blanket over the whole room. The temperature would drop, not like, "Oh, it's cooler," but like the warmth got pulled out of the space. The energy felt mean, irritated, like we were somewhere we weren't welcome. Both of us would get goosebumps so intense it was painful, like every hair on my arms and legs was standing straight up. It felt like something was circling us, swirling around the bed, angry as hell. And then it would leave, and the room would loosen again, normal-ish. Evan eventually fell back asleep, because of course he did. And I just lay there, frozen, wide awake, staring at the wall beside me. And then the knocking starts, right by my head, on the wall I was leaning against. Knock, knock, knock. Then silence. Then again. Knock, knock, knock. Every few minutes. Like someone in the guest bathroom on the other side of the wall was rapping their knuckles against it just to remind me they could. I didn't move. I didn't breathe right. I just waited for morning like it was a rescue helicopter. The next day, Evan's dad gets home. The second he walks in, I'm like, "We need to step outside for a minute." I didn't even care how weird I sounded. We go out onto the front porch, and I just look at him and go, "What is in your house?" He kind of squints at me. "What do you mean?" And I go, "The thing in your house. It's not friendly." And he nods, like I'd asked him where the extra towels were. He goes, "Oh, yeah. The guy who owned it before me, he took his own life in the house. Shot himself. He didn't like anybody being here. Didn't want me here when I first bought the place either. He's calmed down some over time." I swear my stomach dropped right through the porch, because suddenly everything, the dog, the peeking figure, the heavy waves, the knocking, clicked into place in the worst way. I've had strange moments before, little things you can shrug off, a weird feeling, a cold spot, a dream that feels too real. But that weekend, that was the darkest, most hostile energy I've ever felt in my life. Like being tolerated by something that hated you for breathing in its space. And I'll tell you this, I have never been so relieved to leave a house. I hope I never, ever feel that presence again. Okay, so I'm going to try to tell this in a way that makes sense, and I really appreciate you sticking with me if I ramble a little. I'm 19 now. I'm non-binary, and I've had this thing around me basically my whole life. And before anything else, because I know how people can get, I've talked to therapists, I've done screenings, I've had the "are you hallucinating" conversations. I'm not diagnosed with schizophrenia or anything like that. I've tried so hard to explain all of this away as anxiety, or stress, or misremembering, or coincidence. But it's been years, and it doesn't feel like coincidence anymore. Since I was little, it's been the same pattern, that heavy feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Shadowy shapes out of the corner of my eye, hearing my name, in the exact voice of someone I know. And then I'll ask them later, and they'll swear they never said anything. And then there's the physical stuff, which is the part that makes my stomach drop. Random bruises, tiny scratches, sometimes deeper ones, showing up like they've been there the whole time, except I'll watch them appear or realize they weren't there a minute ago. When I was a kid, I didn't even call it paranormal. I just accepted it. Like, oh, that's just how things are. I remember I had this little wax figure I made, kind of like a stand-in for me. I kept it on my shelf, way in the back, not near the edge or anything. It fell once, and I was able to fix it. Then it fell again later, and that time it shattered so badly I couldn't repair it. I tried to laugh it off, but even then it felt like a message. Around middle school, I started realizing I might be sensitive, I guess. But at that age, I didn't have the words, so my brain grabbed the closest thing it could. I was obsessed with creepy internet stories, like deeply obsessed. And I convinced myself that some of it was real. There was this whole phase where I genuinely thought Slender Man was after me, which I know sounds ridiculous now, but I was a kid, and I was scared, and it felt like it fit. And sure, some of it probably was my imagination, but not all of it. There's one night I still can't explain, and I swear I remember it like it's burned into my bones. I read one of those stupid chain stories that says if you read it, some killer shows up that night. And I panicked so hard I didn't even go to bed. I locked myself in the bathroom with this tiny kitchen knife, like that was going to do anything. And I stayed there. I didn't sleep. I didn't nod off. I was wide awake. And around midnight, I heard footsteps. Not house creaks, not pipes. Actual footsteps, coming up the stairs. Slow, steady, like someone who wasn't rushing. Then the handle on the bathroom door jiggled, and whoever it was, knocked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just sat there holding my breath, frozen so hard my hands hurt. And then, this is the part that makes my throat tighten even now. The footsteps didn't go away. They paced, back and forth, like the person was waiting, like they knew I was there. That lasted until around 3 in the morning, and then the footsteps went back down the stairs and stopped. The next day, nothing. No missing stuff, no broken locks, no smashed window. Nothing I could point to and say, "See? This happened." But I know what I heard. I know I was awake. And it wasn't that creepypasta character. It was just something real that I don't have a clean explanation for. Then it was my turn to tell the story. And it worked. Like, immediately. Mira's cousin was the one with their head in my lap, and when we sat them up later, there were these big red scratch marks across their back. Not bleeding, thank God. More like irritated welts, like when you drag your nails across skin. But nobody had touched them. And it wasn't subtle. Everybody saw it. We tried it again with different people, and it happened again. It was like it only had power when I was the one leading it. When other people tried it on me, it kind of worked, but weaker. And the weirdest part was the animals. Her dog and even their old cat were acting wild, like they could feel something in the room with us. That's the kind of thing that sticks with you, you know? even if you want to forget it. The most consistent thing, though, the thing I can't escape, is the voices. I've heard my name called for as long as I can remember. Sometimes it's like it's coming from another room, sometimes right behind me, and I'll turn around and nobody's there. Or I'll ask, "Did you just call me?" And they'll look at me like I'm speaking another language. The scratches haven't been as bad lately, but I still don't trust my own skin. There were a few that left scars that make no sense. One time I looked at my forearm, looked away, then looked back, and there was a thin, pale scar like it had been healed for weeks. It wasn't there seconds before. That kind of thing messes with your head because you can't even argue with it. You can't, "Oh, maybe I bumped into something." How do you bump into something and instantly have an old scar? Then, during the pandemic, when I still lived with my parents, there was this moment that was different. I was in the kitchen washing dishes, totally normal, and I got this sudden urge to look behind me. Not like, I think someone's there, more like my body moved before my brain caught up. And there was someone standing there. I can't even describe them properly because my brain did this weird thing where it refused to hold on to the details, like it blurred. But it was a person shape, a presence, close enough that my heart should have exploded. I stared for a second, then turned back to the sink like I was on autopilot. And then the thought hit me like a slap. What the hell was that? And I whipped around again. Nothing. And I was home alone. That was the first time I felt like I actually saw it, not just sensed it. And what scares me is, it didn't feel angry. It didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me. It was just there, watching, like it always does. But this past year, things shifted. My luck has always been kind of awful, but it's been like the volume got turned up. I got kicked out of my old place in late November, and I barely managed to move in with my roommates. My roommates are also pagan. One of them, Rowan, practices a lot more than I do, and their partner Jules is really tuned in too. I'm the laziest witch in the house, honestly. I believe, but I'm not consistent. And now I'm wondering if that matters. Because on top of the housing chaos, Rowan's health has been getting worse. Doctors think they might be having seizures. It's been scary and exhausting and just one more weight. And then the pets. We lost so many this year it sounds unreal when I say it out loud. Rats, birds, a kitten. Some of it made sense. Old age, known issues. But some of it didn't. One of the birds was fine, like actually fine. Then one morning we found it on the floor, dead, no visible injuries. And the cage door was open, the water dish was empty, and food was dumped everywhere. Except I know I had refilled everything the day before. That morning, around 9:52, Rowan woke up late and was panicking. Jules woke up too, helped them get up, and Rowan sprinted out the door because they were already about to miss work. Like, no pause, no slow morning routine, just up and gone. A few minutes after that, maybe 5, not long, they started smelling something burning. They went looking and found the space heater on, cranked to full heat, hot enough they couldn't touch it. And we do not turn that heater on, ever. We keep stuff near it, and everyone in the house knows it stays off. The dial wasn't bumped slightly. It was twisted all the way to the end, like someone intentionally turned it. They checked the thermostat in the room. Nothing changed there. Then they checked the hallway controls, and that one was also set to full heat. And it couldn't have been the cats. Our cats are lazy little gremlins, but they don't mess with that stuff. And even if they did, the knob being perfectly maxed out makes no sense. It would have landed somewhere in the middle. The timing freaked us out because for the heater to be that hot, it had to have been turned on basically right when Jules woke up. Like, right as they were getting up and moving around. Which means, if nobody did it, then what did? We had this awful thought. What if whatever follows me isn't just messing with me anymore? What if it's trying to escalate? What if it wanted to scare us, or worse, start something that could have actually hurt us? And here's another detail that makes it worse. The day before, Rowan had this moment where all the hair on their body stood up, and they got full-body goosebumps out of nowhere. They said it only happened once before in their life, and the last time, it was right before they had an experience with something that did hurt them. And on top of that, their altar, dedicated to a sea deity, I think they said Pontus, has been feeling agitated, like the energy around it is unsettled and sharp. So now I'm sitting here like, okay, I've wanted answers for years, but I could afford to live in denial. It was creepy, but manageable. Now it feels like I don't have that luxury. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's attached to me, if it's attracted to me, if it's something I accidentally invited in when I was younger and scared and messing with things I didn't understand. I don't know if it's a spirit or just some pattern of energy that keeps following me like a shadow with a mind. I just know this. It's been with me a long time. And lately, it feels closer. And I'm trying really hard not to panic. But I also feel like I need to figure out what I'm dealing with before it gets worse. So, I've got two stories for you. They happened in the same general area, and I still get that tight, prickly feeling in my chest when I replay them. I live out in a valley in western Utah, not far from the Nevada line. There's a mountain right near us, and it's the kind of place where wildlife doesn't stay politely up in the hills. Deer wander down like they own the roads, and you'll hear about mountain lions every so often. People spotting them, losing chickens, finding tracks, that kind of place. Anyway, first story. I'm in the car with my best friend Riley, just driving through our neighborhood in the middle of the day. Bright daylight, no weird shadows, nothing like that. And we see this dog on the side of the road near a tree. Not a stray-looking dog either, just ancient. Like, how is he even out here old? Gray muzzle, droopy eyes, ears hanging low, moving like every step is a negotiation with his joints. I tell Riley to pull over because I'm thinking, this dog is going to get hit. He can barely move and he's right by the street. I get out and I start walking toward him, soft voice, hands low, trying to look harmless. The dog tucks his tail and gives me this low, warning woof. Not feral, not panicked, almost annoyed, like I'm interrupting something. Then he turns away from me and starts hobbling toward the road. That freaks me out even more. I rush back to the car to grab something, anything, like a cracker, a piece of granola, whatever we have, just to coax him close enough to check a tag. I hop back in and I'm like, Riley, just creep forward, don't lose him. And listen, my eyes never leave that dog, not even once. We roll forward maybe 10 feet. The dog turns toward this house and slips between two parked cars out front. I immediately tell Riley to stop because I'm picturing him stepping into the road and us clipping him. I jump out and go straight to the spot, and he's just gone. Like, gone. There's no dog under the cars, no dog behind the cars, no dog in the yard, no dog limping away down the sidewalk. The street is empty. And this wasn't a quick, healthy dog that could bolt. This was a fragile, old animal that was moving at a snail's pace. There's no way he could have disappeared without us seeing where he went. Riley and I search for a solid 10 minutes. We're calling out, shaking a bag of snacks, scanning under bushes, checking behind fences. Nothing. No collar jingle, no paw steps, no barking, no owner coming out like, "Oh, that's my dog." It happened in broad daylight, and there wasn't anyone outside with us. Just this normal, quiet street, and a dog that blinked out of existence. Okay, second story. A different night, same general area. I'm walking with Riley again, later than we should have been out, honestly. The air's cold, and the neighborhood feels extra still, like you can hear the space between sounds. We're heading toward her house, and the quickest way takes us along a few streets that angle toward the mountain. We hear a dog barking, not close, like a few streets up, but clear enough to raise the hair on your arms. It's coming from the direction of the mountain, kind of echoing between houses. We keep walking because we have to pass that way anyway, and we're doing the usual nice voice thing, even though the dog isn't right in front of us yet. Like, "Hey buddy, it's okay," and "Go home," because sometimes that actually helps. Then we see it. A dog shape near a parked car up ahead, just enough movement to catch our attention. And as we approach, it slips behind the car. And I swear to you, within the same second, a man steps out from behind that exact same car. Not a dog, a man. And the dog is just not there anymore. He just walks away, calm, steady, like we're not even real. Riley and I were so freaked out we didn't talk, like genuinely didn't talk for a stretch. We just walked, faster, and I could feel my heart in my throat. It was that kind of fear where speaking feels like you might break something open. Later, when we finally did talk, we did that careful thing where you're trying not to lead the other person. Like, "Okay, tell me what you saw." And she described the exact same thing I saw. And here's the part that still gets me. Riley is a skeptic. She doesn't do paranormal. She's not the type to hype herself up or turn weird moments into spooky stories. If anything, she usually talks me down. But she couldn't explain it. And she didn't try to laugh it off. So, yeah, people say creatures like that could be anywhere. Maybe they can. I don't know. I just know where I live, Utah, right by the mountain, all that wildlife, and I know what I saw. Twice, with the same witness, the same timing, the same impossible, clean disappearance. And that's what makes me wonder, how often do we brush past something like that and never even realize it? Hello, and welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. I hope you've had a great day. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Let me help you drift off with some chilling paranormal stories. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so we can listen to mysterious encounters from around the world every night and get a good night's sleep together. Turn on your nightlight, put on your headphones, and let's jump into today's paranormal experiences. All right, so a little bit of context first. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, in this tiny rural pocket where our place backed onto a big stretch of bushland. It wasn't some little backyard either. Think a couple hundred acres of scrub and trails. My stepdad back then cut a bunch of bike tracks through it for me and my siblings, and honestly, any chance I got, I was out there. I was that kid who actually liked being alone. I'd pack a backpack with snacks, roll up a swag, and pretend I was doing my own bargain bin teen survival show. I'd ride out, find some random spot that felt like it belonged to me, and camp out just to get away from everything. And the funny thing is, I always felt safe out there. Like, weirdly safe. There weren't really predators to worry about, and anything that could spook you would bolt the second it heard a bike coming. The bush felt quiet and predictable. But one evening, it wasn't. It was midsummer, around 7:15 or 7:30, and the sun was still hanging around, bright enough that I didn't even think twice about going for a ride. I remember thinking I'd just do a couple hours on the trails and head back before it got properly dark. There was this one track I loved, winding, familiar, the kind you could ride without thinking too hard. And along it, there was this fallen tree that had been there for ages, lying straight across the path. Every time I came to it, I'd stop, lift the front wheel up onto the trunk, sort of bump the bike over, and keep going. So I roll up to that log like I've done 100 times, and I swear, the moment I stop, something in me just drops. Like instant unease. No warning, no slow build. Just this heavy, awful feeling, like I'd walked into someone else's space and they were furious about it. It felt like being watched, but not in a normal way. More like someone was staring through me with this old, angry intensity. Every hair on my arms went up. My stomach went tight. I remember actually pausing and thinking, what is that? Why do I feel like this? So I do what you do. I look around. Trees, scrub, shadows, the trail behind me, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I tried to logic it away. I was like, okay, Liam, calm down. You've had too many energy drinks. You're being dramatic. Plus, the nearest neighbor was ages away. Nobody's just wandering deep into our property for fun. It didn't make sense. And then, behind me, in the tree line, I hear it. A snap, like a twig breaking under a foot. My heart goes straight into my throat. I turn, scanning, fast. Nothing. But then another crack. And another. Not like a wallaby hopping off. Not like branches shifting in the wind. It sounded deliberate. Like something moving slowly, stepping carefully, but not trying hard enough to be silent. That's when the fear turned from uneasy into, I'm in danger, and I don't know why. I actually started talking, quiet at first, kind of embarrassed even though I was alone. Hello? Is someone there? No answer. Just more snapping. Around me, not just in one spot, like it was circling, or the sound was bouncing weirdly between the trees. And then I heard a voice. Not loud. Not close enough that I could point to it exactly, but close enough that my skin went cold. It said, "Help me." Except, it didn't sound like one person. That hit me like a shock. I don't even remember thinking. I just remember my body going, nope, nope, nope. I threw my bike over the log so hard I nearly stacked it, and I took off down the trail like my life depended on it. I have never ridden that fast before or since. I could barely see straight. All I could think was, get out, get out, get out. And as I started putting distance between me and that spot, it shrieked. I don't even know how to explain that sound properly. It was this warped, unnatural scream, like a person screaming, but mixed with this metallic screech, like truck brakes or tearing metal. Too loud, too wrong. It didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard in the bush. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept riding until I hit the far side of the property, where there was a barbed wire fence that backed onto a dirt road. I shoved the bike through, half fell over it, and basically sprinted the rest of the way home, dragging the bike like it was dead weight. That night, I told exactly one person, my little brother, Noah, and he just laughed and called me full of it, like I was trying to mess with him. So I dropped it. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I didn't want to say it out loud too much anyway, like speaking about it made it more real. But it stuck with me. It took ages before I could ride those trails again without getting that tight feeling in my chest. And that particular track, I avoided it for a long time. And the strangest part is, after that, nothing like it ever happened again. Not even close. So yeah, that's it. That's the story. And I'm telling you, I've tried to explain it every logical way I can, and every explanation feels like it falls short. I still don't know what I heard, or what was out there with me. What do you think it might have been? So, I've been around weird stuff most of my life. Honestly, it doesn't even rattle me the way it used to. When I was growing up, most of the paranormal things didn't happen to me as much as they happened to my best friend, Mara. We lived together for a while in this old house that just had a presence. You know that feeling when a place doesn't feel empty even when it's quiet? That kind of thing. After a while, it stopped being some spooky mystery and became more like, yeah, that's just how this house is. Fast forward to recently, late spring, I moved into a new place. Shared living situation, nothing fancy, but the room I'm in? It's got a vibe. Not like someone painted it the wrong color vibe, more like the air feels a little too thick sometimes. Like the room notices you noticing it. And I want to be clear, I'm not someone who panics easily. The paranormal is weirdly normal to me at this point. But even with that, there have been nights where I've gotten into bed, ready to sleep, and something in me goes, nope. Like this deep, instinctive alarm. I end up turning on the big overhead light, the one that floods the whole room, despite trying to fall asleep. Not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I feel watched, intensely watched. Like if I close my eyes, something's going to lean closer. Then a couple nights ago, something happened that genuinely gave me chills. I'm in bed, super calm. The kind of calm where your limbs feel heavy in a good way. I had a long day, and I'm doing that thing where you put on a random YouTube video just to have a voice in the background. It wasn't even creepy. Some guy talking about old legends, like the history behind folk heroes and outlaws. Totally harmless. I start drifting off and I hear a sound that doesn't quite match the video. At first, I ignore it, because your brain does that, right? You assume it's just part of whatever you're listening to. But then it gets clearer, like it's separate from the phone audio, like it's in the room with me. And then, right by my left ear, I hear a man's voice. Really close. Too close. He goes, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." Over and over. Same phrase, same tone, like a broken record that's decided it wants something from me. I swear to you, I shot upright so fast I almost tangled myself in my blanket. Heart pounding, scanning the room, staring into corners like I'm going to catch somebody standing there. And the whole time I'm thinking, that didn't come from the video. It just didn't. The video was still calmly droning on about medieval stories like nothing happened. And look, my first thought was also the most practical one. Am I hearing things? That scared me in a totally different way. But here's the thing. I'm a psych major. I know what I'm looking for if it were something clinical. And I'm not saying that in a cocky way. I mean, I've spent enough time learning how those symptoms tend to show up, and this doesn't fit. There's a difference I can't fully explain unless you've experienced it. This wasn't like a thought. It wasn't like something blooming inside my head. It sounded like a source, like sound traveling from a point in space into my ear. And that's also what's so unsettling, because this isn't even the first time in my life I've had something speak right into my ear like that. It's rare, but it's happened before. Just enough times that I know the texture of it, the presence of it. But that night didn't stop with the man's voice. And then I hear a woman. Not talking, not whispering, screaming. Like full body throat-ripping screaming, angry and chaotic and miserable. It wasn't like a horror movie boo scare. It was hellish. That's the only word that fits. Like pain turned into sound. At that point, I wasn't even trying to be brave anymore. I just felt sick. Not nauseous exactly, more like my nerves were buzzing, like my body couldn't decide whether to freeze or run. Now I'm sitting with this big, gnawing question that I can't shake. Why the fixation on me sleeping? Like, why that phrase? Why go to sleep over and over? What does it want from that? What does it get out of it? The repetition felt deliberate, like it was trying to push me under, like it cared more about me shutting down than it did about scaring me. And honestly, that's what worries me most. Not the voices on their own, not even the screaming, though that was awful. But the intent I felt behind it, like it wasn't random. So yeah, I'm going back to some basics. I've started praying again before bed, even if it's quick. I'm thinking about doing some protective stuff, small things, steady things, something consistent. Because whether it's paranormal or something else, I can't keep pretending it doesn't affect me. I just want my room to feel like mine when I close my eyes. And right now, it doesn't. So, I kind of half live at my boyfriend Ethan's place. Not officially, but enough that I know every creak in the hallway and exactly which floorboard complains if you step on it wrong. My home situation isn't great, and his family's always been welcoming, so this house has become my safe place in a lot of ways, which is why it messes with my head that the house can feel wrong. Ethan and I are both 22 now, and we've been together for 6 years. And basically his whole life, he's had these weird, unexplainable experiences. Like, when he was little, he'd have these awful dreams. Fire, bones, that kind of thing. He's told me he used to see full-on figures sometimes. And for as long as he can remember, he's felt like there were shadows hanging around his bedroom, like something was always just watching from the corner. At first, I didn't really know what to do with that. I believed him, but it was one of those things where you hear it and you're like, okay, that's creepy, but maybe it's just childhood stuff. Except, about 2 years into us dating, Ethan started saying it was happening more often, more intense. Like whatever was quiet before had started clearing its throat. The house itself doesn't look creepy. It's actually really cozy. Nice decorations, peaceful neighborhood, big trees, that whole misty Pacific Northwest vibe. The kind of place you'd imagine drinking tea and reading in while it rains. But his bedroom? His bedroom has this heaviness to it. It's subtle, but it's there, like you're stepping into a room that remembers too much. And there's history. The house is older, mid-century, with this add-on room they built later, and a long time ago, an elderly couple lived there. The wife died in what is now Ethan's bedroom. Natural causes, but still. She died in that room. For a while, Ethan and I thought, okay, maybe it's her. Maybe she's pissed a teenage boy took over her space. But then his mom brought in this Catholic psychic medium lady, and she said, no, it's male. And she got weirdly vague after that, like she didn't want to say whether it felt human or something else. Which is not comforting, by the way. And honestly, she wasn't super helpful, but that detail stuck with me. Because when whatever it is finally messed with me directly, it absolutely felt male. This was a couple years ago. Early morning. Ethan got up for work. He works construction with his dad. And I stayed in bed because I didn't have to be anywhere. I was that half asleep, half awake kind of cozy, where you're drifting but still aware of sounds. Important detail. Their voices outside always sound muffled through the closed window. Distant. Like you can tell they're talking, but you can't make out much. So I'm lying there, and suddenly, I hear a voice inside the room. Clear as day. Deep, like too deep. And it says, I used to be important. I remember just kind of blinking, trying to orient myself like, did I dream that? Did the window open? But no, this wasn't outside. This was right there with me. And what's weird is I didn't even panic. I'm jumpy by nature. I scare easily. But that morning, I felt strangely blank about it. Like tired enough that my brain just went, not dealing with this right now. And I swear to you, the moment I didn't react the way it wanted, it got angry. Because it felt like something rushed right up to my face, like in my space, and it said something else, in that same guttural voice. I can't remember the exact words, but I remember the feeling. Sharp, irritated, personal. And I felt cold air on my face, like someone was breathing right at me. And you know what I did? I rolled over. I must have fallen asleep, because a couple minutes later, I had my first and only sleep paralysis episode. It did that classic thing where you wake up and everything looks exactly like the room you're in, except you can't move. And in my paralysis dream, there was a cat on my chest. This little calico cat, heavy like it had actual weight. For a couple seconds, I was just stuck. And then I remember thinking, nope, absolutely not. I forced myself to try to sit up, and when I did, reality started to distort. Like the room was shaking and vibrating, like a camera being rattled. The edges of things looked like they were falling apart, and the cat hissed, like angry, and swiped at my face. Then I snapped awake for real, lying on my back in Ethan's room, everything normal again. But the vibe after that? Not normal. Not for me. And it didn't stop there. Over the summer for months, we'd hear scratching in the walls. Not in one spot. Not in one room. It was always wherever you were, like it was tracking you, keeping close. And sure, people always say, animals in the walls, but it would happen at random times all day, and it would be hot. Like unbearably hot some days. I just couldn't picture anything happily nesting in there through that. Their dogs would freak out sometimes too, both of them suddenly barking at empty space, eyes darting like they were following movement. And the scariest part is when you can tell they're not just barking, they're seeing. One time, Ethan's dog Luna came trotting toward me with a toy in her mouth. She had to pass Ethan's open bedroom door to get to me, and the second she reached that doorway, she stopped dead. She looked into the room, dropped the toy, and just stared. I'm sitting on the floor like, "What's up, girl?" And I said, "Luna, what do you see?" And she exploded, just barking viciously, not like her at all. She looked genuinely worked up, like she was trying to warn something off. Then her gaze shifted, like whatever she'd been staring at moved closer to her, right in front of her face. And then she started attacking her own toy like it was alive, snarling, biting, shaking it so hard her whole body tensed. Her eyes looked wrong, like they were focused on something inches from her. And then she flung the toy so violently it smacked up against the wall near the ceiling. After that, she trotted over to me with her head down, like she wanted comfort. Like she'd just seen something and didn't know what to do with it. There are 3 bigger things that happened after that. 3 things that made me stop brushing this off as weird vibes. First, a couple months ago, Ethan told me he felt something grab his ankle while he was asleep. Like a hand. That was the first time it physically touched him. Second, about a week ago, his family went on a little overnight trip, and I stayed behind to watch the dogs. So I'm alone in this house, and I'm already not in the best headspace. It's late, I'm tired, I'm on edge, trying to keep myself distracted. And I start hearing the scratching again. This time it's coming from this big pantry in the kitchen. And I swear, the closer I got to the pantry, the louder it got. Like it wanted me right there. To distract myself, I pulled out my tarot cards. It's a hobby I've been learning for months. Nothing dramatic, just something that keeps my brain busy. I spread the deck in a wide arc on the table, all face down, and I left them like that because it was late and I was exhausted. The next morning, I walk in and one card has been pulled out of the arc and placed in the center. And listen, I didn't do it. I didn't half do it and forget. I didn't pull it in my sleep. It was just there. I felt freaked out, but also, this is embarrassing. I felt excited too. Like, okay, if something wanted my attention, what did it want to say? So I flipped it. If you know tarot, you know. Grief, loss, regret, abandonment. That kind of heartbreak that sits in your chest. And the sick thing is, it fit me too well. I've been going through a breakup situation that wrecked me, and I'd lost someone I used to be close to not long before that. I'd been carrying a lot, and honestly, I didn't feel threatened by the card. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like something saying, "I see you. This is you," which somehow made it even more unsettling because it felt intimate, like whatever this is can read the room in a way that isn't normal. And then the last thing, this happened 2 nights ago, and it's the reason I finally went. Okay, we can't just live like this. I was out late, and I planned to sleep at Ethan's. Around 11:30 p.m., he texted me, "Where are you?" And it wasn't angry, it was off. Ethan isn't clingy. He's not the type to keep tabs, so I got this tight feeling in my stomach. I didn't get back until about 1 a.m. When I came in, he was asleep in the guest room. I was like, "Why aren't you in your room?" And he looked at me, dead serious, and said, "I'm not sleeping in there tonight." Then he told me what happened. He'd been lying in bed watching something on his phone, and he kept noticing movement out of the corner of his eye, shadows shifting. He tried to ignore it, but then he felt the bed dip, like someone climbing onto it. So he lowered his phone, and he saw it. A figure, tall, black, no details. Not a person he could recognize, just a shape, like darkness peeled off the corner of the room and decided to stand up. And it was at the end of his bed, up on its knees, arms stretched out toward him, like it was reaching. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He just got out of that room. And when he told me that, something in me snapped from, "This is creepy," to, "This is escalating." Because it's like it's getting bolder, like it's testing what it can do. And here's the other layer that makes my brain hurt. The area we live in has a reputation. It's that kind of mountain town place where people have stories. There's this neighbor who, late at night, blasts these insanely bright lights. So bright people miles away talk about them. Through weird small-town connections, I ended up talking to this older guy who's kind of like the town's unofficial paranormal researcher. He told me that the land around Ethan's neighborhood is rumored to be an ancient burial area for respected indigenous people, because the mountain nearby was considered sacred. And I keep thinking about that voice I heard. I used to be important. Like, is it possible this is someone ancient and angry? Someone whose resting place got built over, whose land got taken, whose name got swallowed by time. And if that's true, is it even fair to call it evil? Or is it just furious? I don't know. All I know is this. Whatever it is seems to focus on Ethan. It's like he's the main target. I get brushed by it sometimes, in these odd, personal ways, but it doesn't latch on to me the way it does to him. And that confuses me, because if the whole negative entities feed off pain thing is true, then I should be the easier meal. But it's him. It's always been him. And now it feels like it's stepping closer, like it's done lurking in corners and it's ready to be seen. And I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I don't want to wait around and find out what next looks like. So, this happened when I was 18. I'm 39 now, and I still don't like talking about it too late at night. Back then, I was living in a suburb in the southeast of Melbourne, Dandenong North. My family's place didn't match anything else on the street. Everyone around us had those solid, ordinary brick homes from the 70s and 80s. And then there was ours. This older, timber weatherboard house with a steep, almost storybook roofline. It creaked like it had opinions. In winter, it was freezing. In summer, it sighed and popped, and there were spots in the floor where you could literally feel the air coming up from underneath. We had a big dog, Rusty, who spent most of his time outside. He had a proper pen and a kennel, and he'd usually come in when everyone got home, then back out to sleep, especially if it was warm. We also had an indoor cat, Miso, who treated the whole house like it belonged to her, and we were just renting space. That week, I was on my own. Graham, was overseas for work. Mum, Leanne, and my younger sister Talia had gone to visit relatives for a few days. So it was just me, the dog outside, the cat inside, and this big old house making its usual noises. Here's where it starts. One evening, I was walking home from my shift. The sun was dropping low, that orange gold light you get right before it disappears. As I turned the corner into our street, I looked up toward our place and I saw a figure, a person, standing on the roof of our carport. They were up there, still as anything, leaning toward one of the upstairs windows, the one that looked into the bedroom above the carport. We had 3 bedrooms upstairs, and that room always felt a little exposed because you could get to the carport roof pretty easily if you were determined. I couldn't make out details. It was just a dark silhouette against the fading sky, but it was definitely shaped like a person. I yelled, something like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And the figure just moved. Not dramatically, just gone. Like it slipped backward and vanished off the edge before I could even process how fast that was. And the weird part? Rusty didn't bark, didn't make a sound, nothing. I remember standing there in the driveway with my stomach tight, listening for anything. I went inside, turned on lights, checked rooms, checked windows, checked doors, checked the back gate, the whole routine. Everything seemed normal. No broken locks, no open windows, no signs of anyone. So I did what people do when something doesn't make sense. I talked myself out of it. I convinced myself I'd seen a shadow from the tree line at sunset, or some weird angle of light. I remember actually laughing at myself a little, like, "All right, mate, calm down." The next night, I walked home again, and everything looked normal. I did another check anyway. Doors, windows, lights. I let Rusty in for a bit in the evening, fed the cat, tried to keep busy so I didn't sit there thinking about the roof. When it got late, I did my usual habit. I shut the doors inside the house. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, it was just practical. Those old doors were so squeaky, and if you left one open, the drafts would push it around. Sometimes you'd be downstairs and a door upstairs would slowly creak shut by itself, like the house was deciding things for you. So I shut everything, checked the locks, turned off every light, went upstairs to my room, closed my bedroom door, and went to sleep. And then, sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I don't know what woke me. No loud bang, no obvious sound. Just that sudden, sharp awareness that you're awake, like your body flips a switch. A thin strip of light was spilling under my bedroom door from the hallway, and I remember thinking, that's not right. I turned that off. I always turn that off. I was still trying to figure out how I could have made that mistake when my doorknob started to rattle. Not a gentle wiggle, a proper rattle. Like someone was holding it and turning it back and forth, trying to work out why the door wasn't opening. My whole body went cold. I rolled onto my side, facing the wall, the way you do when you're trying to become invisible. And my heart, honestly, it felt like it was trying to kick its way out of my chest. The knob stopped. Then the door opened. I kept my eyes shut. I told myself, don't move, don't react. If it's someone breaking in, just let them take whatever and leave. It was the only plan I had in that split second. But I cracked one eye open, the eye against the pillow, so it looked like I was still asleep. The hallway light painted this pale rectangle onto my wall. My door was fully open. I glanced at the digital clock on my stereo beside the bed. It was just after 2 a.m. And then, after a long stretch of nothing, the door creaked again. Slowly, the light on the wall began to shrink. The door was closing. And I remember thinking, okay, they checked the room, decided not to take anything, and they're leaving. Except I didn't hear footsteps, no breathing, no shuffle of clothes, nothing, just silence. Then I felt pressure around my feet. At first it was subtle, like the blanket tightening, like someone tugged it a tiny bit. And then it became unmistakable. The end of the bed dipped. Something was sitting on the end of my bed. Not standing, not brushing past. Sitting. I looked at the clock again. Now it was around 2:50 a.m., close enough to 3 that it made my stomach twist. I was completely frozen. I couldn't make myself sit up. I couldn't make myself roll over. I could barely swallow. And I had this awful thought. If I move, it'll know I'm awake. Still, after a while, I don't know how long, I decided to test it. Just the tiniest movement. Just enough to confirm I wasn't imagining it. So I slowly shifted my feet under the blanket, and my foot bumped into something solid. Not the bed frame, not the mattress. Something with resistance, like a shape occupying space. That moment was the clearest, most horrifying confirmation. There was something there. And there was still no sound. No weight shifting. No breath. No rustle. Just the pressure and the dip at the end of the bed, and my heartbeat roaring in my ears like it was the loudest thing in the world. After that, I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. Or maybe I just drifted in and out of some half-awake state from exhaustion and fear. Time got weird. The next clear moment I have is hearing the first birds outside, those early chirps right before sunrise. The room was slightly brighter, that gray-blue pre-morning light. I looked at the clock, just before 6 a.m., and then I felt it, the pressure lifting. The mattress rose back to normal. I held my breath, still not moving, still staring at the wall with that one eye open. The bedroom door opened again. The hallway light splashed across the wall like before, and then the door shut. And the daylight started to really come in, like the night was finally losing its grip. Not long after that, I forced myself up. My legs felt weak, like they didn't want to work. I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every lock. Everything was locked. Nothing was missing, and Miso, the cat, turned up stuck in the bathroom, yowling like she'd been abandoned for a year. She must have slipped in when I was brushing my teeth, and I didn't notice. So that's it. No proof, no explanation, no clear, this is what happened. Just that one night in Dandenong North, when I was home alone, I'm certain I saw someone on the roof. And I'm even more certain that something sat on the end of my bed for nearly 3 hours. And I can tell you this, I've never forgotten the exact feeling of that mattress dipping under weight that shouldn't have been there. Hey, I'm not really sure who else to say this to, so I'm just going to tell you, okay? In the last few months, like since late summer, my world has basically been ripped apart. My dad died. Then my uncle, who was more like a brother to me, died not long after. And then my grandmother. 3 deaths stacked on top of each other so fast I feel like I've been living in a fog with sharp edges. And at least one of them, it wasn't peaceful. It was traumatic. The kind of thing that leaves you replaying details you never asked to carry. And somehow I ended up being the person who handles everything. Phone calls, decisions, paperwork, family logistics. The adult stuff that doesn't wait for you to stop grieving. I've been doing all of it while still feeling like I can't breathe most days. So here's where it gets weird. I've always had this thing. I don't even like calling it anything because it sounds dramatic, but let's call it sensing. Like I'll know something before it happens, or I'll feel a presence in a room, or I'll get these flashes that don't feel like imagination. I grew up in a family where anything like that got labeled as dark or wrong, so I learned to shove it down and pretend it wasn't there. I've spent my whole life being like, nope, not touching that. But my oldest kid, my son Liam, has the exact same thing. And watching him describe things he couldn't possibly know, watching him react the way I used to react, it's made it harder to deny. It's like seeing your own secret reflected back at you through someone you love. Anyway, recently we moved out of the city to this quiet rural place. It's peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of town where the main activity is antique shops and little roadside markets. And one day I'm out running errands, on the phone with my sister, Tessa, talking about my dad's property and the will and all this exhausting legal stuff. And I pass one of these antique stores and I just go, fine, whatever, I'm going in. I'm wandering around, half distracted, still talking to Tessa, and I see this tiny old book tucked into a shadowy corner of a shelf, like it's trying not to be noticed. And on the spine, in worn gold letters, is a name. Marceline. I swear to you, my stomach dropped. Because this isn't some common word. It isn't a trendy name. It's not something I see anywhere. But it has always meant something to me, quietly, privately. Years ago, before I even had kids, I had this absolute certainty that if I ever had a daughter, I would name her Marceline. I never told anyone that. Not my friends, not my mom, not even my sister. Only my husband knew, because we're weirdly private about names. It was just mine. And here's the kicker. The book is rare. Like, old. The shop owner said it was printed sometime in the mid-1800s, and it was about my homeland and my culture. Things I grew up around. Things that feel like home, even though I now live a whole ocean away. So I'm standing there holding this book in a little antique shop in the middle of nowhere, while I'm on the phone talking about my father's death. And the one name I've always felt this strange pull toward is staring back at me like it's been waiting. I bought it. I didn't even hesitate. It felt too pointed to ignore. 2 days later, my grandmother died, and I had to travel back home because my mom has been falling apart. She's been sick with grief, honestly. The family has been through too much. When I got there, we pulled out an old photo album to find pictures for the service. I opened the album, flipped the cover back. I just sat there like, okay, that's a coincidence. Weird coincidence, but fine. The next day, I decided to visit my dad's grave. We never really got a goodbye, and I'm angry, like still angry. Grief and anger, all tangled together. His cemetery was a couple hours away, so I text my mom asking what it's called so I can plug it into maps. She writes back, "It's Marceline Cemetery." I just stared at my phone. And when I got there, he was buried near this big statue with the name Marceline carved into the base like it had always been there, like it belonged there. By that point, I wasn't even laughing. I was just numb. Like, all right, sure, of course it is. Then, the day after that, we're driving as a family, my husband, Noah, and the kids, to stay at my mom's house for the funeral the next morning, and I fall asleep in the car. I never fall asleep in the car. I'm the person who stays alert, who watches the road, who's tense the whole time. But I knocked out. And I wake up suddenly, like snapped awake, and I look out the window right as we pass a giant road sign in bold block letters. Marceline. Huge. Impossible to miss. At this point, I'm like, okay, this is not subtle. This is getting ridiculous. 5 days in a row, same name, different places, different forms. Like it's following me or circling me. or trying to get my attention in the loudest possible way. Then we do the funeral. We do the hugs, the crying, the "let me know if you need anything" lines that people say when no one knows what else to say. And late that night, we drive back, 6 hours, and we finally get home. I'm exhausted down to my bones. And there's a package on the doormat. I bring it inside, open it up, and it's from my best friend, Priya. She included this note saying she'd been thinking about me, and she saw something that made her feel like she had to send it. Inside is a small, wrapped bundle. I unwrap it, and I swear my hands went cold. It's another copy of the book. A different edition, printed around the early 1900s. Same title, Marceline. And she found it in her city, on the opposite side of the country. Not near me, not connected to the antique shop, not connected to my trip, just out of nowhere. When I saw it, I actually dropped it, like my body rejected it for a second, because it didn't feel like a cute coincidence anymore. It felt like someone had walked up to me, grabbed my face gently but firmly, and said, "Hey, pay attention." And I don't even know what I'm supposed to be paying attention to. That's the part that's making me feel insane, because I can't stop thinking, am I reading too much into this? Is my grief making patterns out of random stuff? Or is this something else? Some kind of sign? Some kind of nudge? And if it's a nudge, from who? From what? For what purpose? And I haven't even told you the last part. A couple nights ago, I was staying in my mom's spare bedroom. Old house, quiet hallways. The kind of quiet that feels like it's listening back. I was completely wiped out, like beyond exhausted. I'm drifting off, and I feel it. This shift, like a presence steps closer, like someone is standing right beside the bed. I froze. My eyes were closed, but I could feel exactly where it was, like there was weight in the air. And I couldn't handle it. I just started whispering, then saying louder, "Please go away. Leave me alone. Not now, please." I kept repeating it like a prayer. And then I heard footsteps. And I heard the door. That door is old. The latch sticks. You have to pull it just right and press it shut and latch it properly. It does not just swing open, ever. I opened my eyes and watched the door open by itself, slowly, like someone was leaving, like whatever was there listened to me, turned, and walked out. I cannot explain the fear that hit me. I sat up so fast, my heart felt like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest. There was nobody else in the house awake. No pets, no breeze, no reason. And now I keep circling back to the same questions. Am I missing something? Is the name connected to what happened in that room? Is it connected to my dad? To my grandmother? To the mess of my grief? Or is it just life being weird while I'm falling apart? Because that's the truth. I feel like I'm falling apart. And I don't know if I'm being pulled towards something or if I'm just scared and searching for meaning where there isn't any. But I also know this. I haven't seen that name in years. And now it's like it's been following me 5 days straight, showing up everywhere I turn, like it refuses to let me look away. So, I don't talk about this all the time, but I'll tell you, because it still feels real when I say it out loud. My ex, let's call him Evan, died in 2016 from an overdose. We have a child together, and our little one was only 3 when he passed. Evan and I were together for about 5 years, and honestly, so much of that time was me trying to help him stay sober. Appointments, promises, long talks, the hopeful stretches where it seemed like he might finally be okay. But then he relapsed in the fall of 2015, and he was gone not long after. Later I found out what he took was laced with fentanyl, just way more than his body could ever survive. And right after he died, like immediately, strange things started happening. Not horror movie scary, just weird, personal. Like the universe was nudging me and saying, pay attention. When Evan died, he was living with his parents, and he died in their house. I went over there later that day, and his whole family was there. Everyone stunned, crying, moving around like we were underwater. And then, out of nowhere, the power went out. Everything just went dark. People gasped, someone cursed, someone started fumbling for their phone flashlight. And then, a few days later, at the funeral home during his viewing, it happened again. The power cut out. Not for long, but long enough that everybody noticed, and the air changed. People were whispering, looking around, trying to laugh it off. Like if we joked, we wouldn't have to admit it felt like something was in the room. After that, life got very practical, very fast. I applied for Social Security survivor benefits for our child, and it took weeks and weeks to even get an appointment. I was barely hanging on financially, working for $10 an hour while trying to finish grad school, and I remember lying awake at night doing the math over and over, feeling sick because none of it added up. The night before my appointment, I had a dream. In the dream, I walked into this cozy restaurant, and the whole place was full of Evan's family. His parents, his siblings, people talking like it was some kind of gathering. And Evan was there too. The thing was, nobody could see him. Nobody reacted to him. It was like he didn't exist to anyone else. But I could see him. He walked right up to me like it was the most normal thing in the world, stood close, looked me in the eyes and said, "It's going to be okay with Social Security." Just that, calm and certain. And then I woke up. And it was okay. He'd worked enough that our child qualified, and that money ended up being what got us through. Preschool, childcare, the basics. It wasn't some magical windfall, but it was stability. And at the time, it felt like someone reached back and steadied me right as I was tipping over. The second dream was different, more unsettling. In that one, Evan was alive, but he was being arrested. Police lights, handcuffs, the whole thing. I was standing there watching him get guided toward the back of a squad car, and right before he got in, he turned his head and looked straight at me and said, "If I was still alive, this is where I'd be." That one hit me hard, because before he died, he'd been tangled up in legal problems. Serious possession charges, court dates, all that looming over him like a storm cloud. That dream didn't feel like a warning. It felt like honesty. Like he was admitting something he couldn't fix. And then there was the last dream, the one that still makes my throat tighten when I think about it. Evan was sitting on a bench. I walked over and sat beside him like I'd done it 1,000 times, and I kissed him. It felt normal, warm, like I was home for a second. Then this man approached us. He didn't speak, but I understood him completely. Like he was there for me. He was calm, solid, certain. He had this unmistakable military-style haircut, strong build, the kind of presence that makes you feel protected without doing anything at all. In the dream, Evan looked at me, and his voice was gentle. No bitterness, no pleading, just this quiet acceptance. He said, "Go with him. Move on." So I stood up, and I went. And here's the part that still messes with me. Not long after, I met my husband, Caleb. And he looked so much like the man from that dream, it made my stomach drop the first time I really noticed it. Same vibe, same shape to him. And my husband is a police officer, and he did nearly 2 decades in the army before that. None of these experiences felt scary, not like something was trying to hurt me. But every time I woke up after those dreams, the air in my room felt heavy, like the atmosphere had weight. I'd be emotionally wrecked the entire day. Not just sad, shaken, like something had happened to my body, not just my mind. They didn't feel like normal dreams. They felt like contact, like I'd actually been with him, heard him, touched him, met him somewhere I wasn't supposed to be able to go. And deep down, I still believe he was trying to tell me what he couldn't tell me when he was alive. That our child would be okay. That he knew where his life was headed. And that he wanted me to keep going. Okay, I'm going to start with something I don't always say out loud, because people hear it and immediately decide what box to put you in. But I've always been sensitive. Like the veil is thinner around me than it is for most people. If I get really quiet, like really quiet, and I let my mind unclench, I can sense things. Sometimes I'll even see something, just for a moment. It's not constant, it's more like the world slips and I catch what's underneath. And that brings me to my mom. Well, my situation with my mom. I loved her. Of course I did. She brought me into this world. But loving her didn't change the fact that behind closed doors, she could be cruel, manipulative, the kind of person everybody adores in public, but at home you're always bracing for the next twist of the knife. She could make you feel guilty for being hurt and confused for remembering things correctly. That kind of evil. Quiet, smiling, convincing. About 12 years ago, I had a blow-up with her and the man I thought was my dad. Let's call him Frank. I was in my early 40s when I did one of those ancestry tests. Just curiosity, you know? And it cracked my whole identity open. Turns out Frank wasn't my biological father. I had lived my entire life thinking I knew the truth, and suddenly, I didn't even know my own origin story. And the thing that gutted me wasn't just the secret. It was that I had made it to adulthood, past 18, past decades, without anyone respecting me enough to tell me who I really was. So I confronted my mom, let's call her Darlene, and she denied it. Swore I was wrong. Twisted the conversation until I was somehow the ungrateful one for asking. She did what she always did. Lied, acted wounded, made me feel like the villain. And that was it for me. I was done. I was hurt in a way that felt permanent. So I cut contact. For 12 years, I kept my distance. No calls, no visits, no pretending. Just silence. Now here's where things get strange. At the end of July, I had a corporate meeting out of town. My wife, Maya, said, "Since you're going, can we make it a little getaway?" So we booked an Airbnb for the week. It was beautiful, right on a river, not far from the ocean. Peaceful. The kind of place that makes your shoulders drop the second you step inside. We brought our dogs, 3 of them, and the beds were all queen-sized, so I decided to sleep in the extra room with one of the dogs. Just easier, less cramped. That first night, as I'm settling in, it starts raining. Not a storm exactly, but steady, rhythmic, like someone turning the volume down on the world. I'm lying there, half asleep, and about 10 minutes in, I open my eyes. And at the foot of the bed, there's this pale, transparent mist, like a shape made of thin white breath. It wasn't solid, but it was there. And weirdly, my first thought wasn't panic. It was more like, Old house. Maybe I'm not alone. But the second that thought finished, I felt a tap on the bed, right near my ankles, on the tight sheets. And I heard it. That tiny, sharp sound, like a fingernail clicking fabric. I froze. 3 seconds later, tap. Same spot, same sound. 3 more seconds. Tap again. 3 taps. And I'm lying there thinking, okay, rain, something's dripping. So I sit up, turn on the light, and look around like an investigator. I check the ceiling, the window, the walls. There is nothing. Not a single leak. Not even dampness. Even my dog lifted his head and stared at the foot of the bed like, you saw that too, right? Then, just like that, the mist is gone. No more taps, no sound. I turned off the light, laid back down, and I fell asleep instantly. Like someone flipped a switch, and I slept good too. Deep. She pauses. The lady? So I tell her. The mist, the taps, 3 times, between my ankles. And she's looking at me like I'm half joking, half not. She goes, "What makes you think it was a lady?" And I say, because I heard fingernails. I heard the nail hit the sheet. She asks if I'm sure the roof wasn't leaking. I tell her I checked. Nothing. That day, I go to my meetings. Come back that night, nothing happens. Second night, quiet, normal. And then day 2. I'm about 2 hours into the corporate thing, and my phone rings. It's my daughter, Renee. She says, "Dad, Frank just called me. He said Grandma passed away 2 nights ago, and he's just telling us now." My stomach dropped. I called Frank right away. No answer. So I left the meeting, packed up, grabbed Maya, the dogs, everything, and we drove 5 hours straight back home. The next day, Frank finally calls, confirms it, and I say, "Why didn't anyone tell me right away? Why wait 2 days?" And he says something like, "Nobody wanted to disrupt your precious life." That hit me like a slap, because it wasn't about disruption. It was about basic human decency. I tell him, "This isn't an interruption thing. She was still my mother. I should have been told." And he snaps back, "You wouldn't have come anyway," and hangs up. And that's when the other part begins, the part that still freaks me out to even talk about. After that first night at the river house, my body started falling apart. It began with my wrists. I woke up and couldn't bend them without pain, couldn't flex them at all without this sharp, hot stiffness. Then the next week, my knees swelled. Weak, unstable, inflamed like balloons under the skin. A few days later, my ankles and toes started doing it too, like my toes wanted to curl the wrong way, twisting and fighting me. Then my elbows couldn't straighten my arms fully. Walking became this slow, painful shuffle. Breathing even felt harder sometimes, like my chest didn't want to expand all the way. I remember looking at Maya, really looking at her, and saying, "Babe, I think that mist was my mother." She didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She just stared at me, and her face went tight. And she said quietly, "She would be the type to do something like that to her own son." And I said, "Yeah, exactly." Because that's the thing. If you knew her, you'd understand why my mind went there. She held grudges like trophies. She punished people for leaving. She wanted control more than peace. And in my head, I could almost hear her voice, cold and satisfied, like, "If I can't enjoy life anymore, neither will you." So I went into the garage, opened the door, grabbed sage because I didn't know what else to do, and I saged myself like I was trying to reset my whole spirit. I talked out loud. I told whatever was attached to me to leave. I said I was done carrying her. And I'm not kidding. Next day, I felt better. Not perfect, but like 50% better. Less swelling, more movement. Like I'd cracked open a window in a room that had been sealed. Then the day after that, it all slammed back into place. Like whatever it was said, "Cute try," and doubled down. I went to the doctor. They gave me meds just so I could function while they wait on blood work. Autoimmune? Arthritis? Stress response? I don't know. Results were supposed to come in soon, and my brain kept cycling through every possible explanation. And I'm stuck in this awful in-between. Because on one hand, yes, bodies do weird things. Stress can wreck you. Illness can show up out of nowhere. Timing can be coincidence. But on the other hand, so I don't know what's true. I don't know if it's grief that I didn't even get to process properly. I don't know if it's an autoimmune storm. I don't know if it's my nervous system finally collapsing after years of carrying that kind of relationship. And I don't know if, somehow, in whatever form she became after she left this world, she came to make sure I felt her one last time. I just know the timing is wild. And I needed to get it out of my chest before it ate me alive. So, this started a few years ago, after my mother-in-law died. My husband's dad, let's call him Graham, was devastated, like anyone would be after losing a spouse of more than 50 years. And not long after, he started seeing this woman. I'll call her Darlene. At first, we honestly tried to be hopeful about it. We told ourselves, okay, maybe this is good. Maybe she's keeping him from disappearing into grief. Maybe she's giving him company, something to look forward to. Friends we trusted said she was a little theatrical, the kind of person who likes to be admired and seen. But they didn't think she was dangerous, just a lot. Then my husband Eli and I went out there for Christmas and met her. And listen, I'm not the kind of person who decides I don't like someone in 5 minutes. I really do try. But something about her hit me like an alarm bell. It wasn't just that she was loud or braggy or self-important. It was this unsettling feeling, like the air changed when she walked into the room. The second night, we all went to dinner and came back to Graham's place for drinks. He was proud of his new home. He'd moved into her same community, and he kept saying how much Darlene had helped him pick it out, furnish it, decorate it. She made sure everyone knew it too. And honestly, the place was fine, perfectly decent. But it had these odd choices, like this gigantic dining table shoved into a space where it barely fit, because she imagined herself hosting elegant dinner parties or something. It felt more like staging than living. But Graham asked us, right in front of her, what we thought. So we smiled and said, "It looks great." We were warm. We were polite. We weren't going to nitpick, and we definitely weren't going to embarrass him. Later, though, Darlene and I ended up alone in the living room for a minute, and the mask slipped. She turned to me, no smile, no softness, and basically accused me of being ungrateful. She said she did everything for Graham, and that Eli and I hadn't praised her enough. Not the house, not her vision, not her efforts. She wanted gratitude, public gratitude, over-the-top gratitude. It was like I'd failed some invisible test, and in that moment I remember thinking, oh, okay, so this isn't harmless vanity. This is something else. I did apologize later, because we were trying to keep the peace and protect Graham. But from that point on, we were treated like outsiders. Suddenly, we were the villains in a story we didn't even know we were in. Graham would occasionally ask, "Why do you hate Darlene?" And we'd say, "We don't hate her." Because we didn't. Not exactly. Not then. We were more confused than anything. But she kept feeding him this narrative that she was wounded and mistreated by us, that she was trying so hard and we were cold and unfair. It was honestly bizarre. Like, she didn't even want a relationship with us, but she needed Graham to believe she was the victim. And the whole time I couldn't shake that feeling. Not just narcissist energy, something colder, something that made my stomach tighten when she was nearby. Fast forward a couple years, and we got a call. Graham had fallen on Darlene's patio and hit his head. Traumatic brain injury. Everything unraveled after that. When he got discharged, he wasn't safe to go home. Physically, mentally, he just wasn't. So we admitted him to skilled nursing, and then memory care. Darlene fought us on everything, every step, every decision. At first, it looked like she was just being protective, but it didn't take long for the truth to start surfacing. We learned she'd been draining him financially, little by little, quietly, while he trusted her. And memory care meant paperwork, oversight, family involvement, and most importantly, it meant she wouldn't be in control. The nurses and caregivers dreaded her, and they told us, over and over, that after her visits, daily visits, Graham would spiral. He'd get agitated, then depressed, sometimes even aggressive. Like her presence scrambled his nervous system. Eli and I eventually realized if we left him there, she'd keep tightening her grip until there was nothing left of him. So we made a decision. We were moving him closer to us, in another state, and we had to do it without her knowing. I am not exaggerating when I say it felt like a covert operation. We coordinated with staff, timed everything, kept communication tight, because if she'd found out, she would have blocked it, delayed it, spun chaos, anything. The staff helped by giving her a decoy story about where he was that day, and we got him out, got him to the airport, and got him on a plane before she even realized what was happening. After that, friends back in that town started clearing out Graham's house for us, and they discovered something that made my skin crawl. His belongings were all over her house. Clothes, personal items, things he'd owned for years. She handed them over, but not kindly. More like she was being forced to give back what she'd already decided was hers. Our friends shipped things to us in these big taped-up boxes. One day, 3 of them arrived by UPS. We didn't have room in the garage, so we lined them up in our entryway, just temporarily, until we could sort through them. And that night, something happened that I will never forget. We were just sitting there watching TV, totally normal evening, and our black lab, Mabel, was lying nearby, calm, sleepy, peaceful. Suddenly she shot up like someone had yanked her by a string. She ran downstairs, fast, like she was fleeing. We heard this sound that didn't even register at first, because it was so out of character for her. This terrified, broken noise. Not barking, more like wailing, crying, like panic with a voice. We ran down and found her on her bed shaking so hard, her whole body looked like it was vibrating. She was making these awful sounds, like she was screaming. We tried everything, holding her, talking softly, checking the house, listening for thunder, fireworks, anything. Nothing. No loud noises, no storm, no smell of smoke, no strangers outside. Nothing had happened. Eventually, we calmed her enough to bring her upstairs for bed. But as we passed the entryway, as she got near those boxes, her fear came roaring back. She bolted up the stairs, not to the second floor, not even to our bedroom, but all the way up to the top level like she was being chased. And she ran straight into her crate. She hadn't gone into that crate on her own since she was a puppy. The next morning, she wouldn't come down. We had to coax her to even go outside. And that's when it hit me. The only unusual thing in the house was those boxes. So I moved them immediately, down into the basement, out of sight. And it helped, but it didn't fix her. She stayed off for weeks, jumpier, watchful, like some part of her still thought danger was nearby. At our next vet appointment, I told the vet what happened. He asked all the obvious questions: storms, noises, pain, anything traumatic. And when we said nothing, only the boxes, he got quiet and said we should talk to their behavior specialist. We did, and she couldn't give a scientific explanation, not really, but she said, as gently as possible, that it sounded like Mabel had been deeply frightened by something she perceived as a threat, like something in her instincts screamed, unsafe. And here's the part that still makes me sit back and stare into space sometimes. Mabel had never met Darlene. They were full of Graham's clothes, his things, soaked in the air of that place. Whatever energy lived there, whatever had been around him while he was being manipulated and drained and controlled. It took Mabel almost a year to fully return to herself. And after that, I changed how I handled every single shipment. I wouldn't bring boxes into the house again. I opened them outside on the driveway. I aired everything out. And I'll just say it, I cleansed them. Sage, the whole thing. I did the house too. Some people will roll their eyes at that. I get it. But I also know what I saw with my own eyes. A steady, brave dog, one who wasn't skittish, one who wasn't dramatic, react like she'd just come face to face with something she couldn't understand, but knew was wrong. I always believed animals can sense something off in a person. I just didn't realize they might be able to sense it lingering on objects too. So, we just moved into this older neighborhood down in South Louisiana. One of those places where the streets feel sleepy, the trees are heavy with moss, and every house has a story it's not in a hurry to tell. The whole area is getting updated, but the bones are still old. Big porches, tall windows, that kind of classic Southern beauty. When we first toured this house, I remember pausing in the doorway and thinking, oh, okay, not scared, not unsafe, just this very specific vibe, like masculine energy, but not in a warm, protective way, more like stern, a little stagnant, like someone had been standing guard for a long time and never got the message that the shift was over. But the first couple weeks? Fine, totally normal. We unpacked, settled in, did the whole new house routine. Then I finally decided to use the jet tub. And that's when things started getting weird. Because every single time I get in that tub, this heavy wave of sadness hits me. Like it rolls over my chest and just sinks straight through me. It's not even tied to any thought. I'm not sitting there spiraling about anything. It's just there. And on top of that, it makes me ridiculously sleepy. I've fallen asleep in the bath twice. Twice. That is not me. And around the same time, I started catching movement out of the corner of my eye constantly. Like shadows slipping down the hallway. Just quick, darting motion. Enough to make you turn your head, but not enough to prove anything. There's also this one room. And I hate even saying that because I don't want to feed it energy, you know? But that room has me on edge. I'll be watching my shows at night, and I'll hear things shifting in there, like boxes sliding, blinds tapping, little noises that sound like someone adjusting something in the dark. And when I walk in, I get this intense, almost nauseating feeling, like the air is heavier. The closet is the worst part. The closer I get to that closet, the more dizzy I feel. Like my body starts protesting before my brain can explain why. And the other night, I opened the closet door and the light wouldn't turn on. Pitch black. Just darkness swallowing the doorway. And I'm telling you, the instant that door opened, I felt like I interrupted something. Like I walked in on someone, or something, that didn't expect me. It was such a strong, awkward feeling, like, you're not supposed to be here. Shut that. And I had this impulse to apologize. Like my mouth almost formed the words. I didn't because, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to show weakness in my own house. But I did close the door fast. Quietly. Respectfully. Like you do when you realize you just stepped into the wrong room. I've saged. I've cleansed with Florida water more than once. I've opened windows, prayed, spoke out loud, all of it. Next step, I'm doing salt around the house. Because at this point, I'm like, all right, we're setting boundaries. And here's the thing, this isn't new for me. Every house I've ever lived in has had some kind of activity. I don't know why. It's just been my life. But every time I move, I still get that anxiety like, okay, what am I about to meet in this place? And to make it extra spicy, we later found out the land around here is rumored to have ties to an old Civil War era battleground. Which, cool, great, love that for me. Now, let me tell you about the big moments. One afternoon, I was outside with my family, laughing, talking, just being normal, and I glanced toward the back deck, and for a split second, I saw a man out there, and I swear, that same presence spoke to me the next night. Because the next night, I was alone in the living room around 10:45. No TV, no music, no background noise, just me on my laptop, dead quiet house. And out of nowhere, my body lit up with that weird adrenaline feeling. Not goosebumps, not hair standing up, just that internal alarm, like someone is close. Then I started hearing shuffling in the kitchen behind me, and I froze, like fully froze. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't speak. I was stuck, staring at my screen like if I didn't move, it wouldn't notice me noticing it. And then, a whisper. Not right in my ear, more like a couple feet behind me. Just one word. Hey. Soft, casual, like someone trying to get your attention without startling you. Except it did the exact opposite. I didn't respond. I didn't even breathe right. I stayed absolutely still until my anxiety built up enough that I could move one hand and text my boyfriend, Malik. Please come get me. I'm scared. Please. He came in, and the second I saw him, I bolted. Like I popped up and ran straight to our bedroom. My heart was racing, and even after I told him what happened, I still felt watched the rest of the night. Like the air had eyes. And then there was the dog. Our dog, there. He's this shepherd husky mix, and he's normally attached to us like Velcro. Always underfoot, always nearby. So the other night, I realized he wasn't around, and that alone felt off. I went looking for him and found him in the primary bedroom, completely locked in. You know that stance shepherds do when they mean business? Chest forward, legs braced, ears sharp, tail straight, body rigid? That. He was staring into the dark bathroom like he was tracking something he could hear but couldn't see. The hair along his back was raised, and he looked ready to handle whatever came out of there. It scared me so bad I felt my stomach drop. I trust animals, always. If my dog says something is there, I'm listening. And what's wild is, when my stepdad came to see the house for the first time, he kept saying how beautiful it was, but then he got quiet near the primary bathroom. Later, he said, "That bathroom feels strange." I kept wanting to look up at the ceiling, like something was above me. And that's the exact bathroom Bear was posted up at. Then there was this smaller moment that still makes my skin crawl a little. My daughter and I were cleaning up where she'd spilled juice in our bathroom, and when we finished, we walked out and I jokingly said, "Tell the bathroom bye-bye." She did. Sweet little sing-song, "Bye-bye." And immediately, all the lamps in our bedroom dimmed at the same time. Now, could it have been the AC kicking on? Maybe. I've noticed the lamps flicker a little when the system starts up, but the timing was so perfect it made my stomach twist, like the house responded. Okay, and the true bonus moment. This part is the weirdest, honestly. So I've had this thing since I was a kid, auditory pareidolia. Basically, my brain will pick up sound patterns and turn them into music or talking. Like I'll hear faint radio chatter, or jazz, or classical, like something drifting through static. And it never really scared me. Half the time, it actually soothed me. But this one night, I was putting my daughter to bed. I was laying beside her, head resting against her little legs while she got sleepy. We had her white noise machine on, and we also had a Bluetooth camera running. After a few minutes, I started hearing a faint robotic voice underneath everything. And it wasn't like random chatter. It was looped. The same word over and over again, like a glitch. At first, I couldn't make it out. Just that mechanical cadence repeating. Then it sharpened, and I swear on everything, it was saying, "Segregate," again, and again, and again. Segregate, segregate, segregate. It freaked me out so badly I started scanning the room, checking the camera, checking the sound machine, trying to figure out if it was coming from an actual device. Malik saw me on the monitor, looking around all wide-eyed and tense. And the second I stood up and started walking out of the room, it stopped. Just stopped. I never heard it again. Not once. But it gave me that "they live" kind of feeling, like something was hidden in plain sight for a second, and I wasn't supposed to catch it. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Nothing has physically hurt us, no dramatic movie stuff, but the energy is active, and I'm trying to figure out how to calm it down, or at least make it understand, this is our home now. You can exist, but you can't dominate the space. Anyway, that's the update. If things keep escalating, I'll tell you. And if I figure out how to get it to stop, oh, I'm definitely sharing that too. So, when I was in college, I went through this phase one summer where I got really into fishing, like embarrassingly into it. I was out there almost every single day, sunburned and happy, pretending I knew what I was doing. I found this spot on the northwest side of Utah Lake. Well, technically it was Utah Lake, but it felt like its own little world. Quiet, kind of hidden. I heard later it might have gotten bought up and fenced off, which honestly tracks, because it was one of those places that felt too good to stay public forever. My roommate back then, his name was Trevor, was also into fishing. Not as obsessively as me, but enough that he'd tag along sometimes when he felt like getting out of the apartment. One morning we decide, why not take the inflatable raft? It was one of those cheap rafts that looks like a toy, but you convince yourself is totally seaworthy because it holds air. It was late morning, maybe closer to noon than I'd admit. Bright, hot, blue sky kind of day. No wind at all. The lake looked lazy. We paddled out maybe 20 or 30 yards from shore, just far enough to feel like we'd unlocked some secret advantage, even though nothing was happening. No bites, no movement, no drama. We were just sitting there, rods out, half watching the line, half talking about what we'd do next. And then, this is where it gets weird. Out of nowhere, something happened that I still don't have words for. It wasn't like a sound, but it was like a hit. Like reality got tapped with a giant finger. The only way I can describe it is, it was as if the world flicked off for a fraction of a second. Not darkness exactly, more like the feeling of the lights going out, but without the visual part. faster than a blink, and it definitely wasn't either of us blinking. And there was this sensation, like a sonic boom, but totally silent. You know when a jet passes overhead and you feel that pressure in your chest and in your teeth? Like your whole body registers it before your brain catches up? It was like that, except instantaneous. No build-up, no fade-out. Just wham, and then normal again. What messed with me the most was the time part. I can't honestly say time passed, but it also felt long enough that something in my brain went, wait, that wasn't nothing. Trevor and I just stared at each other. No jokes. No, did you do that? Just pure, confused eye contact. And I remember him going, did you feel that? And I was like, yeah, I felt that. What the hell was that? We didn't immediately paddle back. We just sat there, quiet, both of us getting that weird butterfly drop feeling in the stomach that usually comes with almost falling or getting scared. Except nothing scary had actually happened. The lake was calm. The sky was calm. But we weren't. And here's an important detail. That summer, I usually fished alone, and I usually had a few beers with me. Not hammered, but enough that if something strange happened, I could have easily brushed it off later and said, yeah, okay, I was probably just in my head. But not that day. I hadn't been drinking, and I wasn't alone. If I'd been by myself, I swear I would have rationalized it within 10 minutes and filed it under weird sensory thing and never brought it up again. But he felt it too, at the exact same moment, with the exact same reaction. That's what makes it stick in my mind like a splinter. Years later, this is the part that made me laugh, even though it also kind of bothered me. I hear someone mention this whole rumor/conspiracy thing about Utah Lake. Underground base, military stuff, alien connections, the whole late-night forum buffet. It was just a glitch. Like the universe skipped. Like something momentarily folded and snapped back into place. It's been over a decade now, and I still don't have a satisfying explanation. And the funny thing is, if Trevor hadn't been there, I probably would have forgotten. But because we both felt it, because we both went quiet, because we both looked at each other with that same, what just happened to us face, it stayed. And honestly, I still wonder about it. Have you ever had something like that happen around Utah Lake or anywhere? Something that doesn't feel paranormal exactly, but also doesn't feel normal? I've tried to come up with explanations, even goofy ones, like two planes of something colliding, like not airplanes, but, I don't know, layers? Dimensions? Whatever you want to call it. But then I'm like, okay, maybe I'm just reaching because my brain hates loose ends. Still, I can't shake it. It felt real, and it felt shared, and it felt like the lake, for one instant, did something it wasn't supposed to do. So, this keeps happening, and every time it does, I get that same little ache in my chest, like something is tugging on an old thread. It'll be just another regular morning. Sun's barely up, coffee hasn't even kicked in yet, and our little guy, he's almost 4 now, will wander into the kitchen with messy hair and sleepy eyes and say, I saw Nana last night. And I'll just freeze for a second. Because the Nana he's talking about is my mom, Marisol. She died when I was 4. It was violent, sudden, the kind of thing that makes the word gone feel too small. And it's been 32 years. She's not maybe gone. She's gone. Except, I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm trying to convince someone. I've just always felt her. Like she never completely left. Like she's been hovering somewhere in the soft edges of life, watching over me, watching over my family. In our house, we have this little shelf for her. Not anything dramatic, just a photo, a candle, a couple of small things that remind me of her. And I talk to her all the time. I'll say good morning when I pass it, good night before bed. On holidays, I still set an extra place at the table. Not because I think she's going to come clinking in with a plate, but because she belongs. She always will. Our son, Eli, has always been an easy sleeper. Like, weirdly easy. When he was a baby, he'd just knock out and stay out. No screaming, no nightmares, none of those big panicked wake-ups you hear parents talk about. Then, somewhere around 2, when he was learning who people were, grandma, grandpa, aunties, all of that, I told him about my mom. I didn't make it scary. I said something like, Nana lives really far away, but I keep her in my memories and my dreams. I wanted it to be gentle, something a toddler could hold. And not long after that, he started saying this thing that made my skin prickle. He told me, Nana comes when I have a bad dream. Like it was normal. Like she was just a person who helped. I asked him what she looked like, expecting some toddler nonsense. Purple hair, wings, whatever. But he said, she looks like you, but with short hair. And I swear to you, I looked just like my mom did. Same face, same eyes. The only big difference is my hair is really long, almost to my hips. My mom always wore hers short. So I did something I hadn't planned to do yet. I pulled out a photo of her and showed him. His whole face lit up, like pure relief and happiness. That's her, he said. That's Nana. That's who I see. He explained it in this simple, matter-of-fact way. When he wakes up from a bad dream, she's there, standing near his bed, telling him it's okay, comforting him until he calms down. And here's the part that makes my throat tighten every time. That's what my mom used to do for me. When I was little, and things in our house got loud and scary, she would come to my room and stand over me and whisper that I was safe, that it would pass, that I was okay. Like she was trying to build a little shelter out of her body. So when my son described her doing the same thing, without me ever telling him that, I didn't know what to do with it. I just sat there, staring at him, feeling like my heart had been gently cracked open. Later that day, I checked the baby monitor footage. We still have cameras in his room, mostly out of habit, mostly because parent brains are never fully calm. And I wish I could explain what I saw in a way that feels normal. Nothing else happens that's big or dramatic. No doors slamming, no creepy shadows crawling across walls. Just little things. A pendant hanging on a hook will swing slightly when the air is still. A toy that was left in the stroller ends up back in his play corner when no one's been home. My husband, Noah, will swear he put his pen back in his desk cup, and then we'll find it on the floor like it just rolled there on its own. The spice jars in the kitchen will be shuffled. Nothing wild, just a couple switched places like someone was fussing with them. And every time I notice, I do the same thing. I pick it up, put it back where it belongs, and I whisper, "Okay, Mom, I love you too." I don't go around saying I believe in ghosts. I really don't. But I believe in her. I believe in whatever love is when it refuses to stop being love, even after everything, even after time, even after the kind of ending that should have erased her completely. So now, when Eli says, "I saw Nana," I don't argue with him. I don't try to rationalize it out of his mouth. I just ask, "What did she say?" And he'll shrug in that sleepy little kid way and say, "She said she loves you, and she loves Dad, and she loves me." And then he'll go back to playing like he didn't just drop something holy onto the kitchen floor. And I'll stand there, holding my coffee, trying not to cry. Because somehow, in the middle of ordinary mornings, my mom still gets to be part of our life. Like she found a way to come home. So, this happened a long time ago, but I can still picture it like it was yesterday. And I'm telling you straight, this is a true story. It was maybe 12 or 13 years back. I just made a new friend named Maya, and one afternoon I ended up at her older sister Leah's apartment. Leah lived with a flatmate too, Brooke, and she happened to be home. So there we were, the three of them and me, all sitting around with mugs of coffee, chatting in that easy, slightly new friendship kind of way. At some point I needed the bathroom, and Leah pointed me down the hall. When I opened the door, I remember thinking, whoa. The bathroom was huge, way bigger than you'd expect in an apartment. There was this old-fashioned clawfoot bathtub tucked in the corner, and the toilet was diagonally across from it. I sat down, and while I was mid-pee, sorry, but that detail matters, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A young woman, about my age, sitting calmly in the bathtub. I swear my whole body jolted. I almost launched myself off the toilet right then and there. But when I turned my head to look directly at the tub, she was gone. Now, here's the thing. I've had experiences like this before. So it wasn't the idea of a spirit that shocked me. It was that sudden appearance, like someone had just blinked into the room with me. That initial moment is always the part that rattles your nerves. I finished up, stood, and went to wash my hands. And again, there she was in my peripheral vision. This time I kept my eyes forward, like I didn't want to startle the moment away. And because I wasn't looking straight at her, I could actually make out more. Her posture, the brightness in her expression. She was smiling. Just smiling warmly, like she was happy to be noticed. And she kept pointing, like gently insisting, toward the doorway, toward the living room. And I had that familiar sensation I sometimes get, where it's almost like a thought that isn't quite mine settles into my mind. Tell them I'm here. I stood there a second with my hands dripping over the sink, trying to decide what to do. Because I barely knew Maya. I just met Leah and Brooke. And how do you come out of a stranger's bathroom and casually announce you've just seen a ghost in their bathtub? Still, it felt important. She wasn't scary at all, more like bright, bubbly, like she was almost excited. So I went back out, sat down, and tried to act normal for maybe a minute. My heart was thumping. And then I finally blurted, kind of awkwardly, this might sound strange, but do any of you believe in ghosts? Maya gave me a skeptical look. Leah kind of laughed, like she thought I was joking. But Brooke leaned forward immediately and said, "Why? What happened?" So I told them. I explained that sometimes I see or sense things, and I described the young woman I'd seen in the bathtub. Her age, the friendly smile, the way she kept pointing toward the lounge. As I talked, Brooke's face changed. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like she was trying to keep her expression steady, but something in her eyes sharpened, like she was suddenly very alert. She asked me to wait, just hold on a second. And she got up and walked quickly into her bedroom. A moment later, she came back holding a photo album, the old kind, thick and heavy, with glossy photos tucked into plastic sleeves. She set it in front of me and said, very carefully, "Can you look through this and tell me if you see her?" I flipped pages slowly, my stomach feeling weirdly tight. And then I stopped. Brooke didn't say anything right away. She just stared at the photos for a long moment, like she was trying to keep her thoughts from spilling out too fast. Then she spoke, slowly. "The girl whose face you pointed to. She was a friend of mine." Brooke swallowed hard. "She died in an accident a few months ago." And I felt my whole body go cold. Brooke tapped the other photo, the one I'd pointed at for the hair. And a few days before she died, She got a haircut, a new style, exactly like this. She let out this tiny, stunned laugh that wasn't happy at all. She loved it. She wouldn't stop talking about it. I'm not exaggerating when I say the hair rose on my arms instantly, like my skin knew before my brain could catch up. Because here's what hit me. I didn't know Brooke. Brooke didn't know me. There was no social media trail back then like there is now. No casual scrolling where you accidentally absorb details about strangers through mutual friends. There was no way I could have known any of that. And yet, the details lined up in this eerie, exact way. We all just sat there, quiet for a moment, like the room itself had shifted. And the strangest part? I didn't feel fear. Not really. It was more like being humbled, like something reached across a veil and gently tapped my shoulder. That spirit, honestly, felt lovely, light, cheerful, like she'd wandered in with this vibrant, playful energy and just wanted to be acknowledged. Even now, years later, I can still remember how alive she felt, even though she wasn't.